Chapter 3754. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the beautiful lady, who had a large bump on the back of her head and had already fainted, was directly stored by Yi Xian into the inner space of the Shinnon cauldron in his undying world, including Jiao Zhengrong, who was taken away by Yi Xian not long ago. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that they were unconscious to seal their cultivation and hand them over to the group of geniuses from the various clans of the second universe. These people had already submitted to Yi Xian and could be considered as his own people. Jiao Zhenrong and the beauty would be handed over to the prodigies of the same race as Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongxiang to steal their Dao foundations. In the end, as long as they were alive and Yi Xian kept his promise, it would be fine. As for the ferocious race's Dao child, Meng Mas Han, he didn't belong to the races in the second universe. Yi Xian didn't have any ferocious race members that he had already subdued. Furthermore, the slaves of the first universe weren't part of his plans for the races in the second universe. Thus, Meng Mas Han was temporarily imprisoned in a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Counting in this way, Yi Xian had a total of 5 Dao children of the second universe, excluding Ling Puzi, who he had already killed. As long as he captured Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian would have a total of 6 Dao children of the top 10 races in the second universe. However, Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming weren't easy to deal with. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have left them until the end. The former Shi Wanjin had the Battle Lion race's Berserk Lion 9 transformations bloodline ability. Although he had only comprehended the 4th transformation, he already had a bloodline true body that was 1,000,000 zhang tall. It was like a small star, which was a huge headache for Yi Xian. As for Yi Jiuming, as the Hell Ant race's universe Dao child, his black shell was so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. He wasn't an easy character to deal with either. Little devil ape, you have such a powerful bloodline, but you only dare to attack people from behind. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the name of the ancient devil ape bloodline? That's right. If you have the ability, then fight us fair and square. Seeing the colorful Python race's universe Dao child being dragged away with a swollen bump on her head, Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming were so angry that they almost lost their temper. They weren't in a hurry to roar. Instead, they calmed down and stood in the void in the distance, provoking Yi Xian. Fair and square? What a joke. This ape already said I will fight you all of you alone. You're still not satisfied with that? Could it be that it's only fair that I allow myself to be captured and be killed by you? Yi Xian sneered. He rolled his eyes and pointed his finger at the two of them, mocking them without any trace of politeness. I think your heads aren't damaged, but your hearts are filled with fear. Are you scared by this ape supreme might? You two are the only ones left. This ape will take it slow and deal with you one by one. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian's shoulders shook as he once again activated the perfect vibration of his mental energy. His figure instantly disappeared, causing Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming, who were in the distance, to almost cough up blood. However, they were helpless and had no other choice. At the same time, in the buffer zone of the central region, the fleets of the major forces, which had been noisy just now, were now dead silent. The beautiful heaven and earth Dao child of the Color Python clan was also struck by a stick and dragged away. Now, there were only 2 heaven and earth Dao children left in the void battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. This result was simply unacceptable. The losses were too heavy. The higher-ups of the major forces, who were originally confident in this battle, were now worried. Should we call him back? If this continues, I'm afraid we will be wiped out again. We have to think of another way. That little monkey is indeed extraordinary and difficult to deal with. In my opinion, there is no need to continue making such meaningless sacrifices. This battle can end now. It's fine. I have confidence in my clan's Daoist. Jiuming is already an almighty figure of the universe, and the black armor of my Hell's Ant clan can't be so easily broken through. Although that little monkey's methods are extraordinary, with his mere cosmic realm cultivation, Jiuming won't be afraid even if he's hit. My race's Dao child is the same. With the power of the four transformation of the wild lion, that child Wanjin's cultivation has skyrocketed. He has reached the 5th level of the universe realm and is close to the late stage of the universe realm. His huge wild lion true body is even more majestic. Even if he hits Jioming a few times, it will only tickle him. That makes sense. If it wasn't for that, then why would that little monkey constantly avoid making a move against Jioming and Shi Wanjin? He should be at his wit's end. It's still hard to say who will emerge victorious in this battle. That's right, with Shi Wanjin and Jioming joining forces, it's enough to suppress this damned little monkey. Before the sound of discussion could fade away, there was a new change in the void battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Clang! A loud sound suddenly rang out, like the sound of metal colliding, shaking the void to the point that it trembled slightly. The little primordial devil ape made its move again, silently appearing behind the hell ant race's heaven and earth Tao child, Jioming. It was still the same old trick. With a flip of its hand, it took out the big-headed black stick and swung it out, ruthlessly smashing the back of Jioming's head. However, the result this time caused Yi Xian to be greatly shocked. The buffer zone in the outside world also fell silent once again. What kind of shell is this? How can it be so hard? With a single strike, Yi Xian's right wrist, which was holding the big-headed black stick, actually felt a faint numbness and swelling. However, Jioming, who was in front of him, was completely unharmed. Not only was his shiny black shell not smashed open, there wasn't even a white mark on it. This was truly unbelievable. After all, the Shinnong pestle was a treasure from the primordial era, and Yi Xian's cultivation strength had already reached the first rank of universe in the state of the 3 heads, 6 arms demon ape. He was an existence of the same realm as Jioming, so there was no reason for such a situation to occur. It wasn't as if Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with the hell ant race before. Previously, when he appeared in the demon domain as the demon emperor's younger brother, Immo Jiofeng, he had even robbed an entire fleet of the hell ant race. The shell of this race was indeed extremely hard, and was said to be comparable to the void weapon ladle. However, no matter how hard it wasn't hard to such an extent that it made one's hair stand on end. This big-headed black stick is indeed extraordinary. It actually didn't shatter on the spot when it smashed onto this Taoist shell. And your strength is also not bad. Although your cultivation realm is at the peak of the cosmic light realm, the strength of this strike can already compete with the existence of the universe realm. Unfortunately, if it was merely like this, then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to do anything to this Taoist. Jioming turned around unhurriedly as if nothing had happened, and his eyes even carried a wisp of dense ridicule as he ridiculed Yi Xian. This Taoist shell requires the baptism of 10 drops of nether liquid from the nether pool of my race's holy land every single year. Even though it hasn't evolved into the nether armor unique to the nether ant race, it's not far from it. Unless an old monster like the Star-Lord realm makes a move, otherwise, it's useless no matter what you do. Chapter 3755. Clang. Before Jioming could finish his words, the unwilling little primordial demon ape had already raised the big-headed black stick in its hand and smashed it down again. This time, it didn't hit the back of Jioming's head, but the abdomen of his giant black ant true body. This was the weakest part of the black shell of the Hell Ant clan. However, the result didn't change at all. When the stick smashed down, the big-headed black stick instantly bounced back. Yi Xian's right wrist felt a wave of numbness, but Jioming's abdomen was not damaged at all, not even a dent. Yi Xian's expression changed, and his heart sank. He naturally knew about the nether ant. He had already searched for some relevant information in the data library of the devouring system. Just like how the void rat was the bloodline source of the space rat clan, the nether ant was the bloodline ancestor of the hell ant. The void rat and the nether ant were both existences of the primordial era. They had long gone extinct, at least not in this world. The void rat could perfectly merge itself into the void and ignore any spatial barriers, including the planar barriers of the great universe. They didn't need to go through planar wormholes to be able to travel through the universe planes with their bodies. The Space Rat clan had inherited the bloodline and talent of the Void Rat. Although it was not complete, it was already extremely shocking. As for the Hell Ant clan, as the bloodline descendants of the legendary primordial Nether Ant, they had also inherited some of the Nether Ant's innate talents and abilities. The Nether Armor was one of the unique talents of primordial creatures like the Nether Ant. Among those legendary primordial creatures, the hardness of the Nether Ant's pitch-black nether armor could only be compared to the shell of the void giant turtle. As the Taoist of the infernal ant race, Jiuming spent 10 drops of nether liquid every year to temper and baptize his own shell. Although he hadn't evolved to the level of nether armor, and could even be said to be far from it, even so, with Yi Xian's current universe realm battle prowess, wanting to shake him was impossible. It was still unrealistic. This fellow was right. A black move like the stun stick was indeed useless against Jiuming. Yi Xian immediately put away the big-headed black club and disappeared with a flip of his hand. He sneered, 10 drops of underworld elixir every year can make your tortoise shell so hard? It seems that the body-tempering effect of this nether liquid is extraordinary. This ape will definitely make a trip to your Hell Ant clan's nest and take all the nether liquid in that damn nether pool. Thank you. Pooh, shameless boasting. Little monkey, you're already a bluffer. What other abilities do you have? Do you dare to fight fair and square? Jiuming was angered to the point blood almost sprayed from his mouth. This little monkey is too stubborn. He's at death's door, yet he's actually thinking about the nether liquid in the nether pool of the Ant Clan of Hell. He's simply courting death. He gritted his teeth and raised his left forearm. Like a bolt of black lightning, he slashed down. Don't you still have the strange flame divine ability? Why aren't you using it yet? Even though the 3-colored strange flame is extraordinary, my Hell Ant clan has inherited the bloodline of the Nether Ants. We don't even fear the legendary Nether Flames. Your methods are all useless against this Taoist. Accept your fate. I'll definitely suppress you today. Crack. As soon as Jiuming finished speaking, a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky. It was several meters thick and accurately landed on his head. Spiritual lightning technique. It was executed by the black fog body of the 3 demon ape true forms, and its power was far greater than before. After all, the current Yi Xian already possessed the strength of the universe realm. When he fully activated this spiritual power secret technique, it was naturally incomparable to the past. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Jiuming's enormous black ant true form only trembled slightly. Not even a wisp of black smoke rose. It was as if nothing had happened. His black ant shell was truly heaven-defying. Not only was it incomparably sturdy, its physical defense was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Who would have thought that its magical defense was also so shocking that even the power of the spiritual lightning technique could not shake it? This result caused Yi Xian's heart to sink. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away, avoiding the attack of Jiuming's forelimb. At the same time, the black fog body of the 3 demon ape true forms directly waved its hand and instantly activated the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. Moreover, it was not the normal form. As soon as it was used, it was the second form, the Claw of the Netherworld. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a wave of the black fog body's hand, a black fog swept out. It expanded with the wind, and in less than half a breath, it had already reached thousands of feet, transforming into a ferocious netherworld skull. Although it was far inferior to Shi Wanjin's 100,000 feet war lion true form, it was like a colossus compared to Jiuming, who was only 10,000 feet tall. Screech! A miserable howl that caused one's soul to tremble resounded. The enormous black skull opened its wide mouth furiously, and in the blink of an eye, it rumbled as it swallowed Jiuming, who'd revealed his bloodline true body. This scene was captured by the silver crystal ball in the sky above the battlefield, and through the silver ball, it was transmitted to the silver light screen formed by the central domain's crystal ball echo divine ability and was seen by countless masters in the void. The image was also transmitted to the outside of the source of all evil through the video communication of the battleships. Screech. Claw of the Netherworld Claw? That's the second form of the Netherworld Claw. Although the skull's shape has changed, and it's no longer dark green, it can't fool me. 10 minutes later, in the void of a certain galaxy billions of miles away from the source of all evil, an earth-shattering roar echoed from within a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters that was in the midst of interstellar travel. It was obviously the voice of the Star Lord End, the leader of the End Demons. Young Master Netherworld. It must be him. No wonder he's not in the Heavenly Legacy City. He's been hiding in the source of all evil and pretending to be an ancient ape demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Roar. Amidst the frenzied roars, the large fortress that was originally heading in another direction suddenly spun around and sped towards the root of all evil star field at extreme speed. At the same time, in the void battlefield at the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil, Yi Xian didn't know that the divine ability of the Netherworld Claw that he'd casually used had been seen through by his old enemy, the Emperor Old Monster, at the first possible moment. As a matter of fact, Yi Xian would have performed the Netherworld Claw technique even if he had known the outcome. At this moment, as Yi Jiuming's bloodline true body was swallowed by the several thousand-meter tall skull, Yi Xian immediately began to collect it. He sent Yi Jiuming into the inner space of the Shennon cauldron within his undying world and imprisoned him within the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano. Chapter 3756. As An Jiuming was devoured and transferred into the cage at the bottom of the volcano within the Shennon cauldron in Yi Xian's body, the gigantic skull formed from the Netherclaw divine ability quickly dissipated and disappeared. The void was empty, and Yi Jiuming had completely disappeared. This scene surprised everyone, and a large number of exclamations came from the buffer zone of the central domain outside. The high-level commanders of the various powers were all guessing the whereabouts of Yi Jiuming, and from time to time, someone would roar. Especially the domain lord of the Hell Ant race, one of the 3 great races in the first universe. His face was red with anger. He had just said that he was confident in Taoist Yi Jiuming, but in the end, even though Yi Jiuming had indeed withstood the blow of the little primordial devil ape's big-headed black stick, he had still suffered a calamity in the end. However, after being swallowed up by the strange skull, it disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoists, this should be that little monkey's final trump card. Unfortunately, it's still useless against my clan's Tao son, Shi Wanjin. Seeing that the domain lord of the Hell Ant race was furious, the domain lord of the second universe proudly said, "My clan's Tao son, Shi Wanjin, has already cultivated the bloodline ability, 9 transformations of the Berserk Lion, to the 4th transformation. His bloodline true body is 100,000 feet tall. Not only is his chi and blood extremely abundant, he is not afraid of his big-headed black stick. Furthermore, because his body is as large as a star, no matter how powerful this strange skull is, it can't swallow him in one gulp. Therefore, in the end, the victory of this battle will still belong to my Battle Lion tribe. Fellow Taoists, rest assured, after my tribe Taoist captures that little monkey, your tribe's captive heaven and earth Taoist will naturally return one by one. Roar, little monkey die." While they were talking, the battle in the void in front of them started again. Shi Wanjin roared angrily, and his body was 100,000 feet tall. He suddenly raised his right front leg and ruthlessly stomped down on the little primordial devil ape. For the second battle, among the 6 Tao children who had entered the void battleground, the Tao child of the Berserk Lion race, Shi Wanjin, was the strongest. The other 5 Tao children were all at the 1st or 2nd level of the universe realm, but Shi Wanjin was at the 3rd level of the universe realm. Right now, due to the power of the 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, Shi Wanjin's cultivation had increased exponentially. Now, he was already at the 5th level of the universe realm, and was close to the late stage of this realm. If Yi Xian were to use all of his methods, he would naturally be fearless and would be able to easily kill Shi Wanjin. After all, He had already killed an opponent whose cultivation surpassed Yi Xian by an entire realm in a head-on battle. But now he was in his true form of the 3 heads, 6 arms demon ape, so there were too many techniques that he couldn't use. Facing this terrifying lion that was 100,000 feet tall, he couldn't face it head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely be seriously injured. Facing Shi Wanjin's attack that caused even the void to tremble, Yi Xian could only evade and fight in a roundabout manner. The big-headed black cudgel was already ineffective. His opponent's physical body was too full of vitality. A hit from the cudgel would probably be no different from scratching an itch. The claw of the netherworld had also lost its martial power. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to activate the skull formed by the divine ability to a terrifying extent of over 100,000 feet. Kacha! Kacha! From 1,000 kilometers away, the black fog body suddenly waved its hand and cast the spiritual lightning technique. 2 bolts of black lightning that were several meters thick appeared above Shi Wanjin's head with crackling sounds. They directly struck him below his neck, leaving behind 2 black scorch marks that were several hundred feet long. Unfortunately, compared to Shi Wanjin's terrifying true form, these 2 scorch marks were too insignificant. They couldn't cause much damage. Shi Wanjin's body only trembled a few times, as if he was shivering twice. In the blink of an eye, he withstood the power of the lightning. Roar! It's useless. The 9 Berserk Lion transformation is the strongest bloodline ability of my Battle Lion tribe. Its greatest characteristic is that the bloodline true form's vitality is invincible. Although the power of your attack is not bad, it's still a joke in front of the 100,000 feet Berserk Lion true form. Die! Shi Wanjin roared complacently. His giant foreleg was still like a meteor, rumbling as it came crashing down. If it were to step on a little primordial demonic ape, it would be crushed to death like an ant. A bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall was too terrifying. Its strength was unparalleled, and it had reached a certain extreme. Yi Xian was indignant. He almost activated the divine ability of the fallen sky bow on the spot. If he shot out an arrow, it would definitely pierce through Shi Wanjin and kill him in the void. Or, if he activated the Rai-D seal and shot out a small thunder origin bead, he would also be able to blast this terrifying Berserk Lion true form into a bloody mist. The current Yi Xian was far stronger than before. Moreover, the thunder origin bead had been nourished in the Rai-D seal for a long time. Its power was worth looking forward to. However, he couldn't use any of this. Whether it was the fallen sky bow or the thunder origin bead, they were too iconic. Once used, it would immediately expose Yi Xian's identity. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The small immemorial demon ape quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden skeleton suddenly made a move. Its bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, was activated. Moreover, it was the first form that was known to be invincible. The dark green giant claw suddenly appeared, bringing with it an incomparably sharp sound. In the blink of an eye, it had already met Shi Wanjin's right foreleg. Pooh! A rain of blood fell. The 2 claws of Shi Wanjin's right foreleg were directly cut off. A rain of blood covered the void for hundreds of miles. Under the immense pain, an incomparably shrill scream came out of his mouth. The Netherworld Claw was invincible. It could even split open a starry sky fortress. However, at this moment, it only cut off 2 of Shi Wanjin's claws. Such a result immediately made Yi Xian shake his head and smile bitterly. The size of this bloodline true form was simply too large. It was 100,000 feet long, which was 300,000 meters long. It was as large as a starry sky. Its blood and qi were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. It was truly difficult to deal with. "Oh, little thing, you dare to hurt this Taoist?" After the 2 claws were cut off, Shi Wanjin roared in anger. It seemed that he didn't suffer much damage. Instead, he seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. His blood and qi were even more abundant and terrifying. His entire body was filled with a bloody aura, which made Yi Xian frown. With a wave of his hand, the two giant claws that had just been cut off were directly absorbed into the internal space of the Shinnon cauldron in Yi Xian's body. At the same time, a mocking sneer came from the mouth of the small, immemorial demon ape. "Thank you, with the abundance of blood and chi of your bloodline true form. These two claws are also top-grade ingredients. Don't waste them. Don't worry, this ape will roast them properly. I won't waste them." Chapter 3757. Oh, screech. In the void battleground, Shi Wanjin's roars and howls could be heard from time to time. An entire day had passed since the start of the battle. Although he was still full of vitality and had even fallen into a berserk state due to being hit again and again, his aura had become even more terrifying. This 100,000 meters tall blood lion was indeed way too gigantic, and its blood essence was so rich that it made people speechless. During the whole day, Shi Wanjin had already lost over 10 of his claws and tens of large pieces of his flesh because of the nether claw attack launched by the golden skeleton devil ape. However, he was still full of vigor and vitality. He felt that his combat strength had not decreased in the slightest, but his mind seemed to be a little off. After all, even though his battle strength was monstrous, he was constantly being attacked by the immemorial devil ape, who was like a flea in his eyes. From time to time, a claw or a chunk of flesh would be cut off. In the end, all of them were taken away with a wave of his hand, saying that he would roast them later and enjoy their delicious taste. Shi Wanjin's resentment had already reached its peak, and coupled with this kind of psychological torture, his consciousness had already gone crazy. Now that he was roaring and roaring, this battle could not be stopped at all. There had to be a final result. Either the immemorial devil ape would be killed miserably, or Shi Wanjin would be cut up alive. Both of these possibilities existed, because whether it was the immemorial devil ape or Shi Wanjin, neither of them had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Both of them had the opportunity to be the one to hold on until the end and reap the rewards. Because of this, in the face of such a fierce battle, whether it was the indigenous beasts in the core of the void battleground or the higher-ups of the major races in the buffer zone outside the central domain, none of them interfered. Instead, they paid close attention to the development of the battle. Unknowingly, another 2 days passed. After 3 consecutive days and nights of fierce battle, although the immemorial devil ape had not been injured because of its small body and could teleport from time to time, it really felt a little tired. At this time, it had already become excited for this battle. As for the battle line race's heaven and earth Tao, child Shi Wanjin, his body was already dripping with blood, and his consciousness had completely gone crazy. However, his bloodline true body was really terrifying, and his vitality was too abundant. Even though he had been injured all this time, a piece of flesh would be cut off from time to time. But after 3 days and nights, this guy was still alive and kicking. Even the local ferocious beasts in the core hinterland and the leaders of the major clans in the buffer zone outside the central domain had lost their patience after observing the battle closely for 3 days. However, the battle between the little demon ape and Shi Wanjin had reached such a level that it was impossible to stop halfway. The most critical moment had arrived. Whoever couldn't hold on would die. However, at this moment, a shocking accident that no one had expected suddenly occurred. Rumble! Just as the battle was about to start, a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters rushed into the buffer zone of the central domain from the outer domain, attracting the attention of all the experts who were watching the battle. Looking at the insignia on the outer wall of this starry sky fortress, it clearly belonged to a relatively weak slave race from the first universe. This time, it had not come. Unexpectedly, it had only arrived now. What made them even more speechless was that as soon as this starry fortress appeared, it directly charged towards the dividing line that led to the core of the planet, ignoring the fleets of all the races and forces that had retreated to tens of millions of kilometers away and were watching the battle from afar. It gave people the feeling that it had rushed there just to pick the peaches. It was simply courting death. Just as the leaders of the major clans came back to their senses and were about to explode in fury, a man rushed out of the fortress. It was the former leader of the Een demons, Een D, a Star-Lord. During this period of time, Een Emperor Old Monster had already become a popular figure in the three great universes. Previously, in order to hunt down Netherworld Young Master, he had almost roamed the three great universes. Wherever he went, there would be sky-shaking roars and roars. Later, he even went straight to the Heavenly Legacy City, causing great chaos. In short, that guy was definitely crazy. All the Starry Sky Masters who recognized him were stunned for a moment before exclaiming with confused expressions, "What's going on? Why is this old guy here?" "It's Indy? How is that possible?" Indy didn't chase after the young master of the Netherworld tribe, but instead ran to the source of all evil to seize the opportunity. This is illogical. No, there must be something wrong. Look at that old monster's expression. He's clearly crazy, and he seems even crazier than before. What's he doing here? Could it be that the young master of the Netherworld tribe is here? Did that old monster find a reliable clue and come here directly? It's very likely. Given the young master's temperament, it's impossible for him not to be tempted by such a great opportunity. We must be vigilant, just as the experts in the surroundings were exclaiming in alarm. Indy, who had rushed out of the fortress, activated his bloodline and revealed his true form of the Netherworld tribe, using a secret technique to summon the Netherworld tribe. Then, Indy, who had transformed into a ferocious skull that was tens of thousands of meters long, suddenly roared at the sky. Then, he opened his bloody mouth, and a blood-red substance that was indescribable was suddenly spat out into the void. Such a scene was really too frightening. The experts in the surroundings couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs as they subconsciously shrank their necks. "Roar! My Netherworld tribe, descend!" At this time, the ferocious skull that was tens of thousands of meters long suddenly roared, summoning the blood-red Netherworld tribe. This blood-red substance was formed from the flesh of more than 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe, as well as the alloy bodies of several hundred members of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. In addition, it also contained the souls of all the members of the ferocious tribe, as well as the electronic consciousnesses of several hundred members of the Heaven's Legacy tribe. In short, all kinds of substances were mixed together in a mess. Yi Xian had seen it in the Heaven's Legacy City before. Unfortunately, he was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Lion Wanjin and could not see what was happening outside the buffer zone. Otherwise, he would have run away as fast as he could. Just the bodies of the 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe were already incomparably large. The inside of the dark green skull's bloody mouth definitely had the ability to fold space. Otherwise, the bodies of the 10,000 members of the ferocious tribe wouldn't be able to contain it. However, at this time, this blood-red substance that caused people to feel a chill when it was spat out from the dark green skull's bloody mouth was only tens of thousands of meters long. It was about the same size as the dark green skull. This blood-red substance had clearly been continuously condensing in the dark green skull's bloody mouth. This was very normal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to manifest such a terrifyingly powerful Netherworld tribe. Boom! A huge sound rang out as the blood-red substance that was tens of thousands of meters long ruthlessly smashed into the void. Immediately after, it began to squirm. This scene made people's hair stand on end, and the experts in the surroundings couldn't help but retreat in shock. Chapter 3758. Boom! Under the horrified gazes of the experts around them, the green, blood-red substance that was spat out from the hideous skull smashed into the void. After shaking for a while, a huge, blood-green body slowly rose up and finally stood up. It was humanoid, 10,000 meters tall, and had a ferocious appearance. Its entire body was blood-green, and it was impossible to tell whether it was made of flesh or alloy. It was clearly wriggling like flesh, but its texture was no different from that of star alloy. Its eyes were blood-red, and its mouth was wide and ferocious. 2 long fangs were protruding from its mouth, and the joints and fingertips of its 4 feet were sharp claws that emitted a cold light. It was a monster, a nether prison evil puppet that would make anyone tremble when they saw it. Its body, which was filled with the texture of starry sky alloy, but was wriggling like flesh and blood, must have an incomparably hard attribute. The sharp spikes that covered all the joints and important parts of its body, which were incomparably sharp and even emitted a cold glint, must have an extremely terrifying penetrative power. In short, the nether prison puppet was extremely powerful. The aura emitted from its body was even more shocking than that of the hideous skull of a Star-Lord. It was close to the middle stage of the Star-Lord state, and there was also an indescribable sense of evil. The eyelids of the experts around them twitched. The blood-green nether prison puppet gave them a strong feeling that this terrifying monster was definitely more difficult to deal with than Emperor himself. Screech. In the next instant, the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that Emperor's original body had transformed into suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The ferocious blood-green hell puppet below seemed to respond. It raised its head and let out a mournful roar. Its ferocious aura overflowed into the sky as it charged toward the large fortress that the Emperor's main body had just stepped out of. Screech. Crack. The blood-green nether prison puppet waved its arms that were full of sharp spikes and ran wildly. The nether prison puppet, which was 10,000 meters tall, casually grabbed something along the way and directly tore a huge hole in the space fortress. Some experts of the first universe's slave races fell out of the hole along with a large number of intelligent robots. There were a lot of them, hundreds of thousands of them. The blood-green nether puppet reached out again and grabbed all the intelligent robots and powerhouses of the slave race tightly in its huge bloody ghost claw. Then it threw them directly into its bloody mouth that had two terrifying fangs. Immediately afterward, as it chewed, that kind of mechanical grinding sound that made the roots of one's teeth sour and scalp numb once again resounded through the void. Obviously, these experts of the slave race would not be able to survive. Not only would they not survive, but their bodies and soul consciousness would all be turned into nutrients and resources to increase the ferocity of the blood-green nether puppet, making it even stronger. It was the same for the intelligent robots. Their alloy bodies would also become some kind of nourishment for the blood-green nether puppet's terrifying body. Screech. The blood-green nether puppet raised its head and roared again with the hair-raising sounds of flesh being chewed and alloy being melted. It finally made a breakthrough and officially reached the advanced Star-Lord state. But all of this was not over yet. Nether prison puppet. Merge. In the void above, D, who had turned into a 10,000-meter-tall blood-green skull, suddenly roared and swooped down into the blood-green nether prison puppet's body. Merge. It was also one of the bloodline talents of the nether prison race, which allowed them to fully merge with the nether prison puppets they had refined. The power displayed after the merge was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was a terrifying increase in power. Boom! At that moment, as the 10,000-meter-tall blood-green skull rushed into the blood-green nether prison puppet's body, rumbling noises that sounded like thunderbolts were immediately heard. Its enormous body, which was only 10,000 meters tall at first, began to rapidly expand like a balloon. The speed was so fast that it had reached a height of 100,000 meters in just one breath. Although it was the same size as Shi Wanjin's bloodline true form, its combat power was obviously much higher. At this moment, Blood's terrifying blood-green nether puppet had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Just like Grandpa Mo of the demons, it was half a step away from becoming a Zone Lord, only second to the 8 Zone Lords who were in charge of the major races. At the sight of this, the experts of the various clans in the surrounding void exclaimed in shock once again. What? Peak 9th rank Star-Lord? That's too shocking. Indy only condensed the nether prison true form not long ago and used it to become a Star-Lord. How long has it been? He already has the terrifying combat power of a peak 9th rank Star-Lord. The nether prison race is indeed extraordinary. Its bloodline abilities are too shocking. It was already a Star-Lord when the nether prison true form was formed, and it didn't take long for it to condense a nether prison puppet. When a master and servant worked together, their combat power soared instantly. I thought that was already the limit. I didn't expect that he would come up with a fusion technique. His combat power would increase exponentially, and he would have the terrifying strength of a half-step Star-Lord. That's not the key. What I'm most concerned about is that old lunatic came with such a formation, as if he's going to risk his life. What clues does he have? How can he be so sure? That's right. This is indeed suspicious. It must be related to young Master Nether Prison Puppet. Otherwise, Indy wouldn't be so desperate. Young Master Nether Prison Puppet has become an obsession in his heart, and his only obsession. Look, the old man is rushing toward the boundary line in front of him. Is young Master Nether Prison Puppet hiding in the core of the root of all Evil Star Zone? It's possible. Don't forget, although young Master Nether Prison Puppet's identity is still unknown, his Nether Prison body isn't fake. There are a lot of ancient ferocious beasts that are rarely seen in the outside world. It's very likely that young Master Nether Prison Puppet walked out from there. Screech. As countless experts in the surrounding void exclaimed in shock, the gigantic blood-green Nether Puppet took a step forward and crossed the void demarcation line. From the buffer zone of the Central Territory, it entered the void battlefield at the edge of the origin of all evil. It just so happened that the little primordial demon ape was using the nether claw to cut off a large piece of flesh from the right hind limb of Shur, Wan's golden bloodline true form. Feeling the familiar aura of the nether claw technique, the blood-green Nether Prison Puppet was instantly excited. It let out a cheerful screech and suddenly raised its head and roared, "Nether Prison Puppet, it's really you. I swear I'll kill you today, what?" Chapter 3759. As the gigantic blood-green Nether Puppet rushed into the void battleground at the edge of the core hinterland and roared furiously, calling out the name of young Master Netherworld, the buffer zone of the central domain instantly burst into an uproar, and discussions filled the air. What? The Netherworld young Master is actually a primeval devil ape? How could that be possible? He's gone mad. Emperor has definitely gone mad. He's acting like he's going to take a bite out of anyone. He actually mistook the primeval devil ape for the Netherworld young Master. Wait, this matter isn't so simple. After Emperor fused with his Nether Puppet, his current cultivation has attained the quasi-region Lord realm. So how could he possibly go mad? How could he possibly mistake the Netherworld young Master for someone else? That's the only thing on his mind. No wonder I felt that the divine abilities executed by the primeval devil ape were slightly familiar, including the enormous black claw and the blood-red skull from before. That's clearly the Netherworld clan's Netherclaw divine ability, and the Netherworld young Master executed it in the Nether Turtle region of the second universe. That's right. Today, it's just a slight change in form. The giant claw and skull manifested by the divine power are no longer blood-green in color. This is a deliberate move to deceive everyone. If that's really the case, then the true identity of the primeval devil ape can be confirmed. If he wasn't guilty, then why would he intentionally change the appearance of the Netherworld claw? My God, the primeval devil ape is the Netherworld young Master? No, perhaps I should say that the Netherworld young Master is actually the primeval devil ape. In short, these two peerless geniuses are actually the same person. This matter is too huge, and the three dimensions are about to be shaken. In fact, it wasn't just the experts of the various races in the buffer zone outside the Central Territory that were shocked. Even the primeval porcupines, primeval tortoises, and other native ferocious beasts in the depths of the core area were stunned at this moment. During this period of time, they tried to understand the situation and information outside the star area, so they'd naturally heard of the six peerless geniuses who'd given rise to much discussion in the outside world. Moreover, this time, the primordial little demon ape had appeared out of nowhere. Its battle prowess was shocking, and it had already killed and captured many Taoists of the universe realm. Previously, it had even tried to kill a Domain Lord Old Monster. Although it was a sneak attack, that Domain Lord Old Monster had indeed died at its hands. This was something that could not be changed. It couldn't be erased. Because of this, the little primordial demon ape was now known as the seventh peerless monster in the world by the powerhouses of the various races that were brought from the central region from the three major planes. The primeval porcupine, primeval tortoise, and the primeval devil ape was called the seventh peerless genius of the current era. After all, even though the native ferocious beasts in this star region didn't involve themselves in the outside world and practically had no contact with the outside world, the fact that the primeval devil ape be, it was a kind of affirmation of their strength. However, such a shocking change had occurred. The primeval devil ape and another peerless genius, young Master Netherworld, were actually the same existence. This matter, even the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise felt incredulous. It was too sudden. At the same time, this unexpected change obviously made the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise doubt the origin of Yixin again. However, when they thought of the bloodline of the primeval devil ape, even the Netherworld furnace had recognized it. The doubts that had just arisen in their hearts were quickly relieved. Yixin didn't know what was happening outside the void battlefield, but he could basically guess it. A wry smile appeared on his face. At this moment, his mind was spinning, and he quickly made a decision. Xiao! A sharp sound of the air being torn apart flashed. The flesh and blood body of the primeval devil ape had already summoned the withered devil bloodblade with a flip of his hand. It expanded in the wind and slashed out with a length of 300 meters. However, the target wasn't the blood-green nether puppet that was rumbling over. Instead, it was Shi Wanjin, who had fallen into a daze because he had suddenly heard the roar of En Emperor. Of course, part of the reason why he had such a huge reaction was that he was stunned by the appearance of the blood-green nether puppet. The other party also had a terrifying figure that was 300,000 meters tall, and it was on par with his bloodline true body. However, its aura was much more terrifying, and it was actually a half-step region lord. Shi Wanjin didn't doubt that if he were to face this ferocious and terrifying blood-green nether puppet, he would at most be able to withstand 1 or 2 moves before being suppressed immediately. It was useless no matter how abundant his blood and chi was. Even he was in such a sorry state. So there was no need to mention the little primeval devil ape that didn't have an enormous true body and whose strength was far inferior to his. In Shi Wanjin's eyes, the little primeval devil ape was definitely going to die. After all, this terrifying blood-green nether puppet had come for him. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed to have a deep hatred for him, and it was clearly going to fight to the death. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest interest in continuing the battle. In any case, his opponent was already dead. What Shi Wanjin was pondering now was how to escape with his life. Under such circumstances, he naturally subconsciously overlooked the existence of the little primeval devil ape. Only when the 300 long withered devil bloodblade slashed in front of him did Shi Wanjin come to his senses. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. Under the full power of Yixin's withered devil bloodblade, its might blazed, and it actually directly chopped off the bloodline true body's right forelimb. A rain of blood covered the sky and sprinkled down from the sky. Oh, this time it wasn't just a few of his claws that were cut off, but an entire front limb. Shi Wanjin felt the pain and immediately let out a mournful howl. At the same time, the withered devil bloodblade still didn't stop. After circling around, it cut off the other forelimb of the bloodline true body in the blink of an eye. All of this shouldn't have gone so smoothly, because Shi Wanjin was still in a state of extreme shock at this moment, so he ignored the existence of the little primeval devil ape. Screech! However, at this moment, as the second leg of Shi Wanjin's bloodline true body was cut off, an incomparably cheerful roar suddenly came out of the 300 long withered devil bloodblade. Hearing this roar, Yixin's heart sank again, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He sighed and muttered to himself, "The reason why I didn't dare to continue using the withered devil bloodblade to kill the enemy was because I felt that the blade spirit in the blade might wake up at any time. I didn't expect the situation to change so suddenly. I had no choice but to use it. Originally, I planned to injure Shi Wanjin as soon as possible, put him into the Shinnong cauldron, and immediately escape. There shouldn't be any problems, but who would have thought that something would happen in the end? Speaking of this, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced in the direction of the core hinterland of the source of all evil behind him. His expression changed again and again. The revival of the withered devil has attracted the thunder tribulation. The eye of the heavens must have sensed it and will pay attention to it. Chapter 3760. The reason why Yi Xian didn't escape as soon as the blood-green nether puppet arrived was because he had made a decision. He decided to take advantage of the fact that before the other party could get close to him, he would first take out the withered demon Bloodblade, heavily injure Shi Wanjin, and put him into the Shinnong Cauldron. There was a reason for this. It was not the first time he had fought with the younger generation of the Warrior Lion tribe in the second universe. He had even killed the Warrior Lion tribe's young patriarch before. However, his opponents had not activated the fourth transformation of the Warrior Lion tribe's bloodline ability, the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. Previously, they had only activated the third transformation. The Bloodline True Body was only 100,000 feet in size. Although it was amazing, it had not reached the level where it could shock Yi Xian. This was the first time he had felt the power of the fourth transformation of the Berserk Lion. The 100,000 feet Bloodline True Body was simply heaven-defying. Its blood and qi were so rich that even he felt powerless. The reason why Yi Xian took the risk to kidnap Shi Wanjin before escaping was because of the Warrior Lion tribe's bloodline ability, the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. Shi Wanjin was the Warrior Lion tribe's heaven and earth Taoist. The concentration of the bloodline in his body was not the highest, but among the younger generation of the Warrior Lion tribe, he was definitely the strongest. Yi Xian's chances of obtaining the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion would increase greatly by starting with him. It was not a big deal to take a small risk for the sake of obtaining the bloodline ability that even he was amazed by. In fact, Yi Xian had succeeded. At this moment, as he was caught off guard, both of his front limbs were cut off. Although Shi Wanjin did not die, he was seriously injured and his mind was in chaos. His cultivation was above Yi Xian's, and the Bloodline True Body's blood and qi were very rich. Even if he activated the devouring ability of the devouring system, with Yi Xian's experience, there was basically no chance of success. However, it was different now. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent was seriously injured and his mind was in chaos, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the devouring ability. At the same time, he suddenly waved his hand and immediately put the 2 severed front limbs of the giant warrior lion into the internal space of the farmer god cauldron in his body. Whoosh! Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring successfully. With a piercing sound, Shi Wanjin, who was howling miserably at the sky, disappeared. He was sent to the inner space of the Shinnong Cauldron, where he was imprisoned in a cage at the bottom of the volcano. At the same time, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about that. Even the unexpected arrival of Een Emperor, full of killing intent, was thrown to the back of his mind. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. At this moment, there was only one thing on Yi Xian's mind: the heavenly Taos I was about to descend. He had to escape. Right now, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly welled up at his heart. This feeling was extremely similar to when he was in the third universe's Death Star field. He had a premonition that when the withered blade spirit withered demon completely recovered and the heavenly punishment tribulation lightning descended, it would definitely attract the attention of the heavenly Tao's eye. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. It was just some lightning punishment. He had the Rai Di seal, which was an innate treasure nurtured by the heavens and earth. Lightning was revered by the heavens and earth. With it protecting him, Yi Xian wouldn't be harmed even if he were to walk in the sea of lightning tribulation. What he was worried about was attracting the attention of the primeval heaven's eye again. Now that the primeval heaven's eye was seriously injured, it was hiding in some distant unknown void, but this didn't mean that it wasn't paying attention to other universes. Yi Xian had almost been exposed once. He had the corpse lamp tattoo on his body. Once it attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao's eye, it would definitely see through it. At that time, what he would face would be an endless pursuit. With Yi Xian's current strength, he couldn't deal with it at all, so he had to escape. He definitely couldn't let the heavenly Tao's eye capture his aura. If it locked onto him, he would really be finished. Rumble, boom, screech. Just as sure Wan Jin's gigantic blood lion true body was taken away and disappeared, there was already a rumbling sound of thunder in the void above his head. When he raised his head to look over, large expanses of black tribulation clouds were converging at a terrifying speed that caused one's scalp to go numb. Moreover, all of them appeared out of thin air. In the originally empty space of the star region, large thunderclouds suddenly appeared, and then, as if they possessed intelligence, they swiftly converged. Not only did it envelop the edge of the hinterland where Yi Xian was, even the depths of the core hinterland behind him and the buffer zone of the central region outside actually had a large amount of black tribulation clouds that started to appear and swiftly gathered. Facing all of this, the surrounding space had long since fallen into chaos, and an indescribable atmosphere of fear swiftly spread. However, a monstrous and ferocious howl once again sounded out from the 300 long devil blade that lay across the sky in front of Yi Xian. It was precisely the work of the withered devil blade spirit. As an ancient, great, ferocious beast, even if it had only evolved from the devil blood of the withered devil blade spirit, its ferocious nature was still extremely shocking. At this moment, it had suddenly awakened. It had obviously sensed the aura of the lightning tribulation in the outside world, yet not only did it not have the slightest intention of hiding, it even deliberately let out a vicious howl, as if it was proving its existence. This was absolutely provoking the might of the heavens. F***K. Kid, do you want to see the world burn? Following the second howl, Yi Xian suddenly had a kind of reaction, as if there was a peerless, great, ferocious beast that was currently trying to break free from the suppression of the withered devil blood blade, wanting to rush out from the devil blade to breathe in the air of the outside world, and at the same time, to make its existence known, other than the withered devil blade spirit that had just fully awakened. Who else could it be? This fella was definitely a devil incarnate. With just one or two howls and some aura, it had already caused the lightning tribulation to gather. If its true body was really allowed to rush out of the withered devil blood blade, the eye of the heavens would probably instantly descend. Yi Xian was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He cursed, and without any hesitation, he waved his hand and added another layer of seal on the withered devil blood blade, directly keeping it in the undying world within his body. The undying world within his body was an independent space of the devouring system. It was a world of its own and had no connection with the void or the universe outside. After keeping the withered devil blood blade, its aura was instantly isolated, and the outside world could no longer sense or lock onto it. Yi Xian originally thought that this would solve the problem, but reality proved that he was still too naive. This time, it was different from before. The withered devil blade spirit had truly fully awakened. Yi Xian's weapon was originally the Devil Blood Star Tears Sword, and its blade spirit's original name was Devil Blood. Later on, after adding in the withered Devil Blood blade that was replicated by the system, it changed again. The original sword spirit, Devil Blood, also obtained the opportunity to evolve and fell into a deep slumber until now. Today, this evolution was clearly over. The sword spirit Devil Blood had transformed into the withered Devil Blade spirit, and its killing intent was simply too strong. Even though its aura was cut off because the withered Devil Blood blade was kept in the undying world, the fact that the withered Devil Blood blade had fully awakened had been confirmed by some kind of mysterious law. The lightning tribulation had already been fully activated, and it couldn't stop here. Chapter 3761. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the fully awakened blade spirit's withered demon blood blade into his undying world, a series of strange rumbling noises suddenly sounded from the depths of the core hinterland behind him, continuing without end. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. This was clearly the sound of the netherworld furnace being activated and the flesh millstone within it rotating. It was somewhat similar to the sound of thunder, but it was also different. Yi Xian had entered the netherworld furnace before, and he had even stirred around the enormous millstone for a long time, taking away quite a bit of the all-evil origin liquid and the 9-colored flesh paste. Therefore, the strange sound of the netherworld furnace rotating was simply unforgettable to him. What was going on? Why did the netherworld furnace suddenly activate? Before this, when his devil-ape bloodline had obtained the netherworld furnace's approval and received its protection, he could move unimpeded in this star domain, the source of all evil. Yi Xian had approached the netherworld furnace as close as he could and almost touched the outer wall of the netherworld furnace with his hand. At that time, he was certain that the netherworld furnace had temporarily stopped operating. According to his calculations, the all-evil origin liquid was supplied once a year, which meant that the netherworld furnace would be activated again in a year. This was later confirmed by the immemorial porcupine and immemorial turtle. But now, the netherworld furnace that was supposed to be activated again in a year's time suddenly rumbled, and the terrifying millstone within it began to rotate. What was it trying to do? Yi Xian had no way of knowing the answer to this question, but there was one thing he was certain of. The netherworld furnace's sudden activation was definitely not a good thing. There was a high probability that a great terror was about to descend, and all of this was definitely related to the heavenly eye and the full awakening of the withered demon blade. In the end, it all boiled down to one thing. This time, he had really gotten himself into big trouble. He had to escape immediately, or the consequences would be unimaginable. When these thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, Yi Xian almost directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body. He immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, or even the planar coordinate jump ability, and used the fastest time possible to escape as far as possible. But in the end, he held himself back. If he activated the planar coordinate jump ability, he could even leave the first universe in an instant. If there were no accidents, this should be enough to escape the detection of the Heavenly Eye's detection. After all, the withered demon blade was only unexpectedly alarmed because of the full awakening of the withered demon blade. It didn't know the truth and didn't know that its arch-nemesis headless infant corpse was inside Yi Xian's body, so it couldn't target Yi Xian's deductions and track Ye's whereabouts. In addition, the devouring system's interstellar coordinate jump ability was also extremely extraordinary. It might have the effect of concealing the heavenly mysteries deduction. Yi Xian was the netherworld lightning escape. Otherwise, as Dao Heart, he and Dao Heart in the future would Dao, and his Dao Heart into the Dao of Dao Heart would. Yi Xian didn't care about the fleets of the various races and powers of the 3 great universes in the buffer zone outside, as well as all the experts in the starry sky. This included the first prince, Long Xiang, who had a certain karmic relationship with him, as well as the upper echelons of the immortal royal family. However, Yi Xian couldn't ignore the 3-star lords from the demon race, namely Grandpa Mo and the other 2. He couldn't ignore the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise in the core region either. After all, they had been friends for a long time, and they had been taking care of Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't just leave like that. Boom, boom. In less than 3 breaths of time, the entire vast and boundless source of all evil star field was in complete chaos. The entire core hinterland was filled with thunderous roars, and the sky was densely covered with tribulation lightning. In the depths of the hinterland, the sound of the netherworld furnace rolling could be heard continuously. It was the same in the buffer zone outside. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the void barrier that separated the central region's buffer zone and the core hinterland collapsed in an instant. The 2 semi-independent voids merged into one and were no longer separated. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly bloomed, illuminating the entire star field. The boundless space zone was dim at first. Not only was the vision of the naked eye limited at a distance, but even the perception of divine sense was ineffective. A mysterious force was suppressing all the senses. But at this moment, as thousands of rays of light burst out from the deepest part of the core hinterland, the entire star domain of the source of all evil, billions of miles away, was visible. The distance between the universe and the stars seemed to be ignored at this moment. Even the weak star domain experts could clearly see with their naked eyes. They could see what was happening billions of kilometers away. Shocked, everyone's gazes turned towards the direction where the blazing light had suddenly shot out from. The next moment, a huge cauldron like a superstar appeared in their sight. It was the strange awakening of the netherworld furnace that was suddenly activated by some kind of power. To be precise, it was the entire netherworld furnace refining array. This was a complete system, as if it was cast by heaven and earth. It was so huge that it gave people a feeling of mighty heavenly power. It was a mysterious cauldron as huge as a superstar. One end was connected to the outer wall of the cauldron, and the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog above the cauldron, while the other end was extended to the ends of the surrounding void. There were countless blood-red chains whose ends were unknown. Moreover, the remnant auras of primordial beings that were at least at the Star Lord realm, Region Lord realm, or even the Sector Lord realm were scattered all around the star furnace. All of this had been concealed by the mysterious laws of the domain of the root of all evil. Apart from the native beasts that were protected by the nether furnace, practically no one in the outside world knew about this. At most, they would be able to detect bits and pieces of it. But at this moment, because the nether furnace suddenly glowed brightly. Finally, it was completely revealed. Near the central region's buffer zone, the star state experts from most of the top races and forces in the 3 universes had all opened their mouths wide without exception. Even the 8 region lords who'd obtained a portion of the information regarding the nether furnace before coming here were extremely shocked when they witnessed all of this with their own eyes. Even the countless native beasts deep in the core region, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, had the same reaction at this moment. Although they were very familiar with the netherworld furnace, they had never seen such a phenomenon before. It was impossible for them not to be shocked. Chapter 3762. As thousands of rays of light blossomed from the depths of the core hinterland, the gigantic netherworld cauldron suddenly appeared, along with the entire void refining system and the ancient remains around the netherworld cauldron. Near the buffer zone of the central domain, in the fleets of the various races, countless starry sky experts instantly exclaimed, "Look, what a huge furnace." It's not inferior to young Master Linghu's Medicine King cauldron. It's also like a huge star. It must be a treasure above the level of a desolate era treasure. What a great fortune. It's really a great fortune. A similar treasure has only appeared once in the 3 planes, and it was taken by young Master Linghu. Now, it has been lost after he was exiled. This giant star cauldron is the only one left. That's right. Any race that obtains it will be able to make it their greatest treasure. Look at the rune chains that are connected to the giant star cauldron. They extend to the end of the void, and I don't know where they lead. It should be a huge system, and the giant star cauldron is just one part of it. It's too shocking. Who made this? There are also the remains of ancient creatures around the giant star cauldron. Heavens, there are at least star lords, and most of them are region lords. There are even sector lords. Where did these ancient remains come from? As the exclamations resounded, the fleets of the various races had all been activated, rumbling and surging towards the depths of the core where the netherworld furnace was located. Some of the universe lords, star lords, and region lords directly rushed out of the warships in even faster speed, crossing the void with their physical bodies and charging at the very front. Roar! Netherworld brat, die! It was also at this moment that the blood-green netherworld puppet arrived, as if it didn't see the mysterious netherworld furnace that was as huge as a star in the depths of the core. Its aura was locked onto Yi Xian, and it slapped him with its palm. The comments of the outside world were indeed correct. In Yin Emperor's heart, Netherworld Young Master had indeed become an obsession. He didn't care about such a shocking change in front of him, and he only wanted to bite Netherworld young master to vent his anger and take revenge. "You crazy old man, you big stick. The great calamity is about to descend, and you still want to fight to the death? This ape doesn't have time to tangle with you." Yi Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He angrily scolded the blood-green Netherworld puppet and then directly used void teleportation, disappearing. When he reappeared, he was in the depths of the core. His bloodline had been recognized by the Netherworld furnace. In this star area, the source of all evil, he wasn't suppressed at all. Even the distance of his void teleportation was far beyond that of an ordinary universe master. Rumble. Boom! At this moment, the entire space above the core hinterland had been completely enveloped by thick black tribulation clouds. Thunderous booms could be heard continuously. The vast space gave off a more and more oppressive feeling. Yi Xian's figure appeared. He turned around and saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise swiftly flying towards him. Just as he was about to speak, a violent howl suddenly sounded out from the Netherworld furnace, shaking the heavens and the earth. His eyelids twitched violently as he subconsciously shouted, "Run!" Withy of the Netherworld. The farther, the better. Yi Xian used the power of his cultivation to shout. His voice was like a thunderclap, so even in this noisy environment, it was clearly transmitted far away. Most of the Starry Sky Masters heard it. Grandpa Mo and the other two, who were far behind the fleets, paused for a moment. Shock and bewilderment appeared on their faces. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and directly performed void teleportation, fleeing to the periphery of the source of all evil. When they were in the demon domain, Yi Xian had said that this time, the Second Universe Alliance army would be in big trouble, and there would definitely be a lot of deaths. Now, Yi Xian directly warned them. With their trust and understanding of Yi Xian, Grandpa Mo and the other two, who had never seen him so frightened, naturally realized what was going on. It was serious. Even as Star-Lord old monsters, they didn't dare to be negligent. They decisively turned around and fled. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a loud whistling sound suddenly came from the depths of the core hinterland. It was incomparably sharp. A majestic suction force appeared invisibly from inside the Netherworld furnace, instantly enveloping the entire hinterland void. The closer one was to the Netherworld furnace, the stronger the suction force would be. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the remains of the desolate era creatures that were closest to the Netherworld furnace were sucked into the Netherworld furnace through the mouth of the Netherworld furnace. Then a scalp-numbing cracking sound came out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood being crushed. Yi Xian had felt it at close range and was very familiar with it. Yi Xian's expression changed again. The truth was as he had guessed. The Netherworld furnace was suddenly activated, and even the huge millstone in the central region of the furnace was rotating. This was definitely not a joke. This was an unplanned refinement. Since it was an unplanned refinement, and the chains that were used to transport the raw materials from the distant void didn't carry the raw materials, the Netherworld furnace could only rely on itself to obtain the raw materials locally. This refinement was an accident to begin with, so the requirements for the flesh and blood materials were obviously relaxed. Originally, when refining the all-evil origin elixir, even the remains of primordial beings at the Sector Lord level were not up to standard and would be spat out like trash. But now, it was estimated that all the living beings in the all-evil origin star region and all the trash that had been spat out would be used, including the many native ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. As for what would be refined in the end, Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. In any case, it definitely couldn't compare to the all-evil origin liquid. Moreover, he definitely didn't want to become one of the materials for the Netherworld furnace to refine such a thing. Whoosh! Roar! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out endlessly. The flames of the Netherworld furnace grew more and more ferocious. Apart from the remains of the desolate era creatures in the surrounding void, some native ferocious beasts were also pulled into the Netherworld furnace by the suction force. There were even a few Star Lords among them. Because they had rushed to the front, they couldn't withstand the suction force and were instantly killed. The native ferocious beasts and the experts of the various races who had been killed let out angry roars and shrieks at first, but they soon came to an abrupt stop. On the other hand, the continuous sounds of bones cracking coming from the netherworld furnace seemed to be more frequent. Everyone knew what this situation meant. Now that things had developed to this extent, even the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had a look of shock on their faces. They kept roaring and roaring. However, because they were too close to the netherworld furnace, the suction force was too strong. They couldn't help but be dragged toward the mouth of the netherworld furnace. Chapter 3763. Rumbling that shook the heavens, and the earth resounded as Yi Xian withdrew the farmer god cauldron from his undying world with a wave of his hand. He had no choice but to do this. He couldn't watch as the primeval porcupine and tortoise were sucked away by the netherworld cauldron. However, if he wanted to flee, then he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with his system title. However, he could only save himself and couldn't save others. The only way to save them was to withdraw the farmer god cauldron and place the porcupine and tortoise within it before putting the cauldron away and utilizing the interstellar coordinate jump ability to leave directly. These two brothers that he'd just taken in were both region lords. If the farmer god cauldron was within his body, then Yi Xian would be utterly unable to place them within it. However, it was completely different after he withdrew the cauldron. However, this would undoubtedly expose his other identity, and it was the Linghu young master. However, this didn't matter to Yi Xian. In any case, his identity as the netherworld young master had been exposed. So if he exposed the identity of the Linghu young master as well, then he would be in great debt. Moreover, because he had to utilize the farmer god cauldron's might to save them and go against the netherworld cauldron, Yi Xian didn't suppress it at all when he withdrew it this time, and the farmer god cauldron appeared in its complete form. This so-called complete form was the form that Yi Xian saw it for the first time. It was a terrifying cauldron that was the size of the netherworld cauldron and was like a superstar. If it wasn't for that, then as soon as the farmer god cauldron was withdrawn, it wouldn't have caused such a reaction where even space was suppressed to the point of rumbling and exploding. In fact, compared to the rumbling and exploding that resounded from space when the farmer god cauldron was withdrawn, the reaction in the countless experts from the various clans in the surroundings was obviously much more intense. As soon as the farmer god cauldron appeared, astounded exclaims of surprise resounded through space, and even the rumbling of the tribulation clouds in the sky was almost suppressed. What's going on? Why is another cauldron here? This is too crazy. When did such a treasure become a common item? Wait, this cauldron is slightly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. The Medicine King Cauldron. It's actually the Medicine King Cauldron? Am I seeing it right? It was actually summoned by the little devil ape. The Medicine King Cauldron? It's that enormous star cauldron? Hadn't young Master Linghu refined it and taken it away? I was exiled to the turbulent void along with him. Is there even a need to ask? Could it be that you still don't understand? If the primordial little demon ape could be the netherworld young master, why couldn't it be the Linghu young master? Countless experts from the three major planes were deceived. Young Master Linghu wasn't exiled at all. After he went missing, he transformed into the netherworld young master. After that, the netherworld young master disappeared and transformed into the immemorial little demon ape. Mother Kur. The truth is too terrifying. Even the word incomparable monster isn't enough to describe his ability. Of the 7 known peerless monsters, 3 of them are actually the same person? What the hell was this? Once the news spreads, countless forces in the 3 major existential planes will be stunned. Don't worry about that. The suction force seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Why do I feel like the battleship is retreating? Run. Run as fast as you can and get out of this damn place first. At the same time, a large number of battleships, fortresses that were rushing to the core of the root of all evil began to turn back at full speed, trying to escape from this nightmare. Unfortunately, the terrifying suction force from the netherworld cauldron up ahead was getting stronger and stronger. Not only were the fleets of the major forces and clans affected, but even the experts of the universe and the Star Lords who had rushed out of the battleships were struggling as if they were stuck in a swamp. At the front, closest to the Netherworld Cauldron, were the 8 area lords led by Jiao Kong. At this moment, although they could barely resist the suction force of the Netherworld Cauldron, due to the existence of this mysterious suction force, the entire core of the Void seemed to have been imprisoned, and they couldn't use Void teleportation anymore. Therefore, these area lords who were closest to the Netherworld Cauldron could only turn around and resist the suction force of the Netherworld Cauldron while slowly moving through the void. A few of them had even manifested their enormous bloodline true bodies, causing their blood chi to burn even brighter in an attempt to increase their strength and leave as soon as possible. However, this was clearly futile. They quickly discovered that it was fine if they didn't activate their bloodline true bodies, but once they did, due to their large size, the suction force would increase and their speed would become even slower. It was as if they were walking on the same spot. However, the suction force of the Netherworld Cauldron was still rising, and if this continued, they would be sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron sooner or later. As such, the few area lords who had activated their bloodline true bodies were so frightened that they quickly dispelled this state and returned to their human forms, bitterly holding on. It could be said that in just a dozen breaths of time, this vast star domain at the core of the root of all evil was in complete chaos. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this, nor did he have the time to pay attention to it. The thick tribulation clouds in the sky were still rumbling endlessly, but because they had lost the aura of the withered blade spirit, these tribulation clouds clearly gave off an extremely chaotic feeling, but they didn't disperse. This was extremely abnormal, and coupled with the sudden activation of the Netherworld Cauldron, Yi Xian had a strong premonition that the heavenly Tao's green eye was in the midst of awakening, and could descend at any time. He had to leave this damned place as soon as possible. However, since the Farmer God Cauldron had been activated, the identity of young Master Linghu had already been exposed. Yi Xian had paid such a huge price, and if it was only to save the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise, he was truly somewhat unwilling. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it had only been a few breaths of time since Yi Xian had activated the Farmer God Cauldron. As his mind spun, Yi Xian immediately raised his head and let out a long roar, fiercely roaring in the direction of the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise. Two old brothers, bring the native beasts into the Farmer God Cauldron. I have a way to bring you out. Hearing this roar, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise immediately turned to look at the Farmer God Cauldron. When Yi Xian had activated the giant cauldron, he had waved his hand and smashed it in the direction that the two of them had to pass by as they were being sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron. And now, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were slowly being dragged into the Netherworld Cauldron and just happened to pass by it. Compared to their slow but continuous movement toward the Netherworld Cauldron, the Farmer God Cauldron, which was as huge as a superstar, was suspended in the void, motionless, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. At least, after entering the Farmer God Cauldron, even if the Farmer God Cauldron was eventually sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron and thrown into the Netherworld Cauldron, the creatures inside the cauldron would be fine. After all, they were too big, and the mouth of the Netherworld Cauldron could not hold them at all. Naturally, they would not be crushed by the millstone inside the Netherworld Cauldron. Everyone understood this principle. The immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise only hesitated for a moment, then raised their heads and roared, sending a signal to all the native beasts that were still alive to throw themselves into the Farmer God Cauldron. Chapter 3764. Bang! A loud bang was heard. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise easily passed through the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the Shinnon Cauldron and directly entered the cauldron. This included a large number of native ferocious beasts that were lucky enough to survive the Netherworld Cauldron, who happened to be sucked into the cauldron by the power of the Netherworld Cauldron. Only the domain lord of the Hell Ant clan was pulled back towards the Netherworld Cauldron, and when he passed by the Shin-known cauldron, he slammed head-on into the nine-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. A huge sound rang out, and not only was he unable to pass through the nine-colored mist to enter the space inside the cauldron, he was also pulled back by the netherworld cauldron. It popped out. "Oh, what's going on? Why can't I enter?" At this moment, this domain lord from the Hell Ant race was on the verge of collapse. All the other native beasts could enter through the Shin-known cauldron, and there was no lack of existences that weren't even ants in his eyes. However, it was him, a domain lord old monster, who had used all his strength to smash into it, but was actually rebounded. Although the black shell on his head wasn't swollen, his entire mind was in a daze. After all, this collision was too forceful. He couldn't accept such an outcome, and let out a long howl. He didn't know if it was because of anger or pain. "I'm sorry, we're not familiar with each other. My farmer god cauldron is a primordial treasure. How can anyone enter it just because they want to?" Yixin almost burst out laughing when he saw the Hell Ant Clan's domain leader being rebounded. The Hell Ant Clan's elder was roaring like thunder, but he couldn't control his body and was still being dragged toward the netherworld furnace at an incomparably slow pace. However, he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and muttered a few words lightly. At this time, he had already moved directly to the mouth of the Shin-known cauldron. His figure was half hidden in the nine-colored fog of the mouth of the cauldron. He was protected by the power of the Shin-known cauldron and did not feel the slightest suction force at all. After all, both the dark stove and the farmer god cauldron were primordial treasures, and both were extraordinary ones at that. Yixin had long refined the farmer god cauldron, and with the protection of the internal field of the cauldron, he had no problem resisting the suction of the dark stove. In fact, it was extremely easy. Today, all the warships and starry sky experts in the core of the origin of all evil were more or less affected by the suction force of the netherworld furnace. Those who were further away were still able to maintain a slow and steady momentum, but those who were closer were constantly being pulled back by this suction force. He was getting closer and closer to the netherworld furnace. Only Yixin and the Shin-known cauldron under his feet remained motionless in the void not too far away from the netherworld cauldron. Since his identity had already been exposed, Yixin simply undid his true form as the three-headed, six-armed demon ape and appeared in front of everyone as young Master Linghu. Therefore, he also changed the way he addressed himself as young Master Linghu. At this moment, after he had returned to his human form, his cultivation base had dropped to the 13th Great Realm, First Realm Genesis. However, he was standing inside the nine-colored mist at the entrance of Farmer God Cauldron with his hands clasped behind his back. He wasn't affected by the suction force of the netherworld cauldron at all. This scene caused the eyes of all the experts of the various clans that were at least at the universe realm to turn red while their chests rose and fell violently. Fuck, it's too unfair. This absolutely made them gnash their teeth in envy because it was a matter of life and death. Pooh! When he heard Yixin's casual words, the region lord of the Hell Ant clan was angered to the point of almost spitting blood on the spot. In the beginning, his face was covered in a savage expression, but as his figure was pulled by the suction force of the netherworld cauldron to the side, the old fellow's face changed indeterminately. In the end, he accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and forcefully squeezed out a smile that was even more unsightly than crying. And then he said in a soft and flattering tone, "Fellow Taoist Linghu, you don't have to be so resolute about just giving me a hand, right? It was just a misunderstanding from before, and it's nothing more than a fleeting moment." His tone was practically begging. It wasn't easy for all the old fellows that were able to cultivate into the Region Lord realm, so how could they be willing to endure such a blow? A few tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation being destroyed in a single day? Yixin had seen through this a long time ago, and he'd intentionally prevented the Region Lord of the Hell Ant Clan from entering the Farmer God Cauldron. At this moment, when he saw the other party admit defeat, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "It's fine if you want to enter the cauldron, but the cost can't be low, right? It's not that this young master is taking advantage of the situation, but the problem is that the risk of giving you a hand in passing is too great for this young master. No problem. TSK, take it. The region lord of the Hell Ant clan didn't hesitate at all. Compared his life, how could he care about some worldly possessions? As he spoke, he directly tossed a small spatial box over to Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist, quickly catch it. Don't absorb it away. If it's not enough, we'll make up for it later. Let me in first. All right. How could a region lord throw out a treasure for the sake of saving his life? Be ordinary. Yi Xian controlled the 9-colored mist to grab the small spatial box, and he didn't even look at it before putting it away into the undying world within his body. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a cloud of 9-colored mist immediately surged out from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and swept the other party into it. Inside the cauldron, of course, even though Yi Xian was confident in the farmer god cauldron, and even a region lord wouldn't be able to force his way out if he didn't open his authority, he couldn't just let them wander around in such a huge space, right? Hence, after the region lord of the Hell Ant clan was enveloped by the 9-colored mist, he was directly sent into the prison wall of the Central Region's volcano by Yi Xian. Lock him up first. Even though the other party was a region lord, the farmer god cauldron wasn't an ordinary primordial treasure. Yi Xian didn't think that he could force his way out of the prison wall of the mountain wall. Unless a region lord came, there might be a chance. Just like that, another 5 to 6 breaths of time passed. Yi Xian's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. If not for the large number of savage beasts being sucked into the farmer god cauldron from time to time, you would have already kept the cauldron and left. Looking around, Yi Xian looked at the savage beasts that were rushing towards the farmer god cauldron along with the suction force of the netherworld cauldron. There were about a few 100,000 savage beasts, and apart from a small portion that couldn't be saved because they were too far away, there were still other savage beasts that could be saved. The savage beasts would need about 10 breaths of time before they could all enter the cauldron. These 10 breaths of time were the last moments that Yi Xian could stay in this nightmare land. Once the time was up, he had to leave. Chapter 3765. Those who don't want to die, those who haven't lived long enough, will all come into the bowl. These words were truly too infuriating, and all the higher-ups of the various clans had almost spat out blood on the spot when they heard this. Especially the region lords and star lords of the Colored Python clan and Spatial Mouse clan. Unlike the other clans, the universe Taoist of their clans hadn't been captured but killed, so their hatred for Yi Xian could be said to have reached the peak. Yet now, they were being ridiculed and manipulated by him, so the knot in their hearts was truly indescribable. Unfortunately, no matter how sullen they felt, they still had to lower their heads when it was time. Save me. A miserable and shrill howl resounded, and the hearts of all the experts in the surroundings jerked. They turned around to look towards the source of the sound, and they just happened to see a star lord from the ferocious race enter the mouth of the nether furnace. This fellow was truly unlucky. The ferocious race's main body was already enormous, and upon attaining the region lord realm, they didn't even need to activate their bloodline true bodies to be 300 m tall. This was the reason why he'd suffered such a loss. The suction force of the nether furnace had a huge effect on his body, so even though he was originally behind all the experts of the universe realm, star lords and region lords, he was instead pulled forward by the suction force that grew stronger and stronger. At this time, as the body of the giant ferocious race old monster entered the dark cauldron, the miserable howl in his mouth came to an abrupt halt. However, the crunching sound of flesh and blood being crushed inside the dark cauldron suddenly rang out. There was no doubt that this unlucky fellow had been directly crushed into mush by the enormous millstone within the nether furnace. Fellow Taoist Linghu, I felt like I hit it off with you. This is just a small token of my appreciation, so quickly accept it. The Blood WRM clan's region lord, Jiao Kong, was terrified, and his face was pale as snow. His entire body trembled, and he didn't hesitate to withdraw a spatial box at the first possible moment before tossing it towards the mouth of the farmer god furnace. Fellow Taoist, quickly accept it. I only have 10 breaths of time, and I don't want to waste it. His body just happened to pass by the side of the Shinnon cauldron's mouth. At this moment, When he threw out the small space box in his hand, his body immediately exerted force and slammed into the mouth of the cauldron filled with nine-colored fog. Yi Xian waved his hand and directly let him go. The old man's figure disappeared into the nine-colored fog. At the same time, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the small spatial box that he casually threw over into his undying world. As soon as this was done, the other domain lords, star lords, and universe gods could no longer sit still. They all took out small spatial boxes, gritted their teeth, and urged the energy in their bodies to rush to the edge of the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, they were cheering loudly, fighting to be the first. Linghu, my young friend, these are all the cultivation resources this old man has on him. Why don't you give me a ride? Yes or no? Count me in. Ayaya. It seems that 4 breaths of time have passed. Little friend, connect it and let us go over quickly. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Everything before was a misunderstanding. As these noisy and anxious voices sounded, small spatial boxes covered the sky and covered the earth as they shot toward the edge of the farmer god cauldron, where Yi Xian was. He waved his hand and summoned streams of nine-colored fog, which wrapped them up and kept them in his undying world. As for the figures that gritted their teeth and rushed to the edge of the cauldron, they were like dumplings falling into the nine-colored fog of the farmer god cauldron's mouth and disappeared. Some of them even wanted to take advantage of the situation and didn't even throw out their spatial boxes to pay the entrance fee. After all, the situation was too chaotic. Apart from the universe gods, star lords, and domain lords, there are also a few experts below the universe realm who happen to be nearby, including some battleships, fortresses, and strongholds. They all charged at full speed toward the farmer god cauldron's mouth. Yi Xian didn't stop these fellows who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Even if they didn't pay the entrance fee, he still let them enter the cauldron. In any case, all existences that entered the nine-colored fog, whether they were universe masters, battleships, fortresses, or strongholds, were all sent to the vast plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Without exception, they were all imprisoned. There was plenty of time to settle accounts with them one by one later. At this time, the indigenous ferocious beasts in the surrounding void, which happened to be near the farmer god cauldron, had all entered the mouth of the cauldron. Although there were still some indigenous ferocious beasts struggling in the distant void, because they were too far away, even Yi Xian couldn't save them. More importantly, the sense of alarm that had always existed in his heart had almost reached its peak at this time. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before suddenly descended. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. As he ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, he waved his hand and kept the farmer god cauldron under his feet into his undying world. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian immediately felt an irresistible and majestic suction force on his body. After the Shinon cauldron under his feet disappeared, his body suddenly shot backward because he was no longer protected by the nine-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he was already more than 10,000 miles away. In another 2 or 3 breaths, he would be sucked into the netherworld cauldron. Inside the cauldron, coincidentally, at this critical juncture, the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system's subsidiary title was fully activated. Yi Xian's figure suddenly paused in the midst of his rapid retreat, and then silently disappeared. Rumble! Almost at the same time as his figure disappeared, an unprecedentedly loud, thunderous explosion suddenly came from the cosmic void above the core of the root of all evil. At this moment, the extremely thick layer of black tribulation clouds that enveloped this expanse of space suddenly split into 2, and a vast expanse of space appeared at the center of the central territory, and it was an entire 5,000 kilometers away. Crack! An exceptionally clear and resounding sound of lightning suddenly exploded, and the vast void in the middle of the black tribulation cloud that was thousands of miles away was suddenly split open, and a green eye that was in the midst of opening was shockingly revealed. This green eye was like a star. It was too huge, as if it was the eye of the heavens. At this moment, as soon as it opened, an incomparably blazing green light beam instantly shot out, penetrating the crack in the void that was split open by the green lightning and descending into the core of the root of all evil. At this time, Yi Xian had already quietly fled far away. What he took away with the Shenknown Cauldron, in addition to the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, there were also fleets and starry sky masters for various races and forces from the three universes. 8 old monsters of the domain lords, dozens of old monsters of the star lords, more than 100 powerful beings of the universe, a total of more than 5 million huge battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various races, and the starry sky masters in these battleships. Chapter 3766. Oh my God, what happened? Why did the warship stop? There is clearly no malfunction in the engine compartment, and it is still operating normally. Heavenly Eye. What a huge green heavenly eye. It's emitting a green light pillar that enshrouded the entire central area like a star. It's over. A great horror is coming. We can't get out. Huh. Screech. In the core hinterland of the root of all evil, a beam of blazing green light shot out from the heavenly eye outside the spatial rift, completely enveloping the entire core hinterland of the root of all evil. After only one moment, all the warships, native beasts, experts of various species, and even some star lords who hadn't fled far away were frozen by a mysterious force and couldn't move at all. An invisible fear spread out quickly. The entire central area seemed to have turned into a hell in an instant. The air of death was so intense that it couldn't have been thicker. Bam! Bam! Crack! Crack! Earth-shattering explosions resounded in an instant. There were countless starry sky powerhouses and millions of native ferocious beasts lingering in the star field of the source of all evil. As for all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses from various races and forces of the three major planes, there were more than 10 million of them. Among them, except for a small number of powerful starry sky fortresses, which had escaped to the central region buffer zone and even the outer region, all the battleships that were still in the core hinterland of the void completely exploded at this moment. Tens of millions of warships and fortresses, large and small, collapsed and exploded into enormous fireballs that dyed the void in the core area red. Cracking noises that made one's teeth ache were echoing nonstop. All kinds of warships that had turned into enormous fireballs were disintegrating. In the end, it turned into countless warship fragments of various sizes that floated in the void. A great river suddenly appeared in the vast void, a river formed by countless alloy fragments that stretched across the void. But it was still not over yet. As the warships exploded, countless space experts and native beasts, as well as the remains of powerful creatures from the primordial era that were still around the Netherworld Cauldron. Without exception, all of them exploded one after another under the influence of a mysterious and unfathomable majestic force. Even the Star Lord old monsters were no exception. They had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but once they died, they did not leave behind a complete corpse. They turned into countless pieces of broken limbs of varying sizes, together with the bloody mist that spread out in the void as their bodies exploded. It was obviously a great purge. Everything in the central area of the source of all evil had become the target of the purge. The heavenly I was obviously infuriated. This time, although he was alarmed and forced to come here because of other reasons, he noticed the abnormality of the Netherworld Cauldron as soon as he arrived. After some investigation, he instantly understood what had happened to the Netherworld Cauldron. However, due to the protection of the headless infant corpse, everything that Yi Xian had done had been concealed from the heavens. As a result, even the heavenly Tao was unable to deduce too much information. He had no idea who had done all of this. It was also because of this that his anger was burning even more fiercely. At this moment, he was clearly using everything in the core hinterland as a barrel to vent his anger. He was using this apocalyptic purge to vent the raging anger in his heart. However, The entire star area of the source of all evil was too vast. Although the heavenly eye's consciousness had been awakened, and he had descended as a projection, he had not yet recovered to his peak state. The power of the heavenly eye's azure light beam could not cover the entire vast star area of the source of all evil. The area that was enveloped by his green light divine ability was only limited to the core area of the root of all evil. Outside the central area's buffer zone and peripheral areas, there were still a large number of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. There were about 3 to 4 million of them. In addition, there were also many space experts. With the arrival of the heavenly eye, the terrifying suction force emitted by the mysterious netherworld cauldron in the central area also disappeared. Now, all the warships and space experts in the central area's buffer zone and peripheral areas were running for their lives, taking advantage of this opportunity to escape outside the star area of the source of all evil. During this process, they naturally saw everything that was happening in the void of the central area in front of them. This scene was like the real end of the world. The huge core hinterland was completely wiped clean by the terrifying azure light divine ability. Countless warships, ferocious beasts, experts of various races in space, and the remains of the ancient creatures that had been floating in the void all collapsed without exception, turning into alloy fragments and remains of flesh and blood. They mixed together and gathered in the void in the center of the core, forming a line of nothingness. An empty river, a ghastly sight. The next moment, the netherworld cauldron at the end of the central area suddenly bloomed with blazing white light again. This time, it was even more blazing than before, almost comparable to the azure light of the heavenly eye that had frozen all the warships, experts of various races, and indigenous ferocious beasts. Swish! The shrill sound of breaking through the void rang out again, still coming from the netherworld cauldron at the end of the central area. At this moment, the terrifying suction force that had been temporarily suspended by the azure light shot out by the heavenly eye suddenly reappeared. However, this time, it did not affect the central area's buffer zone and peripheral areas, but only in the central area of the source of all evil, where the terrifying river lay in the void. However, it was also because of this that the suction force that suddenly appeared once again in the core hinterland was clearly much stronger than before. It was simply not on the same level of power as before. Swish! The air-breaking noises continued. Under the influence of the terrifying attraction force that was even more intense and exuberant than before, the dreadful river made of countless ferocious beasts, space experts, the debris of warships, and the remains of the primordial creatures seemed to come alive, or maybe it was being sucked in by a giant whale. It turned into a long rainbow, aiming at the terrifying netherworld cauldron at the end of the central area, and directly entered through the huge mouth of the netherworld cauldron, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Kacha! Kacha! As the terrifying river formed by countless alloy fragments and flesh and blood poured into the netherworld cauldron, the incessant cracking sound in the netherworld cauldron suddenly became louder. Everything was thrown into the huge millstone in the netherworld cauldron, and the crushing began. At this point, the central area of the central area was empty, and the dense tribulation clouds at the top of the void seemed to have begun to dissipate. If nothing unexpected happened, everything seemed to be over. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred once again at this moment. Roar. Chapter 3767. Roar, roar. Along with these two earth-shaking roars, in two remote corners of the hinterland billions of miles away from the netherworld cauldron, two void cracks suddenly appeared. Then, two enormous figures rushed out from the two cracks. They were extremely fast. One was black, and the other was green. They were like lightning. These two figures were none other than a wind fiend tiger and a primeval lightning centipede. The wind demon tiger had two horns on its back and was extremely fast. In the ancient times, it was called the wind demon and had the ability to control the wind. The immemorial thunder centipede was in the shape of a dragon, but it was slightly different. In the legends, a snake was a python was a hoe, A hoe was a hoe, a jiao was a jiao was a horn dragon was an inglong, and an inglong was a divine dragon. The immemorial thunder centipede was said to be the evolution of the immemorial great hoe. This thunder centipede's evolution was obviously a mutation, and had the ability to control lightning, and was extremely ferocious. These two indigenous ferocious beasts, whether it was the wind demon tiger or the immemorial thunder centipede, were like the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle. Even in the ancient times, they were extremely rare creatures. And compared to the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle, these two indigenous ferocious beasts that had just broken out of seclusion were even more terrifying in terms of cultivation strength. The immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle had introduced to Yi Xian that among the indigenous ferocious beasts in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil, there were still three extremely powerful ferocious beasts that had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. These three extremely powerful indigenous ferocious beasts, at that time, had all reached the level of peak 9th level domain lord. They had torn apart the void tens of thousands of years ago, and each entered an unknown universe void to break through. They only maintained a faint connection with the core hinterland of the origin of all evil, so that they could return to the ancestral land after breaking through successfully. Now, the wind demon tiger and the immemorial thunder centipede were two of these three extremely powerful indigenous ferocious beasts. The other one was obviously still in seclusion and had not broken through yet. Although the heavenly Tao green eye was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao and represented the heavenly Tao, he had not yet recovered to his peak state, and this time was only a will projection. In addition, before the three powerful indigenous ferocious beasts tore open a crack in the void and entered seclusion, they had all used their great divine abilities to cut off some karmic connections. Therefore, before the wind demon tiger and immemorial thunder centipede and the immemorial thunder centipede successfully broke through, relying on a faint connection, they had officially from lightning, even the will clone of the green eye of the heavenly Tao was unable to capture any traces of their existence. But now, with the return of the demonic wind tiger and the primordial thunder centipede, their existence had been officially exposed and immediately attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Originally, the huge crack in the sky that was thousands of kilometers away had already begun to slowly close. The dense tribulation clouds on both sides of the crack gradually dissipated, and the heavenly Tao azure gradually closed. However, at this moment, when the furious roars of the wind demon tiger and the primordial thunder centipede rang out, their auras dispersed, and the heavenly Tao azure instantly reappeared. This time, the eye of the heavenly Tao green suddenly opened. Its chi was locked, and it shot out two blazing green lights. One on the left and one on the right, they shot toward the wind demon tiger and the immemorial thunder centipede. This green light is the aura of the netherworld furnace? I understand. It turns out that everything is just a conspiracy. The so-called bloodline protection is just a scam. We are just raw materials for the flesh and blood raised by the creator of the netherworld furnace. Roar! Roar! The netherworld furnace refining formation was originally set up by the heavenly Tao youth. Today, the wind devil demon tiger and the primordial thunder centipede keenly captured an aura that was of the same origin as the netherworld furnace from the two pillars of green light that shot over. In addition to everything that had happened before, besides the invaders from outside the domain, even the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts that remained in the core of the void had all exploded under the terrifying power of the eye of the heavenly Tao. Together, they had evolved into that terrifying river and were thrown into the netherworld furnace. All of this instantly made the wind demon tiger and the immemorial thunder centipede come to a realization, as if they had been enlightened. They had already understood everything. These two powerful indigenous ferocious beasts, after successfully breaking through after thousands of years of seclusion, now had the terrifying cultivation of the Sector Lord realm. As dignified Sector Lords At this moment, they suddenly knew that they were just raw material for the flesh and blood of other existences. This matter had already pierced the sky, causing them to completely go berserk. In the periphery of the buffer zone and the source of all evil in the central region, there were still fleets of some races and starry sky experts who were rapidly retreating, not leaving this star field. The appearance of the wind demon tiger and the immemorial thunder centipede fell into their field of vision at the first moment, causing a large number of shocked exclamations. Look, there are two more big guys. Both of them are sector lords. Their auras are too terrifying. That is a wind demon tiger and an immemorial thunder centipede. Even in the distant primordial era, they were extremely rare primordial ferocious beasts like the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle. These two big guys that appeared last are obviously more terrifying in strength. Who would have thought that there would be two sector lord realm indigenous ferocious beasts hidden in the depths of the core of the hinterland? With these two supreme beings of the sector lord realm guarding the core, even if the later accident did not happen, even if the terrifying eye of the heavenly Tao did not descend, the final result of the tens of millions of battleships army from the three major realms attacking the core of the hinterland is already destined. Great terror. There is indeed a great terror hidden in the depths of the source of all evil. Although the fortune is amazing, to obtain it, one must pay a heavy price. Unless the various races send supreme beings of the sector lord realm. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. Roar, roar. As these cries of alarm rang out one after another, in the depths of the core of the root of all evil, the two gigantic wind demon tiger and the primordial lightning centipede roared once more. From different directions, they pounced toward the heavenly Tao azure eye in the crack in the void above. Chilala, the wind demon tiger flapped its wings fiercely. In a vast void with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles around its body, countless blood-colored wind blades appeared out of thin air in an instant. They turned into a large river and poured toward the crack where the heavenly green eye was located. Sector Lord Realm experts were indeed extraordinary. With a casual flap of their wings, the vast void within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles was completely reduced to a world of wind blades. Such a terrifying scene of power. Even if thousands of large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were launched at the same time, they would not be able to compare. In another direction, the immemorial thunder centipede was also launched at this moment. Screech. Chapter 3768. Although the core hinterland of the origin of all evil was vast and boundless, at this moment, 1/3 of the void of the star region was surging with terrifying and raging energy. On one side were endless wind blades as majestic as the Milky Way. On the other side were endless rolling thunderballs. All of them covered hundreds of millions of miles of the void, with a suffocating and terrifying power madly surging toward the huge crack in the void above. Such a terrifying scene. Even if millions of large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters launched at the same time, absolutely could not achieve it. It was too shocking. Outside the buffer zone of the central region and the periphery of the origin of all evil, all the fleets of the major clans and the masters of the starry sky who had not yet left and were still rapidly retreating gasped after seeing this scene. The shock on their faces could no longer be described with words. However, in the face of all this, the heavenly Tao green eye in the crack thousands of miles away in the void above only opened its eyes for a moment. At the same time, it revealed a mocking expression, and several green pillars of light shot out. The speed was extremely fast, and in an instant they caught up with the two green lights that had been shot out from the green eye. In the blink of an eye, they gathered together, and their diameters reached exactly 100,000 meters. There were still two of them, one left and one right. They shot toward the roaring wind demon tiger and the primordial thunder centipede. While all at rumble, wherever the two green light beams passed, all the wind blades and black lightning balls that came into contact with them instantly collapsed and exploded. Like snow meeting the scorching sun, They melted without any resistance. This scene was too shocking, proving the fact that the endless wind blades and thunderballs that were surging toward them were on a completely different level of power from these two green light pillars. Even if there were more of them, no matter how powerful they were, the level of power was not as good as the human. And after all, they were at a disadvantage. As soon as they came into contact with each other, they had an unstoppable force, which already explained the problem. Roar! Roar! In the face of all this, the wind demon tiger and the primordial thunder centipede, who had already rushed to the void thousands of miles away, roared again. But this time, their roars were clearly full of fear, with strong shock and horror. In this instant, after only half a round of confrontation, the wind demon tiger and the ancient thunder centipede had already realized the gap between them and this huge blue eye that was as big as a star. The other party's aura was not obvious, so there was no way to probe and capture the aura of the prepared realm. Otherwise, they would not have been so reckless just now, directly using their divine abilities and attacking with all their strength. But now, the power displayed by the Cyan Heaven's Eye's sudden attack undoubtedly proved its level and strength. A strong feeling of life and death crisis arose in the hearts of the Wind Fiend Tiger and the primeval lightning centipede at practically the same time, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and flee at top speed after letting out a wild roar. In just half a round of confrontation, their full-strength attacks were directly melted by the two green light pillars that were easily shot out by the other party. It was as if the other party was unstoppable. This was enough to prove how powerful the other party was. This star, Cyan Heavens, I was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed the Sector Lord realm. Moreover, it was not just a little bit stronger, it was definitely not as simple as one or two large realms. The wind demon tiger and the primeval lightning centipede were still ferocious a moment ago, but now they were like stray dogs. The only thought in their minds was to escape. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Crackle! These two gigantic cyan light pillars, with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters, destroyed all the wind blades and black lightning they encountered. Even the speed of the cyan light pillars was not affected in the slightest. On the other hand, the cyan light pillar seemed to have absorbed a large amount of wind blades and black lightning energy along the way. At this moment, it was shooting over, and its speed was continuously increasing. It was getting faster and faster, and in just a short breath of time, its speed had already reached a peak. At this moment, the wind demon tiger and the primeval lightning centipede had just turned around and were about to escape. The two cyan light pillars had already arrived in front of them, directly locking onto their bodies, and without any suspense, smashed down. Bang! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the endless void in the core of the root of all evil seemed to shake violently at this moment. The wind demon tiger and the primeval lightning centipede were so shocked that they did not even have the slightest ability to resist. The moment these two gigantic cyan light pillars smashed down, their gigantic bodies completely exploded into two clouds of blood mist, one cyan and one black. Two extremely powerful native ferocious beasts of the fallen domain lord realm were completely destroyed by a single cyan light pillar with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters in just one blow. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. This scene almost frightened the large fleets of the various races and the universe experts who were rapidly retreating from the central region buffer zone and the outer regions of the root of all evil. Shocked cries rang out again in the void. Exploded? They really did explode. These are two supreme, ferocious beasts of the Sector Lord realm. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Supreme, ferocious beasts of the Sector Lord realm could not even withstand a single blow. Just one cyan light pillar with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was enough to destroy them in both body and soul. This is definitely not the same level of power. Just who is that huge cyan eye the size of a star? An existence that surpasses the Sector Lord realm, and not just by a little bit. It's at least several realms stronger. Heavens, what realm is that? Run. Immediately run out of this ghost region. This is too shocking. If this old man can get out of here alive, I will never step foot in this place again. Look, those two clouds of blood mist, one cyan and one black, formed by the instant explosion of the two supreme ferocious beasts, are actually being sucked into that terrifying star cauldron. This is clearly a refining formation, with the star cauldron as the core. The functions of the surrounding chains are unknown, but the raw materials are battleships, flesh and blood, all in shocking amounts. There is even the blood chi, formed by the explosion of the two supreme, ferocious beasts. It's too terrifying. What kind of thing is this void refining formation going to refine after combining all of these things together? Along with these shocked cries, the cyan and black blood mist floating in the center of the core space. The blood chi essence formed by the explosion of the two supreme, ferocious beasts seemed to be pulled in by some sort of suction force. It quickly floated and entered the mouth of the huge netherworld cauldron at the end of the hinterland. Chapter 3769. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the countless mysterious rune chains connecting the inner and outer walls of the netherworld cauldron suddenly rang out without warning. Faintly, one could hear some faint sounds of thunder coming from within the netherworld cauldron. At this moment, if someone entered the interior of the netherworld cauldron, they would see that the giant millstone in the central region of the netherworld cauldron hadn't completely stopped. It was still rotating slowly, but at an extremely slow speed. In the giant hole in the center of the millstone, which was used to place the condensed raw materials, there wasn't a single bit of solid matter left. All the remains of the universe experts, indigenous ferocious beasts, and primordial beings had been crushed into meat paste by the millstone's extreme speed. It was the same for the tens of millions of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds. Although they were all made of the strongest cosmic alloy, and there were also large amounts of materials and equipment in these battleships, for example, antimatter light energy generators and the like. However, all of this was nothing to this mysterious millstone, which was as huge as a star in the central region of the netherworld cauldron. This millstone could even crush the remains of primordial beings that had surpassed the Sector Lord realm, and had even reached the level of primordial supreme beings. What was a small cosmic battleship alloy to it? In short, all the materials that were pulled into the mouth of the netherworld furnace by the terrifying suction force of the netherworld furnace had now been crushed into a semi-liquid substance and mixed together. At this moment, they were stored in the central hole of the huge millstone, which had a terrifying diameter and was as deep as a star. The giant hole in the center of the netherworld cauldron was more than half filled. If one looked down from the top of the hole, they would see that the inside of the hole was filled with an indescribable semi-liquid substance. Its color couldn't be described as 9 colors anymore. It was like a mottled glass, emitting a strange aura that would make one's scalp go numb. The original function of this netherworld cauldron was to condense flesh and blood medicine, and the all-evil origin liquid was its product. However, it could only be condensed from powerful flesh and blood as the raw material. At the very least, the raw material had to be a universe grade that surpassed the Sector Lord realm. This was already proven by Yi Xian. Previously, when the netherworld cauldron was condensing the all-evil origin liquid, even the remains of the golden one-legged crow that had the aura of a Sector Lord was spat out like trash. It couldn't be used at all. Even the flesh and blood of a Sector Lord couldn't be used as raw materials. Now, it was obviously impossible to condense the so-called all-evil origin liquid from the countless low-level universe-grade beings, indigenous ferocious beasts, and large amounts of battleship alloy materials that were crushed by the netherworld cauldron. However, this void refining grand array was clearly extraordinary. The netherworld furnace could refine the all-evil origin elixir, but that wasn't all. Through the terrifying condensing power of the netherworld furnace, the mottled semi-liquid substance in the center of the millstone would clearly condense into something in the end. However, it was truly difficult to say what it was and what its power and effects would be. In fact, it was also a mystery as to why the Netherworld furnace would suddenly activate on its own and carry out such an unplanned refinement. Rumble, boom. Very quickly, the clattering sounds of the chains disappeared, and the enormous millstone in the furnace began to rotate once again. Its speed was extremely fast, and it maintained a uniform speed. This was exactly the same as the scene of the condensation of the all-evil origin liquid that Yi Xian had seen when he entered the furnace. The only difference was that the raw materials in the middle of the huge Netherworld cauldron were completely different from before. However, how bad could the final product condensed from the Netherworld cauldron be, no matter how low the grade of the raw materials was? Regardless of the truth, this was an unplanned and mysterious condensation for the Netherworld cauldron. And now, it had officially begun. The thick black tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated rapidly. In the end, even the huge crack in the void with a diameter of millions of miles was completely closed. Before it closed, the huge green eye that looked like a star seemed to feel that it had completed some kind of mission. It completely closed its eyes and hid in the deepest part of the void of the unknown plane, never to be seen again. The star zone of the source of all evil was completely silent. Before this, the powerhouses of the top forces and races in the three dimensions had organized fleets and entered the star zone one after another. Just the warships of the allied forces of the various races in the second universe totaled more than 10 million. The two human camps and the blue fleet of the Myriad Net Federation that arrived later also had 5 million warships. This was another 15 million warships. The slaves of the first universe also arrived later. The total number of warships also exceeded 10 million. In addition to the fleets of the allied fleets temporarily formed by some small forces and itinerant cultivators, the total number of warships, fortresses, and fortresses that entered the star zone of the source of all evil was almost 40 million. But now, in the entire star zone of the source of all evil, whether it was the outer area, the central area, or the central area, there was not a single warship or a single starry sky powerhouse in the entire vast star zone. Some of them had been taken away by Yi Xian with the Shinnon cauldron, and some of them had escaped. At this moment, they were spreading out in the void outside the star zone of the source of all evil, returning to their respective races like stray dogs. Some of them would forever stay in the central area of the star zone of the source of all evil. They had been thrown into the Netherworld cauldron and crushed into a semi-liquid liquid. They were being used as raw materials in the Netherworld cauldron for some kind of refinement. The first ones to escape the star zone of the source of all evil were the 3 star lords of the demon tribe, including Grandpa Mo. After they heard Yi Xian's warning, they turned around without hesitation and teleported out of the central area's buffer zone without any damage. Then, they passed through the outer area and arrived outside the star zone of the source of all evil. At that time, the Heavenly Eye had just appeared. When Grandpa Mo and the other 2 star lords rushed out of the star zone of the source of all evil, they turned around and saw the Heavenly Eye. They were so scared that they didn't dare to stay any longer. After they left the star zone of the source of all evil, they immediately activated their fastest speed and rushed toward the Demon Tribe star zone. They had a feeling that something big was going to happen in the star zone of the source of all evil, and that was exactly what happened. Before Grandpa Mo and the other 2 star lords returned to the Demon Tribe star zone, the news about what happened in the star zone of the source of all evil spread quickly while they were on their way back. The news was delivered by the fleets of the various races that escaped the star zone of the source of all evil. As soon as it was spread, it was passed through the level 2 star networks of the slave races in the first universe and spread throughout the first universe in the shortest time possible. Chapter 3770. Something big had happened in the source of all evil in the first universe. There was a great fortune hidden in the depths of the star field. A huge void refining array had appeared, and the core of the array was a giant cauldron like a superstar. The giant cauldron was surrounded by the remains of countless primordial creatures. They were at least star lords, and there were many sector lords. In addition, there were tens of millions of descendants of ancient beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world. The major races and forces in the three universes heard the news and went there one after another, eventually gathering into a terrifying superfleet. There were more than 40 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. The lineup of Star Lords in the entire fleet was so luxurious that it was suffocating. There were nearly 10 old monsters in the realm, hundreds of old monsters in the Star Lords, and thousands of Universe Lords. But in the end, the entire army collapsed. Only a few fleets escaped, and most of them were completely annihilated in the source of all evil. A Cyan I descended, and all the battleships, Star Lords, and even the native beasts guarding the void refining array were devoured by the netherworld furnace. And what triggered all this was a Cyan eye as huge as a star. It was impossible to estimate its cultivation level. Just 2 Cyan light beams were shot out, and 2 powerful native beasts at the Sector Lord level were killed instantly. A Wind Demon Tiger, an immemorial Thunder Centipede. They didn't even have the strength to resist, and were instantly blown away by the Cyan light beams, annihilated in body and soul. Apart from that, there was even more shocking news. Young Master Netherworld and Young Master Linghu had appeared again, and it had been confirmed that they were the same person. Young Master Linghu was Young Master Netherworld, and he was also the 7th peerless genius, the little primordial ape. Among the 7 peerless geniuses, 3 of them were the same person. This news instantly dumbfounded countless experts from the major races and forces in the 3 universes. Everyone was dumbfounded by the thunderbolt. If it weren't for the fact that countless experts had personally heard the little primordial devil ape admit his identity as the Netherworld Young Master, and also saw the little primordial devil ape summoned to the Medicine King Cauldron that belonged to Linghu Young Master, and reverted to his human form in front of everyone, revealing Linghu Young Master's original appearance, no one would have accepted this news. So much so that even the terrible change in the root of all evil star domain had a lot of clues pointing to Young Master Linghu. That day, it was precisely the demonic blade that Young Master Linghu had summoned when he had heavily injured the Battle Lion clan's Dao disciple of the Heaven and Earth Dao disciple, Wanjin. It had triggered the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Right after that, the netherworld furnace had awakened, and the green eye hovered in the air. The subsequent unforeseen events could no longer be controlled, whether it was Young Master Linghu or Young Master Netherworld. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the major forces and clans of the 3 major planes, both of them had a criminal record. The reason why these 2 identities were well known both inside and outside the world was all because of their ability to cause disasters. From this point of view, the shocking change in the source of all evil star field was most likely caused by him. This inference was immediately accepted and confirmed by most people. However, due to the sudden eruption of this unforeseen event, it could be said that all the major clans and forces in the 3 major dimensions had suffered disastrous losses. However, the main culprit, Young Master Linghu, had calmly and easily escaped before the arrival of the giant Cyan Eye at the final moment. After a lot of trouble and disaster, it was fine that he left. The key was that before he left, Young Master Linghu used the Shinnon Cauldron that was as huge as a star to carry away some warships and experts. The number was too huge. In addition to millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial boar and the primordial tortoise, there were fleets and starry sky experts from various races and forces of the 3 universes taken away by the Shinnon Cauldron. 8 old monsters of the realm, dozens of old monsters of the realm, more than 100 mighty figures of the universe, and a total of more than 5 million huge warships, fortresses and fortresses of various races, and countless starry sky experts in these warships. After learning this news, the core higher-ups of various races and forces of the 3 major planes were so angry that they almost vomited blood on the spot. Although the news that was sent back showed that the 8 old monsters of the realm, dozens of old monsters of the realm, more than 100 mighty figures of the universe, and nearly 5 million huge warships of various races all voluntarily entered the Shinnon Cauldron to take refuge. Young Master Linghu didn't coerce them. With his own strength, if it wasn't for a specific environment, he didn't have the ability to coerce them. But young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld were too fierce. Both of them were not easy to get along with. What they were best at was looting a burning house, extortion, and extortion. They already had a criminal record. On top of that, he had killed a domain lord from the Second Universe's Rainbow Python race in the domain of the root of all evil as the little primordial devil ape, and he had even captured several Universe Tao disciples from various races in the 3 major planes. If it was said that the entire group of people led by the 8 old monsters of the realm who sought the protection of the Shinnon Cauldron could be treated well in the Shinnon Cauldron, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. After a series of angry roars and roars, the various races all secretly sighed and began to raise the ransom money. Those forces and races that didn't have important figures trapped in the Shinnon Cauldron didn't feel much pressure. As for those races and forces that had Taoists of the universe, mighty figures of the universe, old monsters of the realm, and old monsters of the realm who were imprisoned in the Shinnon Cauldron, all of them acted as if their parents had died. When they thought that they would soon be ruthlessly slaughtered like pigs by young Master Linghu, the core higher-ups of these races and forces had an impulse to immediately start a massacre. However, through this matter, young Master Linghu's reputation had once again increased by a large amount. At that moment, it had been confirmed that of the 7 great demon-level geniuses, 3 of them were young Master Linghu himself. This was an extraordinary feat. It had directly caused young Master Linghu's reputation to surpass that of the other 4. They were Prince Xian, the invincible war god, Sha Baofeng, and the demon brother Mo Jinfeng. He had the momentum of becoming the number 1 peerless genius of the younger generation in a single leap. In fact, in the eyes of the core higher-ups of the various large forces and races, young Master Linghu was indeed worthy of the title of the number 1 peerless genius of the younger generation in the 3 major planes. Now, it was basically certain that the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true form was only one of the bloodline abilities he had grasped. Under this state, his cultivation could explosively increase by 2 realms. After removing this bloodline ability state, young Master Linghu's cultivation strength at the core of the root of all evil was only at the 13th realm, the realm of domain 1st rank. But it was also because of this that he achieved a series of astonishing battle results with his cultivation strength that wasn't too strong, which made people feel even more inconceivable. Even the Taoists of the various large races and forces were killed and captured alive by him in a 1 versus many situation. There was even an old monster of the realm that fell at his hands. Chapter 3771. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian's figure instantly appeared. At this time, he still had the appearance of young Master Linghu. Since his identity as young Master Linghu had been exposed, he would appear in front of others with this appearance for a period of time. Among the 7 peerless evildoers, 3 identities had been exposed. The remaining identities of Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, Sha Baofeng, and the Demon King's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, he had to pay special attention to not expose the truth so easily. Of course, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, the 8 great Vajras, Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Medusa, and more than 20 other heavenly legends of the Second Universe who had surrendered to him, all knew that the 7 peerless evildoers of the present age were actually Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had already informed them that this matter would not be leaked. Even so, a large number of experts from various races and forces from the 3 major planes, who had been brought into the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron by him, were all imprisoned in the plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region without exception. They could not come into contact with Ji Jinghong and the others at all. This was also Yi Xian's precautionary measure. As for how to settle this group of people, everything would have to wait until he entered the internal space of the cauldron personally and discussed with Ji Jinghong and the others before making a decision. At this moment, he was not in the second universe or the third universe, but in the depths of the black hole of life in the first universe. Ever since the incident with the Soldier Ladle clan, this place had become quiet. Recently, the first universe had not been peaceful, so no forces or races would have the intention to take advantage of the black hole of life. After leaving the place where the star mark coordinates were branded, Yi Xian found a secluded corner in the depths of the black hole of life and waved his hand to summon the Shinnon Cauldron. Then, after activating the concealment function of the Shinnon Cauldron and making it hide, he stepped into the internal space of the cauldron. This time, Yi Xian had killed and captured quite a few heaven and earth Taoists from the various large clans in the space of the gambling grounds at the edge of the core of the source of all evil. Other than the Tree Spirit clan's heaven and earth Taoist, Ling Puzi, who was used by him to refine the Shinnon Strange Flame, he was directly killed. And the others were basically all still alive. And Earth Taoist Shu Wushuang, Space Rat, the Hell Ant Tribe's heaven and earth Taoist Yi Jioming, and the giant ferocious tribe's heaven and earth Taoist Meng Masan were all captured alive. Now, they were all imprisoned in cages on a mountain wall alone. Taoist Jin, and heaven, Golden Eagle Clan, Taoist Jiao Jingro, Taoist Mei Jiao, Taoist Mei Jianyang, Taoist Shi Wanjin, among the top 10 clans in the second universe, excluding the Dark Turtle clan and the Tree Spirit clan, where the heaven and earth Taoist Ling Puzi had perished. The other 8 clans only had the 2 heaven and earth Taoists from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan. Yi Xian would have to deal with those 2 guys sooner or later, because he now knew that among the heaven and earth Taoists in the top 10 races in the second universe, those 2 guys were the most powerful. They were already at the late stage of the universe realm. This made Yi Xian very excited. He had the excitement of challenging his own limits. However, that was a story for another time. As for the heaven and earth pedophiles of the 6 major clans that he had captured, he handed them over to Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others as soon as he captured them, so that they could use the secret techniques of their clans to seize their Taoist foundations. Although these 6 fellows were all young, almighty Qinquan realm experts, after being knocked unconscious by Yi Xian, their cultivations were immediately sealed. After being sent into the Shinnon Cauldron, they were suppressed by the Shinnon Cauldron's domain power and could not cause any waves at all. Under such circumstances, even though Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others were not as powerful as them, they could still use their secret techniques to seize the Tao foundation of their opponents. But I don't know how this matter is progressing. The people who obtained these 6 Tao children of heaven and earth were Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyin, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Badeo. These 6 people had already surrendered to Yi Xian and could be considered as one of their own. As for the other 24 people, including the 8 great Vajras, they could only wring their hands and sigh. The next time they captured the Tao children of heaven and earth of their clans, they would encounter such a great fortune, which was like a pie falling from the sky. As soon as Yi Xian's figure appeared in the space inside the Shinnon Cauldron, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru greeted him with excitement. Behind them were the 8 great Vajras and a total of 30 young geniuses of various clans, including Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyin, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Badeo. Wow, we're going to make a fortune this time. What on earth is going on? You brat, did you rob a universe plane this time? Just the various battleships, fortresses, and fortresses thrown down alone are 5 or 6 million. Yes. There are even more masters in the starry sky. In addition to the masters in the various battleships, I saw a lot of almighty Qinquan realm experts among the naked ones thrown in. There are even Star Lords among them. How did you do it? We're Star Lords. I also saw at least 6 or 7 domain lords. TSK, we're going to soar into the sky this time. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, the 3 girls rushed in front of him. As they asked excitedly, they swung Yi Xian's arms like they were swinging on a swing. Their words were even more unrestrained. Those almighty Chinkoan realm experts and star lords just didn't enter the Shinon cauldron on the battleships, but in their mouths, they became naked, which really made people speechless. On the side, the 8 great guardian deities, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others stopped 100 meters away. When they heard the 3 girls' words, their faces gradually turned green. They were really scared by these 3 crazy girls. With these 3 girls jumping around, they didn't dare to get too close. On the other hand, the little princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, who was also a female cultivator, was very close to them. Although she didn't shake Yi Xian's arms like the 3 girls of the Purplish Warbler, she only stood about 10 feet away. It was obvious that she had become familiar with these crazy girls recently. Originally, there were only 3 troublesome girls, but now it seemed that there was a trend of increasing the number of members in the lineup. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and his face was instantly filled with black lines. In his mind, he began to think, in the future, I won't need any female cultivators. 4 of them are enough of a headache. If they form a strong team, I might even have the heart to die. Chapter 3772. Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and Lang Ganglai glanced at each other, then grinned as they responded one after another. Don't worry, they're all still alive. We didn't kill them directly, but they're on their last breath. Even if the Sector Lord Realm ancestors of their respective clans act, they won't be able to recover. After all, their Dao Foundation has been destroyed. That's right, those 6 fellows have bullied us a lot in their clans. They've done all kinds of evil. This time, they've finally received their retribution. It feels so good. The key is that we used the secret techniques of our respective clans. We didn't leave any unusual traces. Even if the Sector Lord Realm ancestors carefully investigate, they won't find any clues. Moreover, those 6 fellows' consciousnesses are all in chaos. Even soul searching has no effect. From the beginning to the end, they suffered everything in a coma. They don't know of our existence at all. So, it doesn't matter if we hand them over alive. After all, they're all universe Dao children of their respective clans. A total of 6 of them can be exchanged for a lot of ransom. Naturally, we have to make use of them. Otherwise, we would have killed them long ago. In the end, the 6 of them smiled knowingly at Yi Xian. The latter was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and bitterly smiled. This was good. He had learned his old profession thoroughly as soon as he joined the group. He even had the aura of someone who surpassed him. It was truly speechless. These 6 incomparably black-bellied fellows, plus the 8 great Vajras and the other 24 people. Once they were released back to their respective clans, it was no different from wolves entering a sheep's pen. That's right. Yi Xian did intend to release all 30 fellows. Based on the good fortune they had obtained in the Farmer God Cauldron, they would definitely soar into the sky after returning to their respective tribes. This was especially true for Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others. They had secretly seized the Dao foundation of their respective Daoist children of heaven and earth, although they had yet to reveal it. But in the future, they would definitely be refined slowly. At that time, these 6 fellows would definitely grow into new universe Dao children. In time, the entire clan would be in their hands. Of course, this might take a long time, but if Yi Xian exerted some influence from the outside, the development speed of the entire process would be greatly increased. In the end, once these fellows obtained the control of their respective clans with Yi Xian's secret help, Yi Xian would indirectly control a total of 30 top clans and powers. He would have all the top clans in the 2nd and 3rd universe. This was definitely a trump card. Once it was used in the future, its effect would definitely be heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Xian. They were all the important figures of the human clans and its clans. Families' clans and clans' powers. Of the clans and clans of the human clans' clans. To say they were all the important figures of the clans and clans. These people had all sworn an oath to do something for Yi Xian. Perhaps one person's strength was not very strong, but these 10,000 or so Federation elites represented almost all the top clans and clans of the human clans in the 3rd universe. If Yi Xian found them, and secretly gave an order, they would all respond at once. Everyone responded at the same time. The effect of that kind of influence was absolutely shocking. This was also a trump card, but it was also not the time to use it now. This is a rare opportunity. Later, I will secretly send you all to the cages at the bottom of the volcano in the central region and lock you up. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, and continued, including you all. You've been crazy for so long after coming out. You can't always stay in the Shinnon Cauldron, right? You should take advantage of this opportunity to go back. After he finished speaking, he directly ignored the pouting and unhappy expressions of the three girls and continued. When we return, we will bleed those fellows imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano one by one and ruthlessly extort a large sum of money. After receiving the ransom from their respective clans, I will release all of them one by one. You will be mixed in with them, so it will not arouse suspicion. As for what to say when your clans ask you later, you will naturally understand. There's no need for me to explain. Of course, before sending you out, I will secretly distribute a batch of cultivation resources and treasures to you. Everyone will have one. It will be a starting resource for your rapid development after you return to your clans. After you go out, you can secretly contact each other. At the same time, if you encounter something important and can't get in touch with me, you can directly contact Triumph City and ask for their help. Just say that it's my idea. Hearing Yi Xian's advice, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the other 22 young geniuses of the second universe all nodded. There was no objection, and they all looked a little excited. However, the 8 great guardian deities, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, looked embarrassed. Obviously, they all had their own ideas. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the 8 great guardian deities, asking for the reason. The 8 of them immediately shook their heads and smiled bitterly. It's not a problem for them to go back, but the 8 of us probably won't be able to go back. Yes. Last time, there were quite a number of people were caught with us. Later on, the others all went back, and only the 8 of us stayed behind. Moreover, those who were released all knew that we stayed behind willingly. In this case, if the 8 of us suddenly go back and go to our clans, I'm afraid that not only will we not have a chance to quickly rise up, but we will also be imprisoned for investigation. Even if we can evade this matter, in the future, there's basically no hope of rising up in our clans. In that case, it's better to stay in the Farmer God Cauldron. At least there is enough spirit energy here, and our cultivation will be faster. In addition, with such a large space in the cauldron, we will need someone to take care of it. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately fell in a deep thought. The 8 great guardian deities were right. He had forgotten about this before, but now it seemed that the 8 of them could not go back, and could only stay in the Farmer God Cauldron for the time being. After this matter was decided, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. He rolled his eyes and asked, "The 3 of you, what are you up to now?" "Nothing, we have been out for so long. Naturally, we should go back. Otherwise, our families will be worried." Yes. If you don't let us go, I won't let you go. But before we go back this time, shouldn't you help us finish condensing the armor so that we can bring it back? How long has it been delayed?" As they spoke, the 3 maidservants all rolled their eyes. Chapter 3773. Yi Xian didn't even think about the request of the 3 girls and immediately agreed. He had refined the armor of the 3 girls several times with the fusion system. Now, they were already Starry Sky legendary level treasures. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if he wanted them to reach the quasi-Starry Sky supreme treasure level, he would need to successfully fuse them 4 more times at most. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian arranged Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the other 22 young geniuses of the second universe to the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. After pretending to be imprisoned, he said a few words to the 8 great Vajras. Then, after the 8 of them left, he refined the armor of the 3 girls again. Fusion and condensation. Today, Yi Xian's cultivation was far from what it used to be. After the devouring system experienced several competitive tasks for the system's host and successfully won, It also evolved and grew again and again. It was also far from what it used to be. Therefore, this fusion and condensation was successful without any suspense. It only took him more than 2 hours. The three armor were still Starry Sky legendary level treasures, but they were very close to the Starry Sky epic level. If there were no accidents, after the next successful fusion and condensation, they could be promoted to the Starry Sky epic level. This kind of terrifying refining speed and success rate once again shocked Xianyuan Ziying and the other two girls. When Yi Xian handed over the 3 female cultivator armors that were overflowing with light and color and looked incomparably dazzling and powerful at the same time, he handed them over to the 3 girls one by one. After the 3 girls were stunned, they finally sighed and muttered a few words to Yi Xian, such as perverted, monstrous, and so on. They took their respective armors, sacrificed them, and ran off to the side to play. It was like an ordinary woman who suddenly got a beautiful new dress. They were excited and excited. After finally sending the 3 girls away, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. He adjusted his state of mind and began to think about how to deal with those fellows imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Among the captives captured in the previous battle, Lang Gongxiang, Jiao Zhenrong, and the other 5 heaven and earth Tao disciples, who were on their last breaths, were no longer of any value to be exploited. Not only had their Tao foundations been taken away, but they had also been stripped clean. Yi Xian locked the 6 of them together and asked for the ransom later. Their value could be considered to have been squeezed clean. In addition, he also had 2 Tao children of heaven and earth in his hands. They were both from the first universe's servant race. They were Meng Ma Shan and Yi Jioming. Yi Xian had no intention of redeeming these 2 fellows. That was no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountain. Therefore, he immediately took all the cultivation resources and magic treasures on Meng Ma Shan and Yi Jioming. Then, he threw them into 2 mountain cages in the depths of the central region's volcanic plain. He would not pay attention to them for a short time. He would think about it later. The next thing he needed to deal with was the fleets of various races and forces from the 3 universes, as well as the masters of the Starry Sky, who had rushed into the Shinnong Cauldron at the last moment to seek protection. The 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords, the dozens of old monsters of the Star Lords, and the hundreds of supreme masters of the universe naturally needed to be taken care of. However, Yi Xian planned to put this matter aside for a while. In his opinion, the first thing he should deal with was the 5 million huge battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various races. He did not need to care about the countless masters of the Starry Sky in these battleships for the time being. However, all the battleships of various types must be vacated first and then moved out of the central region's volcanic plain. There are still many battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types parked around the central region's volcanic plain. All of them have been obtained by Yi Xian through extortion in the Demonkin Star region. There were 5 million of them. If he added the 5 million trapped at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain, the total number of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses in Yi Xian's hands would exceed the 10 million mark. After such a huge fleet was sent to Triumph City, some large-scale production lines for intelligent robots would be set up to produce robot soldiers. When that time came, Triumph City would be able to amass a Starry Sky battleship army that all the top forces and races could not ignore in the shortest time possible. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get his hands on the 5 million battleships at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain. He was very anxious about this matter and was very concerned about it. For this reason, Yi Xian even decided to put aside the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle for the time being. At present, these millions of native ferocious beasts were all at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain. However, they were not individually imprisoned. After all, Yi Xian did not treat these native ferocious beasts as captives. He deliberately separated an extremely vast area at the bottom of the central region's volcanic plain to accommodate these native ferocious beasts. In that vast volcanic plain, the millions of native ferocious beasts were completely free to move about. However, there was no way for them to leave the volcanic plain. At the same time, they would not meet the experts of various races who were imprisoned in other areas. He planned to more or less settle these important matters before meeting with the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle to explain everything, including the truth about the netherworld furnace. In short, in Yi Xian's eyes, these native ferocious beasts were friends, not enemies. They needed to be treated appropriately. The bottom of the central region's volcanic plain. From the outside, the entire Shinon cauldron was as huge as a superstar. The space inside was even more vast. It was not like a small star region, but it was definitely several times the size of a superstar's interior space. The central region's volcanic plain took up a third of the cauldron's interior space. And this was only what Liu Biao saw in the internal space. In fact, the ring-shaped volcano's terrain was completely conical. The crater was already so large. The further one went down, the larger the space. When one reached the bottom of the volcano's plain, the vastness of this place made one completely speechless. 5 million warships of various types were imprisoned here, only occupying a small corner. As for the 8 domain lords, dozens of star lords, and hundreds of universe lords, they were all imprisoned in individual cages at the bottom of the volcano's ring-shaped mountain wall. This corner that imprisoned 5 million battleships was basically just enough for all the battleships to land and park. Even the height was limited by Yi Xian. The space was very cramped, and the height was only slightly higher than the large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. To put it more directly, this was simply stuffing over 5 million warships of various types into a box that was just enough to fit them. Under such circumstances, all the warships could not even take off. The slightest carelessness would cause them to crash. Chapter 3774. Fellow Taoists, brothers and sisters, uncles and uncles. I'm here. Suddenly, Yi Xian's teasing voice appeared without any warning. We haven't seen each other for half a day. This young master misses everyone to death. Fellow Taoists, have you all thought of this young master? Puff, puff. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, a large number of muffled sounds rang out from the plains at the bottom of the volcano. More than half of the Starry Sky experts were angered to the point of spitting out blood, including the nearly 200 supreme beings that were specially imprisoned. None of them were spared. It was too infuriating. What happened to taking refuge? Didn't he say that he would lend her a hand? There was simply no comparison. Everyone, including the 8 region lords, had become prisoners as soon as they entered. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. The other existences did not dare to answer Yi Xian's words, including the dozens of old monsters of the Star Lords. However, the 8 old monsters of the region lords, who were full of anger, spoke one after another as soon as they heard Yi Xian's words. Linghu, my young friend, you're finally here. Yes or no, my young friend, you have a lot of things to do, so we didn't want to disturb you. But now that you're here, you should be almost done with your work, right? Since you're done with your work, shouldn't you move us to another place? Yes, the situation was urgent before. We plunged in from the mouth of the Medicine King cauldron. The fog was too thick, so we didn't see the ground clearly. We didn't expect that we would plunge into this cave. The space is too narrow. My young friend, take us out quickly. It said that the inner space of the Shinon cauldron is full of birds and flowers. I'm suddenly in a mood to drink wine and discuss Tao with my young friend. I also have many treasures to give you. Yes, I also have some treasures in my hands, but I haven't found the right person to give them to. Today, I'm lucky to meet my young friend Linghu. The treasures in my storage ring are shining one after another. This is the auspicious sign of meeting a wise master. Oh, there's no hurry. When my young friend takes us out and we drink wine and discuss Tao together, what's the harm in telling you in detail? My young friend, what do you think? Nothing much. Just as the last person finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately replied. His tone changed and was filled with coldness. Humph, do you still want to go out? Do you really think this young master is so easily fooled? Didn't we agree to pay the cauldron entrance fee? After all, this young master had disregarded his own safety and acted bravely for a just cause. Ahem, I should at least give you some benefits to comfort you, right? And the result? Now, there are more than 5 million battleships in the Shinon Cauldron. How many people are in each battleship? You can count for yourselves. This young master didn't even receive 1,000 small space boxes. How is this proportionate? It's fine to fish in troubled waters, but you can't take so much. You're simply treating this young master as a sucker. This matter must be accounted for. This young master has decided to first make a roster of everyone and then check them one by one. After confirming the owners of nearly 1,000 small space boxes, the rest will be accounted for together. Come, there are too many people, and most of them are in the battleships. This matter is not urgent. I can tell everyone a piece of good news. Thanks to this young master, you are now safe. This young master has taken the Shinon Cauldron and left the source of all evil Starfield. In short, the crisis has been resolved. Whether it is this young master or you, we have plenty of time to slowly sort out this matter. There are too many people, and most of them are in the battleships. This is really inconvenient. Now listen to this young master's unified command. Everyone, come out of the battleships. This young master will first move these obstructing battleships out of here. Just a reminder, don't try to hide your aura in the battleships, and use this kind of method to fool this young master into sending you out. This young master can clearly tell you that the Shinon Cauldron is now at the edge of a large void turbulence crack. This young master will directly throw all the battleships that are moved out into that void turbulence crack. Previously, I have tested the water with several large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Once thrown in, they immediately disintegrated and then exploded. If anyone thinks that their physical body can withstand this level of void turbulence, they will be able to do it. Just hide as much as you want. Okay, now the countdown begins. In 5 minutes, this young master will activate the Shinon Cauldron and throw all the battleships out. After that, voila, as soon as Yixin finished his last sentence, the ground at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain was immediately filled with the sound of cabin doors opening. More than 5 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds, without exception, all opened their cabin doors. What a joke. The time was only 5 minutes. No one wanted to be a second late, and finally be thrown into the void turbulence together with the battleships. Going to that kind of place, even if they could resist the collapse of the physical body, they would not be able to find the way back at that time. It was equivalent to being exiled forever. No one wanted to try. In addition, don't think that he was joking. The methods of young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld had long been famous inside and outside the world, and the primordial little demon ape was even more ferocious. With the past achievements or criminal records of these three identities, who would dare to bet with him on the authenticity of those words just now? This guy was a devil incarnate. He had captured 8 old monsters of the domain, lords alive. What else couldn't he do? With this thought, the powerhouses of the major clans of the 3 major planes and more than 5 million battleships rushed out of the battleships in a panic like stray dogs. In the blink of an eye, the space above the battleships in this area was densely packed with human heads. At a glance, at least more than 100 million. After all, there were more than 5 million battleships of all kinds, and there were many powerhouses of various races in each battleship. Even if some of the positions were manned by intelligent robots, there were no less than 100 million Starry Sky powerhouses in all the battleships. The whole process was so fast that even Yixin was speechless. In about 3 minutes, more than 5 million battleships were completely empty. As for the intelligent robots, at this time, no one cared about them. With the power of the Shinon Cauldron, Yixin scanned all the battleships. After confirming that no one was left in them, he immediately moved all the battleships out of the plains at the bottom of the volcano and moved to the slopes around the crater above. Although this was a big project, the Shinon Cauldron had been completely refined by Yixin. With the power of the internal field of the cauldron, Yixin could easily do it. At this point, there was not a single battleship left in the vast area. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with powerhouses of various races. Okay, all the battleships have been moved out. Look, this is great. the field of vision is much wider. Chapter 3775. The words bleeding one by one instantly exposed Yi Xian's thoughts. In reality, he'd said that on purpose because he wanted these fellows to know that he'd come to extort them, so they shouldn't think about getting lucky. When one is under the eaves of another, the situation is stronger than one's. One has to accept one's fate. When they realized this, the hundreds of millions of experts in this area were instantly depressed to the extreme. However, no one dared to make a sound and could only grunt to themselves. Even those Star-Lord realm old geezers were the same. Only the 8 region lords were fuming with rage. All 8 of them had paid the entrance fee, and the situation was urgent at that time, so all of them were generous and didn't dare be stingy. But in the end, because the others didn't pay the entry fee, young Master Linghu caught them in the act and openly detained the 8 of them. It just so happened that young Master Linghu was in the right, so the 8 old geezers couldn't do anything about it, even if they tried to argue for it. They were truly cowardly. In their depression, the 8 region lords had nowhere to vent their anger, so they vented it all on the others present. You bastards! Have all of you been blinded by lard? All 8 of us are dignified region lords, yet we've paid the entrance fee without exception, yet all of you dare to take advantage of us. Could it be that all of you think you're more formidable than us? How infuriating! Young Master Linghu disregarded his own safety at such a critical moment and acted courageously for a just cause. All of you are stingy with the entrance fee. All of you have lost face for the various clans. How shameful! It's truly a disgrace. If this matter were spread, this old man's illustrious reputation would be completely destroyed by your hands. Idiots! You actually committed such a huge mistake for the sake of some material possessions. How can we hold our heads high before young Master Linghu like this? After a round of reprimanding, all the hundreds of millions of experts in this area had shrunk back from the scolding, and only then did the 8 old geezers vent their anger slightly. They grunted and huffed for a while, and then they probably felt that the show was about done, so they turned around and looked towards the plain at the bottom of the volcano. Come here. Because Yi Xian did not appear, his voice was transmitted from above. The group of old men were unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. They could only raise their heads and put on smiling faces to mediate the situation. Young friend, as you can see, this is really just a misunderstanding. Everything will be fine after we talk about it. Yes or no. The situation at the time was too urgent, so I didn't have time to pay the cauldron fee. This is understandable. Make up for it. This has to be fixed. Leave this matter to us. Yes. They're all juniors for various clans. With Little Friend's talent, you are in existence of the same generation as us. How could you be so calculative with these insensible juniors? An insensible junior? Humph, what a joke. You old geezers, you want to fool this young master to feel comfortable, right? Before the 8 old geezers could speak, Yi Xian's voice was directly transmitted, interrupting their words. He sneered, "Look around yourselves. There are nearly 200 powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters, but this young master received less than 100 entrance fees. What does this mean? At least half of the powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters have not paid the entrance fees. Are they all insensible juniors? This is simply insulting this young master's intelligence." Hearing this, the 8 old monsters of the domain lords did not utter a word. They all looked at each other with their mouths open, choking until their necks were thick. The 200 or so Star-Lord old monsters and powerful experts in the surroundings. Some sighed silently, some blushed. Needless to say, those who blushed were all people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and had no intention of paying the entrance fees at all. Although they had successfully sneaked in, they were now caught in the act. Compared to the hundreds of millions of experts from various clans who had also paid the entrance fees, as powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters, they were too conspicuous. Now that Yi Xian mentioned them, it was no different from being pressed on the fire to be roasted. Don't. Many of the powerful experts and Star-Lord old monsters were embarrassed and nervous to the point that cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. There was no other way. The 8 old monsters of the domain lords were fiercely glaring at them, gnashing their teeth. They clearly wanted to catch one of them as a scapegoat and report to young Master Linghu. Thinking of this possibility, the nearly 100 powerful experts and Star Lord old monsters who had not paid the entrance fees suddenly felt a chill run down their backs. Several of them even trembled. "Are you done acting?" Yi Xian sneered as he looked at Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lords shaking their heads and sighing in pain. His voice sounded once again. "Since the few of you are willing to take charge and call the rest of the people, including the supreme expert of the universe and the old monster of the Star Lord, as ignorant juniors, then this young master will do. How about this? This young master will forget about the matter of you tricking this young master. However, now that this young master has brought all of you out of the root of all evil Starfield, the problem of the entrance fees should be compensated, right? Oh, right. This young master feels that it is necessary to explain to all of you what happened after we left the root of all evil Starfield." Regarding all of this, Yi Xian had deliberately walked out of the black hole of life before entering the Shinon Cauldron and received the nearby Star Network to understand it. In addition to his own understanding of the root of all evil Starfield, at this moment, he was naturally clear and logical. Now what can be confirmed is that the giant star cauldron in the depths of the core of the root of all evil Starfield is called the Netherworld Furnace. It is a giant star refining system, and the giant green eye that appeared in the core of the Starfield later is related to some kind of heavenly Tao law, suspected to be the heavenly Tao green eye. That is the heavenly Tao green eye, which represents the power of the heavenly Tao. There is no need for this young master to explain how terrifying it is. I will tell you what happened to those warships and Star Lords who did not escape, and you will know. In the entire route of all evil Starfield, except for a small number of warships and Star Lords who were originally very close to the outer area who escaped, all the other warships and Star Lords, including millions of indigenous ferocious beasts, were sucked into the Netherworld Furnace and crushed into meat paste by a huge millstone. They were mixed together. Among them, there were even 2 Sector Lord Realm indigenous ferocious beasts that appeared at the last moment. One was the Wind Demon Tiger, the other was the immemorial Thunder Centipede. Chapter 3776. What? 2 World Lord Realm monsters actually appeared in the depths of the core area? A Wind Demon Tiger and a primeval lightning centipede. My God, they're extremely rare, ancient, ferocious beasts, just like the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle. They possess strange might and are extremely difficult to deal with. I never expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from that enormous green eye. Exactly what level of existence is it? It's simply unimaginable. How terrifying. I've never heard of such a formidable existence that even world lords were instantly killed by it. Moreover, it was 1 against 2. Void refinement formation? Who set all of this up? Right? It must be the Heaven Tao's green eye. The truth is too shocking. At least 10 million battleships and countless experts from the various top-rate powers and races of the 3 dimensions have fallen, and they've all been thrown into the Netherworld Furnace. They've all been crushed into mush. What exactly are they trying to refine? The source of all evil? It really is evil. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this no matter what. I almost died there. Yi Xian's words had clearly terrified the hundreds of millions of experts in this area, and this included the 100-plus experts of the universe and the dozens of Star Lord realm monsters. At this moment, all of their expressions had changed, and they cried out with astonishment. Even the 8 region lords led by Jiao Kong had slightly ashen expressions at this moment. They had already guessed that there would definitely be a Sector Lord level savage beast in the depths of the core of the root of all evil. However, they originally thought that there was only one. After all, Sector Lords were not like Domain Lords. Such a level of existence could be found in any race of the 3 universes. They were extremely rare. But now, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they found out that there were actually 2 supreme, ferocious beasts at the World Lord realm in the core area. Moreover, this was only a guarantee. After all, This Linghu young master had been roaming the starry sky with the identity of a primeval devil ape, and his status was like the crown prince of the ferocious beasts. Even the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle, who were ferocious beasts at the Region Lord realm, had to be careful before him. To achieve this, young Master Linghu had to have the support of a Sector Lord Old Monster. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Although it was confirmed that his identity was fake, and it should be just a bloodline ability, there was no way to fake the identity of the Sector Lord behind him. With his means, even the hundreds of millions of experts and over 5 million battleships and fortresses were brought out of the root of all Evil Star Field. How could the Sector Lord Old Monster behind him be left in the root of all Evil Star Field? Furthermore, when Jiao Kong and the others paid the entrance fee and charged into the Farmer God Cauldron, they clearly saw a large number of native ferocious beasts entering the cauldron. The primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, these two domain lord-level beasts, had entered long before them. But now, only the experts of the various powers and races could be seen in this unknown underground space, and not a single native ferocious beast could be seen. If there were no accidents, all the native ferocious beasts should be leisurely waiting on the ground within the cauldron, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, the two domain lords of the native ferocious beasts. It was even to the extent that the Sector Lord Old Monster behind young Master Linghu was most likely up there as well. When they thought of this possibility, Jiao Kong and the others instantly felt the hairs on their backs stand on end. After all, there was still a formidable army of native ferocious beasts eyeing them covetously on the ground within the cauldron. The confirmed high-end forces included at least 2 domain lord-level beasts and a Sector lord-level beasts. How were they supposed to deal with this? Even though there were many experts gathered here, so long as Linghu, young master, sent out these 3 high-end forces, then they would be easily suppressed. No wonder this brat dared to come here alone and bleed hundreds of millions of experts one by one. He was completely fearless. In an instant, a strong sense of life and death crisis rose in the hearts of Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lord-level beasts. They originally thought that they would be safe after escaping from the source of all evil. Even if they were trapped in the Farmer God Cauldron, they would at most be trapped. With young Master Linghu, young Master's strength, other than using the power of the cauldron to trap them, could he have the ability to kill domain lord-level beasts? But now, it seemed that the situation was completely different. No wonder he dared to say something about letting them bleed one by one. There was even a supreme Sector lord-level ferocious beast glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. If it was truly angered, then even if they were the 8 domain lords, all their precious blood would be drained clean. In short, this guy was a devil incarnate and couldn't be provoked. It was better to quickly feed him and make him feel that there was no value in keeping them here. At that time, he would naturally let them go, although the price wasn't small, and the other party probably wouldn't let them go easily if they didn't throw away all their cultivation resources and treasures. But no matter how precious these things were, how could they compare to their own lives? Fortunately, the most important life treasure of universe realm experts and above couldn't be separated from themselves. Otherwise, once they self-destructed in despair, their life treasure would also collapse, and it would be impossible to snatch it by force. Therefore, even if they threw away all their cultivation resources and treasures, they could definitely keep their most important life treasure. This was the bottom line of Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lord-level beasts. As long as they could take their life treasure and leave this damned Farmer God Cauldron, they didn't care about anything else. Where there was life, there was hope. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, in just a few breaths of time, it flashed through the minds of these old fellows. The 8 region lords glanced at each other and exchanged glances. In next to no time, they'd come to an agreement, and then their expressions sank as they roared at the hundreds of millions of experts from the various clans that were still slightly dumbstruck. What are you still standing there for? Don't you understand human language? Young Master Linghu has given you a new lease on life. Don't you plan to show some gratitude? A group of ingrates, How dangerous is the core of the source of all evil? Even two domain lord-level beasts have fallen, and you can still live and breathe here. It's all because of young Master Linghu's kindness. This is a life-saving grace. No matter how you repay it, it's not enough. You bunch of cowards are still playing dumb? Fine, this old man will personally teach you how to be a human today. Everyone, immediately take out all your cultivation resources and treasures. Other than your life treasure, who dares to keep one more? This old man will find out in a while. Chapter 3777. What? Apart from the natal magic treasure, all the other cultivation resources and magic treasures. Take them all out? Hearing this, the hundreds of millions of powerhouses from various clans all burst into an uproar. The entrance fee should be paid. After all, they were now under the roof. If they didn't think about it, they probably wouldn't be able to leave safely. Young Master Linghu and young Master Yuming were shameless. Now that they had fallen into his hands, it was obviously impossible for them not to bleed a little bit. Including his other identity, the primordial little demon ape, that was also cruel by nature. If they didn't pay the entrance fee, it was estimated that he would do anything in anger. It was very likely that he would directly roast and eat people in front of everyone. But even so, it was not necessary to hand over all the cultivation resources and treasures except for the natal magic treasure, right? Was this a payment for the cauldron entry fee or a robbery? Perhaps even a robbery wouldn't be able to scavenge so cleanly. What's more, there were a lot of powerhouses for various clans in the Shinon Cauldron now, more than 100 million of them. Wasn't there a saying that the law couldn't punish the majority? No matter how cruel young Master Linghu was, could it be that he was going to rob more than 100 million people by himself? Was he tired of living? Fine, that was not the case. It was not like he had not made enemies of all the top forces in the three major dimensions before, and it was not the first time he had made enemies of all the top forces in the three major dimensions. It was not like he had not done it before, and it was more than once. However, if they really handed over all the cultivation resources and treasures that they had with them, they were really unwilling. As these thoughts flashed in their minds, the 100 million powerhouses in the surroundings were all hesitant. Although their hands were also moving, they were all slow, looking around to observe the reaction of others. They all wanted to follow the crowd and drag it out as long as they could. It was best if they could brush it off perfunctorily. A group of reckless people. At this time, you were still courting death. Seeing that these guys were all deliberately dawdling, old monster Jiao Kong of the 8 old monsters was so angry that he laughed. Then he waved his hand and threw a space treasure box to an open space in front of him. Except for the weapons, armors, and personal battleship that were refined into my natal magic treasure, all the other resources that I have with me are here. The source and treasures are all here. It's fine if you don't want to take them out. 3 minutes later, the 8 of us will conduct a thorough investigation. Apart from these 3 basic treasures, if anyone dares to leave behind any other resources or treasures, this old man will not go back on his word and will kill him on the spot. He was indeed furious. If it weren't for the fact that this group of people didn't pay the entry fee and follow them in, why would young Master Linghu hold on to this matter and use it to make things difficult for the 8 of them? No matter how ferocious and greedy he was, the most he could do was to find an excuse to extort some more resources and treasures. Why would he have to hand over all the other resources and treasures except for the 3 basic treasures that he had with him? However, as domain masters, they had already decided to bite the bullet and swallow the blood into their stomachs. This group of reckless fellows actually didn't understand the situation and were deliberately dragging things out. One had to know that young Master Linghu's temperament was extremely temperamental and unpredictable. If he were to change his mind in a fit of anger and allow that Sector Lord Old Monster above to make a move, then everything would be over. Not only would all the treasures belong to others in the end, but they would also have to give up their lives. If such an outcome were to happen, how could they endure it? Bang! Just as old man Jiao Kong retracted his hand, another bang sounded out from the empty space in front of him. The domain master from the giant ferocious race also threw out a small spatial box, his face terrifyingly gloomy. Staring at the more than 100 million experts of various races, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was enough to explain the problem. It was obvious that his intentions were the same as Old Man Jiao Kong's. As a domain master, he had already taken the lead and handed over all the resources and treasures he had on him. At that time, if there were still ants trying to get away with it, even slapping them to death would be a light punishment. Bang! Bang bang. Following this domain master from the giant ferocious race, the other 6 domain masters all used their actions to show their attitude, each throwing out a small spatial box. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions were more ferocious than the last. After throwing out the small spatial boxes in their hands, they began to look around. Old Man Jiao Kong reminded them at this moment, "The time starts now. In 3 minutes, the 8 of us will attack together." Plop! Looking at the 8 spatial boxes in the empty space in front of him, a Star Master, not far away, finally realized what was going on. To be able to make Jiao Kong and the other domain masters take out all their treasures in such a panic, other than the threat of a domain master, what else could it be? Thinking back to how young Master Linghu acted like a tyrant in front of the indigenous beasts, how could he not have a domain master behind him? He even brought out irrelevant people like them. So how could the domain master behind him not enter the Shinnon Cauldron and bring them out of the source of all evil Starfield? At this moment, he finally understood why these old monsters were acting so strangely. After all this time, there was actually a domain master eyeing the Shinnon Cauldron covetously above him. Jiao Kong and the other domain masters took the initiative to hand over all their treasures in order to leave this place alive. Luckily, they didn't understand and were purposely wasting time here. Perhaps they had already angered the domain master level beast above them. It was exactly because he thought of that the Star Lord's legs suddenly gave out and he accidentally fell on the ground. It was purely out of fear. Without waiting for him to get up, a small spatial box was thrown out in a panic and landed on the empty space in front of him. Immediately after, a series of banging sounds rang out. The dozens of Star Masters and the hundreds of Universe Masters all came back to their senses one after another. Naturally, they were all trembling from fear. While throwing the spatial boxes in front of them, they couldn't wait to slap themselves a few times. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 small space boxes appeared in the open space in front of him, piled up like a small hill. Without a doubt, every small space box must be filled with jaw-dropping cultivation resources and various treasures. After all, these were all taken out from the hands of Universe Masters, Star Masters, and Domain Masters. They contained all their belongings. Chapter 3778. Even the Universe Grand Cultivators, Star Lords, and Domain Lords had all thrown out the small space boxes that contained the resources and treasures. The more than 100 million experts from the various races in the 3 dimensions didn't dare to waste any more time and start to take action one after another. Among these fellows, some of them finally realized that something was wrong and seemed to have understood something. That was why they acted like this. But there were also some people that still had expressions of unwillingness and heartache on their faces. However, they didn't dare dawdle when facing the pressure of the 8 region lords, and for the sake of their lives, they gritted their teeth and tossed out spatial boxes as well. There were more than 100 million Universe Masters from various races and forces, with varying levels of cultivation, from the 3 universes, but at this moment, under the deterrence of the 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords, without exception, all of them threw out a small space box. It could not be ruled out that there were some fellows who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and that the small space boxes did not contain all the resources and treasures. But Yixian obviously did not care about this. He did not care at all. Even if he had a secret stash, how much could he hide? How much would he dare to hide? In the blink of an eye, a large mountain was piled up in the open space in front of the 8 Domain Lords. This was not a small hill, but a real mountain. It was a mountain made up of different materials and shapes, but basically all of them were the size of a palm. No, this was clearly a mountain of treasures. Every small space box contained a huge amount of cultivation resources and treasures. If all of them were taken out and poured on the ground, these cultivation resources and treasures could probably pile up into a huge mountain range. As far as Yixian was concerned, this was definitely the largest amount of cultivation resources and treasures he'd obtained since entering the starry sky. Even a huge amount of essence crystals he had obtained from the mysterious corpse pool in the ancient cage space connected to the forbidden valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor was not as large as the amount of resources he had obtained this time. Of course, when Yixian obtained 108 pupil golden crystals, each of them contained a bloodline inheritance that originated from the primordial sovereign. Their value was extremely high, and their significance was extremely great. It might not be impossible for them to compare to the small spatial box mountain that he had just obtained. One could only say that these two things, one was a basic cultivation resource, the other was a high-end strategic reserve. Their value was similar, but their significance to Yixian was completely different. With the massive amount of resources they had obtained today, the development of Triumph City would definitely enter a rapid stage of development. It was believed that in the near future, when Triumph City once again appeared out of nowhere, it would definitely shock all the races and forces of the three universes, attracting the attention of the entire world. Walala, with a thought, Yixian activated the power of a Shinnon cauldron and moved the entire mountain of small space boxes into the undying world in his body. At the same time, his voice rang out again at this moment. All right, everyone, this young master still believes in your sincerity. So, let's end this matter here. Everyone, prepare yourselves. When we find a suitable opportunity later, this young master will immediately send you in batches. Release all of you. I won't go back on my word. That's not right, little friend. Didn't we already pay the entry fee? And you just said that this matter will end here. Hearing Yixian's words, the expressions of the supreme experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters all changed. Old Demon Jiao Kong panicked and asked, "Since this matter is already over, little friend, you should release all of us immediately. Why are you still waiting? Also, find a right time to release them in batches." What's going on? Old Demon Jiao Kong's words represented the thoughts of the other experts. Right now, all of their cultivation resources and treasures have been taken away, including the supreme experts, Star Lord Old Monsters and Domain Lord Old Monsters. This time, it could be said that they had once again experienced young Master Linghu's methods of exploitation. All of them had one thought, and that was to immediately leave this damned place. Otherwise, if they continued to stay here, it was very likely that their skin would be ripped off one day. Because of this, when old demon Jiao Kong spoke, all of the experts raised their heads and looked up. Young Master Linghu's voice had come from above. They had already tried before, but they couldn't use brute force to rush out. Right now, they could only look up helplessly. They could only look up. The cauldron entry fee has indeed been paid, and this matter is over. Everyone, don't worry. This young master has always been a man of his word. I said that I would release all of you, so I definitely won't go back on my words. Very quickly, Yixian's light voice sounded out. Halfway through his words, the experts of the various races who were imprisoned below finally relaxed. He immediately changed the topic and said, "However, although the cauldron entry fee has been paid, this young master's Shinnon cauldron is a private treasure. If you can't come and go as you please, you can leave if you want to, but you have to pay the cauldron entry fee first." Pooh, pooh, phew, pooh. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of muffled sounds rang out from the plains at the bottom of the volcano. It was so densely packed that it was as if it was raining. More than half of the 100 million people were cursing this old monster. Such a scene was truly spectacular, and it was probably unprecedented. It was really too infuriating. They had just received the cauldron entry fee and were still waiting for him to release them. Who would have thought that he would turn around and come up with a cauldron exit fee? What he said made sense. This Shinnon cauldron was originally his private treasure, and it was not an ordinary item. Naturally, it was not something that one could come and go as they pleased. Since there was a cauldron entry fee, Why couldn't there be a cauldron exit fee? Thinking of this, the faces of the universe realm experts, Star Lord Old Monsters, and Domain Lord Old Monsters, without exception, all turned green. They had seen shameless people, but they had never heard of such a shameless person since the beginning of the world. However, after such a commotion, Jiao Kong and the other Domain Lord Old Monsters were even more certain of their previous guess. If this brat did not have a Sector Lord level supreme, ferocious beast guarding the Shinnon Cauldron, how could he dare to do such an outrageous thing to the hundreds of millions of experts in the starry sky, including the 8 Domain Lord Old Monsters? Thinking of this, the 8 Domain Lord Old Monsters, who had been so angry that their chests were heaving up and down like a mountain, immediately became speechless. Chapter 3779. Linghu, little friend, about the cauldron exit fee. Should we discuss it? Since the other party had already mentioned the cauldron exit fee, considering the current situation, Jiao Kong really did not dare to argue on this matter. That would only be asking for a rebuff or even courting death. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he tried to negotiate with Yi Xian in an almost flattering tone. Little friend, you saw it just now, including this old man. All of them have taken out all of their cultivation resources and treasures. Only the 3 great treasures of the starry sky are left. These have basically all been refined into life magic treasures. There is no way to split them. Besides, just these 3 great treasures of the starry sky are probably not enough to pay little friend's exit fee. So what this old man means is, how about we discuss this matter? We'll owe it to you first. When this old man and the others return to our respective clans, we'll immediately make up for it. We won't go back on our word. It's not that I don't trust you, but the key is that you have a criminal record. Yi Xian sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Let's not talk about it too far away. Just the entrance fee from before. How many people sneaked in without paying? Let's not talk about the low-level experts below. Juniors, let's not talk about them. In this large nest of yours, there are nearly 200 supreme experts and Star Lord Old Monsters. This young master has only received less than 100 of the entrance fees to cultivate. Even the supreme experts of the universe and above are like this, so one can imagine how trustworthy the juniors below are. This matter is not negotiable. This young master will contact your respective clans and ask them to bring the exit fee over to redeem. No, to pick you up. With a single redeem, Yi Xian's thoughts were completely exposed. Jiao Kong was in complete despair. Not only him, but the other 7 old monsters of the Domain Lords also had the same expression on their faces. They were filled with anger and grievance. As for the other Star Lord Old Monsters, the supreme experts of the universe, and the hundreds of millions of experts of the various clans, there was no need to mention them. They were all so angry that many of them had already raised their hands to cover their chests, afraid that they would accidentally spit out another mouthful of blood. How King infuriating. What do you mean by having a criminal record? What do you mean by a large nest? This brat's mouth must have been smeared with poison. Every word that came out of his mouth was like a knife. It was too hurtful. For a time, this corner of the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano fell into a deathly silence. An aura of grief and despair quickly spread out, but it was incomparably deathly silence. No one made a sound. The hundreds of millions of experts from the various clans and races of the 3 major planes were intimidated by the presence of more than 200 universe realm experts, Star Lords, and Domain Lords. Since they did not say anything, they did not have the right to say anything. Otherwise, if anyone were to stick their head out at this juncture, they would immediately be treated as the bird that stuck its head out and would be smashed into minced meat on the spot. As for the 200 Universe Lords, Star Lords, and Domain Lords, they were all in awe of the Shinnon Cauldron above them. There was also a terrifying Sector Lord overseeing it. At this time, maybe they were waiting for a fearless hothead to jump out and make a ruckus. It was a good opportunity to kill him on the spot. Kill one to warn the chickens. Kill one to warn the chickens. Kill one to warn the 100. Everyone had their own thoughts. On the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano, The hundreds of millions of experts of the various clans looked at each other. They were all dumbfounded. Their minds were muddled, and they had no idea what to do. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to these people. After speaking, he retracted his consciousness from the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano. Whether it was the battleship or the cultivation resources and treasures these people brought with them, they had all been used up. They couldn't use brute force to force their way out of the cage, so there was no need to pay attention to them. The first thing he did was to count his gains. Needless to say, there were quite a few good things. In terms of cultivation resources, there were some special minerals, heaven and earth treasures, as well as all kinds of special crystals. Many of them were things that even Yi Xian didn't have. There were quite a few star treasures. After all, these natural minerals and crystals had a higher probability of giving birth to star treasures than anything else. Man-made treasures were much more valuable. Yi Xian divided these cultivation resources into two portions. One portion was a top-grade item that he kept in the undying world within his body with a storage magic treasure. This was something he had prepared for himself, and he might be able to use it in the future. The other portion was prepared for Triumph City. It accounted for more than 95% of all the cultivation resources. There were also some good things, but Yi Xian didn't care about them now. Besides, Triumph City also had its own people with powerful cultivation bases, so they also needed these things. As for magic treasures, although there were also Starry Sky treasures and Desolation treasures, there were not many of them, and they were all ordinary goods. None of them could compare to the Tower of Desolation Inheritance, the Farmer God Cauldron, and the Thunder Emperor Seal. Otherwise, no matter who the original owner was, he would not have handed it over so easily even if he risked his life. They were out. These various treasures were also divided into two portions by Yi Xian. Most of them were prepared to be given to Triumph City. They were his only subordinates. They were much more important than his ally, the demon race. How could he not invest a lot of resources in their development? Of all the treasures, Yi Xian only kept a dozen or so star treasures and desolate treasures of normal quality. As for the rest, they didn't catch his eye. Naturally, he packed them all up and left them for Triumph City. However, the treasures of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru still needed to be refined. Yi Xian specially selected some of the best treasures from this batch of treasures and decided to immediately start refining them. In addition, Yi Xian also prepared treasures and cultivation resources for Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the other 22 geniuses of the second universe. They were stored in 22 small space boxes. In this batch of resources, Yi Xian selected all the things that weren't very iconic and didn't look very eye-catching. Whether it was cultivation resources or various treasures, they were all like this. Otherwise, once they were taken out and used, it would be bad if their relationship with Yi Xian was exposed. These 22 small space boxes, after Yi Xian prepared them, he immediately controlled the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's internal field and directly sent them into the cage on the mountain wall where they were imprisoned. Chapter 3780. Ding! Congratulations, host. Physical body blood chi realm has increased. Current realm. Second level Genesis. Ding! Congratulations, host. Physical body blood chi realm has increased. Current realm. Third level Genesis. As Yi Xian opened his eyes, the familiar system notification sounded in his head. He finally broke through again, and this time it was still the two breakthroughs he was looking forward to. Originally, after his physical body blood chi realm reached the 13th major realm, it was very difficult to achieve two breakthroughs like this. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the harder it was to break through a minor realm. But this time, before Yi Xian went into seclusion to break through the bottleneck of his physical body blood chi realm, he used a heaven and earth treasure he had never used before. This was obtained from the cauldron entry fee paid by Jiao Kong. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and mineral deposits with special effects, many of which had unique body tempering effects. When a Starry Sky Master used this kind of thing for the first time, it often had an extremely significant effect. This time, Yi Xian had used a type of innate milk that he had never used before. In addition to the consolidation effect of a drop of all evil origin liquid, it directly allowed his body's qi and blood realm to break through two small levels. This was within his expectations. And now, after his physical body blood qi realm reached the 13th major realm, the third level Genesis, Yi Xian's need for the level 14 fluid became even more urgent. When he reached the 9th level Genesis realm, if he didn't have the supply of level 14 fluid, then his physical body blood qi realm would fall into an awkward situation where he couldn't advance any further. There were only 6 minor realms between the 3rd level Genesis realm and the 9th level Genesis realm. Even if it was only one minor realm each time, he only needed to go into seclusion 6 times. This made Yi Xian feel an extremely pressing pressure. He planned to immediately start making the level 14 and level 15 fluid after the origin of all evil starfield incident. As for the subsequent level 16 liquids, once they were consumed and their bodies were successfully tempered, they would be promoted to Star Lord in one fell swoop. According to Yi Xian's estimations, this level 16 liquid would probably no longer be able to be configured in such an ordinary manner like the level 1 to 15 liquid from before. Get it? If nothing unexpected happened, from level 16 onwards, they would most likely need to use the Shinnon cauldron to refine it like they were refining great medicines of heaven and earth. The Farmer God cauldron was originally used to refine this kind of great medicine. However, Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with it much since he entered the starry skies. Therefore, even if the level 14 and level 15 liquids were successfully concocted, Yi Xian would still be under a lot of pressure. After all, the subsequent level 16 liquid had suddenly changed from a conventional medicine preparation to a heavy cauldron refinement. On the surface, this seemed to be just a change in extraction method, but the various aspects involved were actually very complicated. If he wanted to learn it in a short period of time, Yi Xian would definitely need to put in a lot of effort. However, that would be after the level 14 and level 15 fluids were successfully concocted. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already collected all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for these 2 types of gene cultivation fluids. When the time came, he would add a drop of all evil origin fluid and basically have no chance of failure. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down a little. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. He temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. With a wave of his hand, he removed the restrictions of the seclusion cave abode. He immediately sent a voice transmission, asking the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru to quickly bring their respective armors over. After several refinements, the 3 girls' armors were now all rare starry sky, epic-level armors. Not only had their appearance become incomparably dazzling, but their defensive abilities had also increased by too much. They were even like Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, possessing all kinds of additional attributes. Sex, even attack abilities. A defensive armor that could also attack at the same time. This was definitely a terrifying attribute that made people speechless. The 3 girls could be said to be fond of their current armor. After Yi Xian completed the last refinement and temporarily handed over the armor, they ran away in joy. They took out the armor and sparred with each other to feel the power of the armor. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian's call, they immediately realized something. They cheered in unison, and like 3 rabbits, they immediately rushed over with a whoosh. What's wrong? Are you done with the other things at hand? Are you going to help us continue to refine the armor? Then what are we waiting for? Sisters, take off your clothes. Ayaya, damn girl, what are you saying? You really don't have a filter on your mouth. Whatever words come out of your mouth is not proper at all. At this moment, the 3 sets of armor were still on the 3 girls' bodies. If they wanted to continue refining, they would naturally need to take them off. However, these were armor treasures, not ordinary clothes. With a thought, they could be taken off. Duanmu Xiaocha, this crazy girl, just had a shout about taking off her clothes. Immediately, the 2 girls, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru, screamed and chased after Duanmu Xiaocha with blushing faces. It was quite a scene. I say, 3 big sisters, are you still refining your armor? Yi Xian was really speechless. He rubbed his nose and rolled his eyes. This young master still has a lot of things to do. If you don't want to refine them, I'll go out first. Refine them? Who said you're not refining? Sister Xing, he's urging us to take off our clothes. Aya, damn girl, you're still talking. The three girls chased after each other again. Sigh? Yi Xian faintly sighed and raised his hand to touch his forehead. He was completely helpless against these three girls. Fortunately, although the three girls were making a ruckus, they weren't completely unrestrained. After messing around for a while, the three treasured armors that overflowed with light quickly flew towards Yi Xian's cave abode. Yi Xian had just caught it when Duanmu Xiaocha's teasing voice came from outside. These are the armors we just took off from our bodies. They still have our body temperature and body fragrance. If you're not in a hurry to refine them, you can play with them for a while. I'll keep a lookout for you. I won't let Sister Xing and the others see. Aya, damn girl, you're becoming more and more improper. Little girl, don't you know shame? Xing, we can't let her go this time. Her, but has to be smacked until it's swollen. She's too arrogant, saying such shameful words in front of us. Aya, help. Someone is angry from embarrassment. Outside the cave dwelling, the sounds of the three girls laughing and playing could be heard. From time to time, there would be a scream. In addition, they were carrying three armors that still had their body temperature and fragrance. All of this made Yi Xian's heart shake, and he faintly became absent-minded. Chapter 3781. The so-called return referred to returning to the Demon Emperor Star, not the third universe where the human race was. Yi Xian had not finished his business in the first universe. At the very least, he would definitely go back to the source of all evil star field to investigate the situation, including the whereabouts of the Tianji clan. After a while, before these matters were resolved, Yi Xian did not intend to return to the third universe. If he really went back, he was afraid that he would miss it, which was really uneasy. At most, he would return to the Death Star Field's Triumph City during this period and send back the tens of millions of warships, a huge amount of resources, and treasures he had prepared. This matter actually did not take too much time. He could directly activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and directly reach the Death Star Vortex, which was not far from Triumph City. At that time, after sending the materials to Triumph City, Yi Xian could activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability and return to the Demon Emperor Starfield again. But this matter could not be rushed at the moment. There were still hundreds of millions of starry sky powerhouses in the Farmer God Cauldron in his hand, waiting for freedom to descend, among which there were even 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords. Although Yi Xian was confident in the power of the Farmer God Cauldron's internal field, he was still afraid of the unexpected. The 8 old monsters of the Domain Lords were not a joke. He did not dare to let them stay in the Farmer God Cauldron for too long. If something really went wrong, it would be troublesome. Therefore, after spending nearly a day to complete the 3 refinements of the armor of the 3 girls, making them reach the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, Yi Xian immediately ended this seclusion. He waved his hand to remove the restriction of the seclusion cave and stepped out. Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor was only a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level now. It could be said that Yi Xian had definitely spent a lot of effort to refine the armor of the 3 girls of the Purplish Warbler. Now, all of them had reached the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, which was not easy. However, although the 4 armors were all quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level, this only meant that the 3 armors were of the same grade. As for the power and various additional attributes, they were completely different. Even the 3 armors of the 3 girls were completely different from each other in these aspects. After all, the treasured armors were already different before they were melted, and the special minerals, crystals, and magical equipment of the same type that were added to them were also different. But overall, in terms of power, Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor was the most powerful of the 4 quasi-starry sky treasures. On the one hand, this was a set of male armor, so it had an innate advantage over female cultivators. On the other hand, Yi Xian's indestructible glazed armor contained all kinds of special crystals, minerals, and similar treasures. These were all things that could only be found by chance. When the three girls fused with their armors, the treasures they added were also extraordinary, but they still couldn't compare to this. Other things aside, just the piece of indestructible void metal that was mixed into the indestructible glass armor was already a starry sky treasure. Yi Xian had never seen a second piece of it. However, the three girls loved their respective treasured armors so much that they couldn't put them down. After receiving them, they practically jumped up and praised Yi Xian for a while. Wow, that's great. When I got it yesterday, it was only a starry sky epic grade armor. Now, it's a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. It's unbelievable. Boy, you have a conscience. You finally did something considerate for us three sisters. We didn't follow you in vain. Oh, damn girl, you're flattering him again. Who followed him? Duanmu Xiaocha said shameful words as soon as she opened her mouth. The purplish warbler and Zhao Qianru immediately blushed. After activating their treasured armors, they chased after her, clamoring to suppress the witch. Seeing this situation, Yi Xian was speechless again and rolled his eyes. There was no doubt that the three girls had just received the completed armor. They probably wouldn't be able to stop for a while and would be busy for a while. However, he didn't have the time to accompany them. He was anxious to return to the Demon Emperor planet. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Yi Xian greeted the three girls from afar, telling them to prepare themselves. When the various powers came to redeem them, the three of them would also be on the list. Then, he walked away from the Shinnon Cauldron. Outside the life black hole, the surroundings were still silent. Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his body. Without stopping, he immediately activated the whole void shuttle, rushed out of the life black hole, and rushed towards the Demon Emperor planet. Now, among his three starry sky treasures, the withered demon bloodblade had been upgraded to starry sky supreme treasure grade, but the battle armor, indestructible glass armor, and the warship whole void shuttle were still quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. With the improvement of Yi Xian's cultivation, the quasi-starry sky supreme treasures obviously had some restraints on him. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of good things this time. Jiao Kong and the others were worthy of being the old monsters of the major races. Yi Xian had obtained more than a dozen starry sky supreme treasures and crystals, two of which were used to fuse with the indestructible glass armor and the whole void shuttle. However, this matter would definitely take a lot of time. After all, man-made starry sky supreme treasures were not so easy to succeed. There were still several urgent matters at hand. Yi Xian simply couldn't spare much time, so he decided to finish fusing with the indestructible glass armor and the whole void shuttle after this busy period. As soon as he left the life black hole, Yi Xian encountered several fleets in the outer space. They were all remnants of the various races of the second universe that had retreated from the root of all evil star field. When Yi Xian left the root of all evil star field, he had used the interstellar coordinate jump ability to leave directly. It could be said that he had returned to the life black hole immediately. When he arrived at the life black hole, some of the fleets of various races that had retreated from the root of all evil star field were still in the outer area. Therefore, even though he had spent so much time in the life black hole, these fleets of various races were still in the void of the first universe, hurrying back to their respective races. The slave races of the first universe were fine, but the fleets of various races of the Federation of the second universe, as well as the human race's forces of the third universe, had to pass through the demon star field. They had to reach the two wormholes at the front of the demon star field before they could use the wormholes to return to the third universe, the first universe and the second universe. Therefore, Yi Xian happened to encounter these remnants of various races on his way to the Demon Emperor planet. However, the whole void shuttle had activated its concealment array at the moment, so Yi Xian didn't expose himself. He didn't plan to pay attention to these people, so he directly drove the whole void shuttle with all his strength. One day later, he finally arrived at the Demon Emperor planet. After finding a secluded void and putting away the whole void shuttle, Yi Xian immediately changed his appearance to that of the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Mo Jiufeng. Then, Using his physical body, he crossed the void and quickly rushed to the Demon Emperor planet. Chapter 3782. When Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet, there were only 8 battle towers. Of course, only one of them could be activated, and the other 7 were all just shells. It was scary to pull on a tiger's skin. Now, on the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor planet, there were 10 battlements across the void, completely cutting off the main route of the first universe leading to the front of the Demon Emperor planet area. Obviously, since he left the Demon Emperor planet, the robberies had not stopped until now. Moreover, originally, there were only 7 fake battle towers with only a shell, but now there were 9 of them. It was obvious that the demon cultivator had worked overtime to build 2 more in the past few days. This was truly speechless. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head and bitterly smiled. After a short while, 2 fleets arrived from the remnants of the various clans that were left behind by Yi Xian. When they saw the 10 void battles in front of them, they were so scared that they trembled and almost didn't turn around and flee. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor race relied on the mountains to make a living. The fact that they blocked the road and collected tolls had long been known in the 3 plains. Moreover, their professional ethics were quite good. Any fleet of any race or force, whether coming or going, could pass safely as long as they paid 1% of the tolls. Therefore, after the commanders of the 2 fleets came to their senses, they gritted their teeth and paid the tolls. Soon, they passed safely. At this time, Yi Xian also rushed to the Demon Emperor planet with a bitter smile. He could see that the Demon Emperor race was addicted to robberies. He estimated that in the future, the toll gates of the Demon Emperor planet area would be set up regularly. The experts of the starry sky who came and went would have to bleed a little to pass. Not to mention other things, just the 10 battlements alone were enough to deter everything. Even Star Lords could be killed in a second. Even Domain Lords would be frightened. There was no way to ignore them. Shocked by the return of Yi Xian, the higher-ups of the Demon Emperor royal family all rushed to meet him in the royal palace in the inner city of the Demon Emperor. You are addicted to robberies. You must have gained a lot during this time, right? For the Demon Emperor race, Yi Xian's status was completely different from before. This time, when they came to the royal palace in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian was invited to sit at the head of the table. Even Grand Elder Mo and the 2 peak 9th Order Star Lords who were not very fond of Yi Xian before smiled at him. Yi Xian smiled. With a grin, Yi Xian changed the topic and directly asked, "Don't forget, this time, even the Domain Lords have been dispatched by the various clans. Now that such a huge matter has happened in the source of all evil, they might not necessarily not send out the Domain Lords in the future. Are you not afraid of the sewer? Capsize. What?" Grand Elder Mo curled his lips as if he did not care. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that he had spilled the beans. After a brief daze, he exchanged a look with the other Star Lords of the Demon Royal family and shook his head with a bitter smile. "That's enough. You're not an outsider. Our cooperation is already very deep. You don't know the secrets of the demon race like you did at the beginning. We don't have to hide it from you anymore." At this point, Grand Elder Mo paused slightly, his expression turning solemn as he continued. "Domain Lord Old Monsters, it's not just the other peak races that have them. Our demon race has them too. Even our demon race's first-generation Demon Emperor was a Sector Lord existence. That's right, the first-generation Devil King is indeed still alive. However, the Domain Lord level and above demonic ancestors are not in the first universe realm, not even in the 3 great realms. The specific details are related to the greatest secret of our Demon Emperor royal family. I can only tell you this much. In short, you only need to know that although our Demon Emperor race is not as good as the human race, compared to the other slave races of the first universe and even the races of the second universe federation, we are not weak. We are definitely not weak. Moreover, if we really encounter a crisis of our race's survival, we have a way to contact the Demon Emperor who has left this realm. Therefore, we have no pressure at all to rob some passing fleets. Now that the Tianji race has temporarily left the first universe, this is the best time for us, Demon Emperor race, to replace them. At this time, we Demon Emperor race must grow as quickly as possible. The amount of resources we need is too great. Only by obtaining them in this way can we accumulate resources the fastest. Speaking of which, this was your good idea, kid, huh? After he finished speaking, Grandpa Mo raised his head and laughed loudly. After laughing, he suddenly thought of something and revealed a shocked expression as he softly cried out to Yixin. "Oh right, I was so focused on this matter that I forgot about the real big matter. You've already exposed 2 of your identities, is that all right? Another one. What happened to the native ferocious beasts and experts of various races that you captured? Just counting the old monsters of the domain lords. There are 8 of them. You are too bold. I dare not say that this kind of thing will never happen in the future, but it is definitely unprecedented. You actually captured 8 domain lords alive." Grand Elder Mo did not continue. The other Demon Emperor royal family experts, including Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the current generation's Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, were all looking at Yixin with strange expressions. In fact, when the news came, they were all stunned. With the cultivation of the 13th Great Realm, he had captured several million fleets of various races, more than 100 universe lords, dozens of star lords, and even 8 domain lords. If this kind of thing fell on their heads, they would definitely not dare to do it. They would be scared out of their wits. "Old man, you really don't know how to speak." This young master was courageous and righteous. I saw injustice on the road and roared, drawing my blade to help. Yixin immediately rolled his eyes and continued. What's more, those guys were crying and shouting as they drilled into the Shinnon cauldron. At that time, there were quite a few experts from various races present. How had it become this young master's robbery? To be honest, their lives were all saved by this young master. Otherwise, including those 8 domain lords, I reckon they would all have died in the root of all evil star domain. Later on, 2 domain lords jumped out from that domain, but they were also insta-killed. It's not like you don't know. At this point, Yixin's eyes turned and he grinned. Right, how about a business deal with you all? I want to borrow the Demon Emperor 3 stars. This young master intends to use the Farmer God Cauldron here and call all the representatives of the major races of the 3 major realms over. I want to have them pay the cauldron fee. Chapter 3783. The various clans have come to redeem them. The native ferocious beasts have joined us. All the members of the royal family were shocked. Both of these were extremely important matters. Yet Yixin had spoken of them in a casual manner and seemed extremely confident. Besides a monstrous genius like him, no one else possessed such courage. Even Grand Elder Mo and the other 2 quasi-region lords were shocked, and they exclaimed with shock on the spot. Exactly, we're redeeming them. Now that you mention it, it's truly infuriating. All of you should be aware of the situation at the source of all evil. This young master disregarded his own safety and lent a hand to rescue them, and I merely collected a small fee to enter the cauldron. However, that group of bastards intended to take advantage of the situation. Over 100 million experts charged into the cauldron, yet this young master was able to collect a small spatial box. He merely collected less than 100. However, the fee has been dealt with now. Practically everyone, including Jiao Kong and the other 8 region lords, have been stripped clean by this young master. However, that's merely the fee to enter the cauldron. Next, we'll definitely have to pay another fee to exit the cauldron. This young master will immediately spread the news and notify the various clans to come and get them. At that time, I'll collect the fee, and all of you will collect the toll. We'll profit together. That's very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Elder Mo and the others were shocked to the point their jaws almost hit the ground and shattered completely with a bang. After regaining their senses, all of them looked at Yixin with incomparable admiration. They originally thought that the demon cultivator race was relying on the road to eat the road, occupying the main route to the first universe in the demon cultivator star region, and collecting the toll fee was already the best in the world, with no capital and no profit. That was a huge deal. Now, when they heard what Yixin said, they noticed that they were unable to compare to Prince Xian after all this time. It was even to the extent that Prince Xian's treasure bowl was mobile and could be taken in and taken out at any time. Once the farmer god cauldron was utilized, all the experts in the starry sky and even region lords had to shed 2 layers of skin in order to go in and take a stroll. They had to collect the fee to enter the cauldron. They had to pay the fee to leave the cauldron. They didn't have it on them? They could just send someone to hand it over. Oh my, your farmer god cauldron is truly a treasure. It's impossible to not prosper with such a treasure in hand. Grand Elder Mo's eyes instantly glowed, while saliva almost flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Presently, the devil race intended to develop as quickly as possible, and they urgently needed all sorts of resources. It could be said to be an ocean. At this moment, his heart's itch when he heard that the farmer god cauldron actually had such a benefit. Go to the side. This young master Shinnon cauldron is a treasure trove. In the future, I still want to invite all the domain lords from the top powers of the 3 Great Plains to come in and visit the cauldron once or twice. Oh, that's not right. If nothing unexpected happens, the realm lord should be able to obediently lie down after entering. Therefore, the realm lord should be able to obediently lie down. At this point, Yi Xian's smile became even more despicable. So, don't even think about it. This young master has already refined it. Don't even talk about coveting it. You can't even borrow it. On the side, Grand Elder Mo and the rest immediately rolled their eyes. Their faces were filled with envy, but they could only sigh helplessly. A treasure that even region lords could scheme against. Apart from the Netherworld Cauldron, there probably wasn't a third item in the 3 Great Plains. It really made one's heart itch. All right, is the cooperation we talked about just now possible? If you don't agree, this young master will take out the farmer god cauldron in another place to avoid bringing hatred to your devil race. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Anyway, it's enough to cooperate with the native beasts. There are still a few million native beasts in the farmer god cauldron. There are close to 200 almighty beings, close to 100 star lord old monsters, and 2 region lords old monsters. Other than that, there are a total of 3 sector lord level savage beasts in the core area of the origin of all evil. This time, only 2 have jumped out. The other one is still in hibernation. I believe that it will come out soon. When that time comes, this young master will have an additional powerful fighting force. I don't need to fear these extorted beasts. The top powers and the various races will take revenge. What? There's still 1 region, Lord-level native beast that hasn't come out? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Grand Elder Mo's eyes lit up. The white beard under his chin trembled slightly. He grabbed Yi Xian's wrist and said excitedly, "Do it. Why don't you do it? It's not like our devil race doesn't have region lords and sector lords. How can we be afraid of them? As for revenge, besides, this is a profitable business. When the time comes, you will collect the cauldron fees, and we will collect the fees from the various races. Everyone will get rich together. Everyone will be happy. As for the native beasts joining us, that's even less of a problem. Aren't they already on your side? Kid, you are a strategic ally of our devil race. The native beasts are your allies. Isn't that our allies? We're all on the same side. Other than that, isn't that life black hole unoccupied yet? The Void Soldier Dipper is already living in your Void Battle Cauldron. In this old man's opinion, it's best to settle the native beasts in the life black hole." This was what Yi Xian wanted to say. The life black hole had another meaning to him. Yi Xian had imprinted 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in the first universe. One was the central region buffer zone of the root of all evil star domain. However, the situation there was unknown. It was very dangerous there. The region obviously couldn't be used as a regular jump point. Therefore, the life black hole had to be safe. With the native beast guarding the life black hole, Yi Xian could definitely rest assured. However, there was still a problem. That was, he had to explain the matter clearly to the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. After all, Yi Xian had entered the core hinterland of the root of all evil with the identity of the primordial little demon ape. He had indeed deceived the native beasts in the beginning. It was impossible to say that the 2 beasts didn't have a knot in their hearts. If this matter wasn't handled well, the idea of forming an alliance with the native beasts would fall through. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately got up and said, "All right, go and arrange it now. I'm going to place the Farmer God Cauldron on the outer defense line of the Devil Emperor 3 stars." Chapter 3784. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the other upper echelons of the demon royal family walked out of the imperial palace. Of course, the current him had changed his appearance once again. He was no longer the demon royal brother, Mo Yufeng, but the Linghu young master. 3 of his identities had already been exposed. The outside world already knew that young Master Linghu, young Master Hades, and the little immemorial ape were the same person. He didn't want to expose his identity as Mo Jinfeng again. What if he could use it in the future? Of course, this time, the cooperation between young Master Linghu and the Devil Cultivator race would more or less bring some hatred to the Devil Cultivator race. However, Yi Xian already understood the thoughts of Jiao Kong and the other 8 domain lords. As long as they were afraid of the domain lords of the native beasts, they wouldn't dare to act rashly in the short term. In fact, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the 3 domain lords of the native beasts had entered seclusion after reaching the peak of the 9th stage. Since 2 of them had already appeared, then even if the last one was delayed, it wouldn't be too long. As long as Yi Xian obtained the understanding of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise and formed an alliance with the entire indigenous beasts, then after the last realm lord-level indigenous beast was born, the alliance between him, the Devil Cultivator, and the indigenous beasts would have a realm lord old monster overseeing it. At that time, even if the top factions and races of the 3 Great Plains hated the demonic race, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Domain lords weren't so easy to provoke. Although there were some in the various races, they were basically the same situation as the demonic race. They were the true foundation and couldn't just jump out randomly. Very quickly, the group flew out of the Demon Emperor Star and arrived outside the inner defensive line of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. Yi Xian first concealed himself and waved his hand to summon 4 great starry sky battles, which spanned across the void to one side. Soon after, the 10 true and 9 false demon cultivator battle talismans all rushed over. After the 4 war chariots were in formation, only then did he reveal himself as young Master Linghu. With a wave of his hand, a supermassive cauldron as big as a star appeared in the void. Immediately, there was a wave of shocked exclamations in the void outside the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. These demonic experts didn't know the truth of the 14 void war chariots. Only the core upper echelons of the demonic race knew the truth. As for the matter of young Master Linghu joining hands with the devil race, this was just finalized, so it was naturally even more impossible for them to know. At this moment, when they suddenly saw the fierce young Master Linghu suddenly appear and wave his hand to summon the Shinnon Cauldron, these devil race experts thought that a battle had come. They were all extremely nervous. It wasn't until they saw the peerless young Master Linghu and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian standing in the void and chatting happily that the group of Devil Cultivator experts finally understood and beamed with joy. After all, even a fool could see that the Shinnon Cauldron and the 14 voids were fighting in such a formation. He was ready to do something big. He was going to rob again. He could make a windfall again. How could he not be happy? All right, this young master is going to enter the cauldron and negotiate with the 2 domain lords of the indigenous beasts. After the negotiation, they will be brought out. At that time, millions of indigenous beasts will also be stationed not far from the Shinnon Cauldron. After settling everything, Yi Xian turned to look at Grandpa, Mo, and grinned. As for the matter of issuing a ransom notice to the major races and forces in the 3 Great Plains who participated in the source of all evil incident this time, I'll have to trouble you to do it for me. It can be said that young Master Linghu entrusted the Demon Cultivator race to convey the message. After they arrive, don't rush them into the defensive circle. No matter which race or force they are, they all have to obediently wait outside the defensive circle. After this young master comes out of the cauldron, I will explain the rules clearly and let them line up to redeem people. After saying that, Yi Xian's figure disappeared in a flash and entered the Shinnon cauldron. The upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family, who were left outside, looked at each other. Then, they imagined the scene of almost all the top forces and races of the three great planes swarming over and lining up outside the Demon Emperor's three-star inner defense line. One by one, they entered the defensive circle to hand over the ransom and receive their people. It had to be said that such a scene was too spectacular and shocking. At this moment, just by imagining it, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family already vaguely felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. They were all speechless, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Inside the Shinnon cauldron, the plains at the bottom of the central region's volcano. The plains at the bottom were vast and boundless, larger than the surface area of a large planet. The area where Yi Xian detained more than 100 million experts from the three great plains only occupied a corner of the plains at the bottom. The indigenous beasts also occupied a corner of the plains at the bottom, completely isolated from each other. However, the indigenous vicious beasts were not prisoners. In Yi Xian's heart, they were his people. Therefore, although this corner of the plains was also sealed, it was much larger in area. It was several times larger than the area where more than 100 million experts were detained. In short, it was very wide. Moreover, this plains at the bottom had mountains and rivers. Even Yi Xian in the sky had borrowed the power of the Shinnon cauldron's internal field to simulate it. It was absolutely comfortable. Even so, the millions of indigenous vicious beasts who were temporarily restrained in this area were still very unhappy with the restriction of their freedom. Although it was safe and the environment was quite comfortable, the source of all evil Starfield was their ancestral home after all. Now that an unforeseen event had occurred in that star field, and even the netherworld furnace, which they had always regarded as their source of faith, had become like this, all the native vicious beasts were uneasy. After Yi Xian entered the Shinnon cauldron, his shoulders shook and he directly arrived at this sealed area. Immediately after, he keenly sensed the heavy and oppressive aura in the air. Right when his heart felt heavy and he was shaking his head and sighing, a flash of light suddenly appeared on a hill not too far away from him, and then two figures appeared at practically the exact same moment. It was the primeval porcupine and the primeval tortoise that were around 3 m tall. At this moment, both of these region lords had completely red eyes as they stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and they were panting heavily while revealing extremely hostile expressions. "Brothers, at least listen to what I have to say before you lose your temper and beat me up, all right?" Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly once more, and then he shrugged and said, "Even if both of you don't want to listen to me spout nonsense like I'm unable to control myself, I presume both of you want to know what happened after you entered the Shinnon cauldron, right? For example, the Wind Fiend Tiger and the Primeval Lightning Centipede. When they heard Yi Xian mention two of the three supreme ferocious beasts that had been in closed-door cultivation for 10,000 years, the primeval porcupine and tortoise were immediately stunned, and then they became excited. Chapter 3785. Only two sector lord-level beasts have appeared, the Wind Demon Tiger and the Immemorial Thunder Centipede, and both of them have fallen. Yi Xian sighed. He raised his head to look at the two ferocious beasts, whose expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. Then he continued, "That giant green eye is actually the clone of the will of the great desolate heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao Green Eye. The current heaven's Tao Green Eye was injured in the great battle of the desolate era and has yet to recover. This time, it is only a projection of its will. But even so, facing the combined attack of two world overlord-level beasts, it was still able to kill them effortlessly. The Wind Demon Tiger and the Immemorial Thunder Centipede exploded into a bloody mist under the two beams of green light. Then, the bloody mist was sucked away by the Netherworld Cauldron, including all the experts who didn't manage to escape from the root of all evil and the 10 million warships. They were all sucked into the Netherworld Cauldron. At the end, Yi Xian suddenly paused and changed the topic. I've been in the netherworld cauldron." Hearing this, the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise immediately exclaimed and denied it. "What? Impossible. Even the two of us can't enter. Only after breaking through to Sector Lord level can we barely enter." "Then how do you explain this?" "This is called the All-Evil Origin Elixir." With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 20 drops of All-Evil Origin Elixir from his undying world. He gave 10 drops each to the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise. Then, he said, "Brothers, please accept it. This is the best of the best. Even the primordial almighties and supreme masters of the ancients need it. And I brought them out of the netherworld cauldron." The netherworld furnace is actually a void refining great formation. The existence that set it up is the green eye of the great path of the desolate era. After the unparalleled battle in the desolate era, it created the origin of all evil, a dangerous place in the starry sky, and set up the netherworld furnace in its depths. Those chains are divided into two types. One is connected to the outer space, where a large number of ancient creatures who were injured in the battle back then live. Every year, the corpses of the ancient creatures would be transported from these outer space through the chains to the netherworld cauldron as raw materials. There's a super millstone inside the furnace. Even the remains of Sector Lord-level primordial beings are deemed as trash and are spat out. When the furnace refines the all-evil origin elixir, the lowest requirement is the remains of universe-level primordial beings. That was why there were so many things in the void around the netherworld furnace. There are many corpses of primordial life, forms below the universe level. You know this better than I do. The remains of the universe-level desolate era creatures that entered the netherworld furnace were used as raw materials to grind into 9-colored meat in the millstone. This is it." As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand again and took out a small lump of 9-colored meat paste. The aura it emitted, including the aura of the 10 drops of all-evil origin elixir floating in front of him, made the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle believe his words. However, all of this was too shocking. The two ferocious beasts were still digesting all of this in a daze. The refined, all-evil origin elixir will be transported to various outer space through another type of chain. It can be as little as 1 drop, or as much as 3 or 4 drops. The existences who obtained the all-evil origin elixir in the void are the primordial supreme beings and primordial supremes who were severely injured in the great desolate era battle back then. Of course, they're all from the camp of the Eye of the Heavens. Since there was such a shocking battle back then, there would naturally be 2 camps. As for me, I belong to the other camp. Behind me stands the commander of the other camp. My position is equivalent to the Eye of the Heavens in the opposing camp. As for all of you, including all the native ferocious beasts in the origin of all evil star field, you are all backup raw materials for the heavenly Eye of the heavenly Idarir. Otherwise, no matter how angry the heavenly Eye was, how could it have sent all the native ferocious beasts and the invading fleets of the various factions into the origin of all evil star field? Like the invaders, it did not hesitate to suck them into the netherworld furnace. Even the 2-sector, Lord-level supreme, ferocious beasts that were born among the native ferocious beasts were mercilessly killed by it. Oh, right, including the one that went out in the past and entered the netherworld furnace to explore, right? I can tell you very responsibly that the moment that Sector Lord-level supreme, ferocious beast entered the netherworld furnace, it was killed. I only found out about all of this after I entered the netherworld furnace not long ago. After I got to know the 2 of you, I always wanted to tell you the truth, but I didn't have the right opportunity. I didn't mean to hide it, but in the end, I was in the wrong. Anyway, I've already said it clearly. I brought the 2 of you and all the ferocious beast brothers out of the origin of all evil star field. I have nothing to say about how to deal with them. The 2 of you have your own plans. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else, as if he was a piece of meat that would be slaughtered without a frown. Roar! Screech! After a moment of shock, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle finally digested all the shocking information that Yi Xian had told them. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a violent howl. To them, to all the native ferocious beasts, this was definitely a very cruel truth. It was too difficult to accept. All along, the native ferocious beasts in the origin of all evil Starfield had always regarded that Starfield as their ancestral lair. And the netherworld furnace in the depths of the core hinterland was like a kind of faith to them, a faith that was almost like a bloodline. Otherwise, how could the native ferocious beasts of different races be able to live together like a single race and live together for a few tens of thousands of years? Yet now, the truth that Yi Xian revealed had overturned all of this. It just so happened that everything he said was impeccable. Moreover, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy turtle were clearly aware that everything he said was the truth. No matter how difficult it was to accept all of this, they still had to accept reality in the end. Both the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy turtle were region lords, so they naturally wouldn't be so pedantic. After roaring furiously for a while, they quickly calmed down once more. They gasped for breath as they stared at Yi Xian for a while longer, and then the blood-red color in their eyes slowly dispersed. However, an extremely fierce aura of slaughter effused out from their bodies, and they revealed their attitudes towards Yi Xian in a low and muffled voice. "We don't want to find out about your secrets. We just need to confirm one thing. Are you and that existence standing behind you really on opposing sides with the green eye of the Heaven Tao?" Chapter 3786. Through Yi Xian's hard work, he'd successfully eliminated the misunderstanding between him and the native ferocious beasts from the root of all evil. He'd taken a few million native ferocious beasts into the farmer god cauldron and brought them out of the root of all evil. Besides the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, there were almost 200 universe lords, 100 star lords, and close to 300 high-end combat forces. Yi Xian withdrew almost 300 drops of evil origin elixir. There were almost 300 native ferocious beasts at the universe lord realm and above, and every single one of them was given a drop. He brought a total of over 2,000 drops of evil origin elixir from the netherworld furnace, and he still had over 2,000 left after consuming all of them. So it was more than enough. Not to mention that the netherworld furnace would be activated again in almost a year. At that time, Yi Xian would absolutely not miss this opportunity. He would enter the netherworld furnace once more and try to take all the evil origin elixir. At that time, it would definitely be even more dangerous. Something similar had happened once, so it was obvious how dangerous it would be a second time. However, the evil origin elixir was too important, so he had to make a move even if it was risky. Moreover, Yi Xian wouldn't be stingy with the evil origin elixir in his possession, and he would definitely use what he had to use. For example, the almost 300 drops of evil origin elixir that he'd consumed now. Even though every single one of the native ferocious beasts at the universe lord realm and above had only obtained a single drop, it was still extraordinary. Even existences at the primordial era and supreme exalts of the primordial era needed it, and this obviously showed how effective it was. These 300-plus drops of evil origin elixir were nothing to Yi Xian, but it was extremely important to those native ferocious beasts who'd obtained a single drop of evil origin elixir. With this drop of evil origin elixir, their level of existence and the evolution and advancement of their bloodlines might be able to enter the fast track. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the universe lord realm experts would become star lords, and star lords would become region lords. As for those two region lord realm ferocious beasts who'd obtained 10 drops of evil origin elixir, they might be able to break through to the perfection of the 9th rank of region lords in a short period of time because of this fortuitous encounter. Charging into the world lord realm. It wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Yi Xian was willing to use 300 drops of evil origin elixir to fight for such a chance. Even if only a single region lord and a few region lords had appeared amongst the almost 300 native ferocious beasts, It was absolutely beneficial to him and the entire race of ferocious beasts. He made a huge profit. This time, Yi Xian spent an entire day in the Shinnon Cauldron. A day later, an army of over 6 million native ferocious beasts was brought out of the Shinnon Cauldron by him. When this army of native beasts charged out of the cauldron and spread out in the air beside the Shinnon Cauldron, the large number of demon experts in the distance all gasped in shock. 2 old monsters at the Domain Lord level. Nearly 100-star Lord Old Monsters. Nearly 200 supreme experts of the universe. Even though the cultivations of the other over 6 million native ferocious beasts varied in the various realms, they were basically all existences at the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. Moreover, because they were ancient ferocious beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world, they possessed extraordinary bloodlines. So once every single one of these ferocious beasts had activated their bloodlines, they were all extremely terrifying. Once they activated their bloodlines, they were extremely shocking colossi. Such a terrifying army of native ferocious beasts lay across space. Even though there were only a little over 5 million of them, any army of 10 million battleships would be terrified to the point of retreating. Coupled with the might of the Shinnon Cauldron and the 14 starry skies that lay across space, such a formation couldn't be described as merely luxurious. It was simply like a dream. Such a formation that was at the level of a dream was clearly completely capable of deterring the representatives of the various top-rate clans and powers in the 3 dimensions. There wasn't any pressure at all, and it was sufficient to suppress everything. Although only a day had passed, in fact, as early as half a day ago, the ransom notice issued by the demon race in the name of young Master Linghu had already been thoroughly spread throughout the 3 dimensions. At this moment, another half a day had passed. However, almost all the top races and forces in the 3 universes were still roaring and roaring furiously. What? Ransom? This move again? Does young Master Linghu want to become the enemy of the entire universe? That little bastard is too daring to think. Crazy. He's absolutely crazy. He actually detained more than 100 million experts of the starry skies from the various top-rate clans and powers in the 3 dimensions, including more than 100 universe lords and dozens of old monsters at the star level. There are even 8 old monsters at the Domain Lord level. His purpose is to collect the ransom. God damn it, that brat's guts. What is he made of? Is it void, indestructible gold? It's over, it's over. This time, we're going to bleed again. One of our race's old monsters at the Domain Lord level has been detained. That's an old monster at the Domain Lord level. No race can afford to sacrifice him. Linghu, that little bastard, is even more of a rare commodity. He's definitely going to ask for a lot. This time, we'll definitely be beaten to death by him. Exit fee? There's actually a bullsh asterisk T exit fee. If I'm not wrong, all those Star Lords and Region Lords had clearly been asked for entrance fees before they entered the Medicine King Cauldron. How F asterisk King shameless. They have to pay a fee to enter and exit, and it must be a sky-high price. How can they be so deceitful? If nothing unexpected happens, the more than 100 million experts of the various clans who were detained in the Shinnon Cauldron, including all the Universe Lords, old monsters at the Star level, and old monsters at the Domain Lord level, should have all been cleaned up by now. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have issued an announcement for the so-called exit fee. His race went to prepare. How ruthless! How ruthless! More than 100 million experts of the starry sky, including the 8 old monsters at the Domain Lord level, have been exploited by him. In the end, this kid is still not satisfied and has set his sights on the other races. He's simply crazy. Prepare the ransom. The matter this time is too big. If we don't ransom them, no race will be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion, and their clansmen will be bitterly disappointed. Young Master Linghu has grasped this point and is fearless. Not to mention that there are still 8 old monsters at the Domain Lord level, dozens of old monsters at the Star level, and more than 100 Universe Lords. Such a level of combat strength is something that no race can lose. This time, more than half of the top forces in the 3 universes will have to bleed a lot. The roars and roars didn't last for long. When the first day came to an end, the major races and forces in the three universes gradually regained their peace. The facts were right in front of them, and the situation was such that they had no choice but to lower their heads. Chapter 3787. Of the 8 old monsters detained by Yi Xian, 6 of them were from the top 10 clans of the Second Universe. They were the Blood WRM clan, the Silver Phoenix clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, and the Greedy Wolf clan. Among them, Yi Xian also had a universe Dao child in each of these 6 clans. Of course, their Dao foundations had been seized, and they were on their last breaths. Of the other 4 clans, the Cyan Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, and the Tree Spirit clan all had some universe masters, Star Lords, and ordinary clansmen in Yi Xian's hands. As for the Dark Turtle clan, they had not participated in this matter. Therefore, the representatives of the clans of the Second Universe who had come this time were basically led by the Blood WRM clan and the other 5 clans, while the other clans were just foils. As for the slave clans of the First Universe, they were led by the Hell Ant clan and the Giant Ferocious clan. Each of these 2 clans had a realm master in custody in Yi Xian's hands. As for the Space Rat clan, one of the top 3 slave clans of the Second Universe, none of them had come. Their leader had been killed by the primordial demon ape. Because of this matter, the Spatial Mouse clan was currently preparing for war. They seemed to be preparing to attack the Demonic Dweller clan. That was because the Demonic Dweller clan had allied with young Master Linghu, and young Master Linghu was the culprit who killed their clan's Daoist. The Space Rat clan was one of the top 3 slave clans of the First Universe. In terms of overall strength, they were on par with the demons, and they had the ability and foundation to fight against the demons. As for the humans of the Third Universe, there were mainly 3 major forces. The Eternal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, the 10 Ultimate Heavenly Palaces of the Cultivation faction, and the 1,000 Luo Federation. The commander of the 1,000 Luo Federation's Blue Fleet, which had attacked the source of all evil, was Long Huai, the president of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. There was also a Star Lord Elder of the Federation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not capture these 2 guys this time. They had successfully escaped from the source of all evil. Otherwise, Yi Xian, a Star Lord of the Federation, might not have bothered him, but Yi Xian wouldn't have let go of Long Huai so easily. The Immortal Dynasty had captured a few old rivals, including the first prince, Long Xiang. However, this guy had long been scared out of his wits. This time, his performance in the Cauldron space was very disappointing. He did not have the demeanor of a dynasty prince at all. This also made Yi Xian lose interest. He felt that it was beneath him to argue with such a character. Hence, he didn't plan to make things difficult for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. As long as he paid enough ransom, he would let them go. On the other hand, the commander of the Tenju Heavenly Palace's battleship army, the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Ju Palace, Gong Xingtian, who was a Star Lord, happened to be captured alive by Yi Xian. With this guy in hand, he could ruthlessly extort the Tenju Heavenly Palace. After all, the Palace Master of the Earth Palace had an extraordinary identity. It was also because of this that the representative of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace was actually a Region Lord. It was said that he was a Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, which showed how much importance he attached to this matter. However, Yi Xian ignored him. His devouring clone was still playing hide-and-seek with the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace in the territory of the cultivators. They would most likely be enemies in the future, not friends, so there was no need to be polite. In addition to these top forces and clans, some small forces and clans from the 3 major planes had also come, including the relatives and friends of some itinerant cultivators. Yi Xian wasn't prepared to ask for any cauldron fees from those rogue cultivators. His target was only these top powers. Not to mention some rogue cultivators, he didn't even plan to ask for a cauldron fee from some of the weaker powers. When the time came, he would release them all. In a short period of 3 days, the representatives of the various top forces and clans from the 3 major planes had completely filled the outer perimeter of the Devil Dweller Stellar region. Although this time they were here to redeem someone, it was an extremely shameful thing. No force or race was willing to make a big fuss. However, they still had to go through a long interstellar voyage, especially those top forces from outside the first universe. When they arrived at the planar-level universe worm that connected to the first universe, they had to go through a long interstellar voyage. They had to undergo an extremely long period of interstellar travel before arriving at the first universe. On this journey, they couldn't completely eliminate the possibility of encountering a group of space pirates. After all, the incident in the Devil Dweller stellar region had spread throughout the three major planes. Practically all the space pirates were aware that the various clans and powers would organize a representative group to head to the Devil Dweller stellar region to redeem someone. They were truly unable to eliminate the possibility of some extremely audacious space pirates intercepting the midway. After all of them were representatives of the Devil Dweller stellar region. So how could they not carry various resources and treasures? So, no matter how unwilling the various clans and powers were, the size of their fleets wasn't small at all. Otherwise, if they were robbed again by space pirates on the way to the Devil Dweller stellar region, the news would spread to their clans, and the core higher-ups would be so angry that they would vomit blood and die on the spot. In a short period of 3 days, the Devil Dweller stellar region made a windfall at the outer perimeter of the Devil Emperor 3 stars. All the fleets that came to redeem someone had to pay a toll fee if they wanted to pass through the outer perimeter and enter the inner perimeter. Of course, when they left after redeeming someone, they still had to pay a toll fee. Such a rule made the fleet commanders of the various clans who came to redeem someone so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Even the Hell Ant clan, one of the top 3 clans in the first universe, could only hold their anger and obediently pay the toll fee. There was nothing they could do about it. The Devil Dweller stellar region was now the dominant clan among the slave clans in the first universe. Coupled with the alliance of young Master Linghu, few people in the first universe dared to provoke the Devil Dweller stellar region now. Of course, the Space Mouse clan and the Hell Ant clan still had the strength to fight the Devil Dweller stellar region. They didn't think that the alliance between the Devil Dweller stellar region and young Master Linghu was a deep alliance. This was most likely only temporary. In fact, the Space Mouse clan had already given up on redeeming a small number of ordinary clansmen who were detained by young Master Linghu. Now, they were mobilizing their troops, and it seemed that they were about to start a Starry Sky-level clan war with the Devil Dweller stellar region. Now, only the Space Mouse clan dared to have such an idea. All the clansmen of this clan were born with a certain degree of space ability. The clansmen with a slightly stronger bloodline talent could perfectly integrate themselves into the void. In this way, if they wanted to secretly assassinate the enemy, it was simply a success. Just like what the immemorial little demonic ape did to the heaven and earth Tao children of various clans who participated in the gambling battle at the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil. The news that the Space Mouse clan gave up redeeming a large number of ordinary clansmen of their clan immediately reached the ears of Yixian. Chapter 3788. Young Master Linghu wanted to visit the Space Rat's ancestral home. What was the difference between that and a declaration of war? Given young Master Linghu's ferocious reputation, the effect of his visit would be even worse than the invasion of an army of locusts. Many people had begun to sympathize with the Space Rat clan. In the vast void outside the defensive line of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, all kinds of discussions resounded incessantly. No one took Linghu Young Master's words as a joke. With his temperament, he would never make such a joke on such an occasion. If nothing unexpected happened, the first universe might really be plunged into chaos after this matter. Linghu Jr. Linghu had made it clear that he would ally with the demons this time. The demons were one of the top 3 races in the first universe, and could even be said to be the most powerful one. Now that the old overlord of the first universe, the Heavenly Fate clan, had mysteriously disappeared and moved away, the demons suddenly allied with a powerful being like young Master Linghu Jr. Linghu. Linghu Jr. Linghu also said that he would visit the Space Rat's ancestral home in front of almost all the top forces and races in the 3 planes. The meaning behind this and the information revealed were truly thought-provoking. Linghu, Junior Linghu, we have been waiting for a long time, and the ransom is ready. Can you let them go now? Perhaps because of the shocking news that the demons were about to attack the space rats, the person in charge of the Hellish Ants ransom team, a Star Lord of Hell, suddenly spoke anxiously. The Hellish Ants were one of the top 3 races in the first universe, and their overall strength was on par with the demons and the space rats. Naturally, they wouldn't sit by and watch the space rats be destroyed by the demons. If that happened, the Hellish Ants would definitely be the next race in the first universe targeted by the demons. The Star Lord of the Hellish Ants obviously wanted to end the matter as soon as possible, then return to his race to report the disturbing news to his people so that they could discuss countermeasures and come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. I have a total of 8 old monsters with me, and 2 of them are from the Hellish Ants and the giant ferocious ants in the first universe. The other 6 are from the top 10 races in the second universe. Yixian faintly smiled as he glanced at the infernal ant race's Star-Lord. He didn't comment and continued. Next, this young master will begin to collect the cauldron fees. Every time 2 races pay the cauldron fees, this young master will immediately release them. Please leave the Devil Dweller's Starfield immediately. If you stay, it will be seen as hostile. The surrounding 14 void great battles and the 2 domain Lord Ferocious Beasts will immediately attack. Linghu Junior Linghu. The Hellish Ants in the first place had a lot on their minds, and some even felt rather disappointed. Among the representatives of the various clans who had come to redeem the prisoners, there were indeed some who harbored ill intentions and wanted to cause trouble. However, it was utterly impossible for any single one of their clans to stir up trouble by themselves. After all, there were 2 region lords amongst the millions of ferocious beasts that were glaring at them with hostility from the side. Coupled with the 14 void battles, it would at least require 3 or 4 region lord ferocious beasts to join forces in order to suppress the forces that Linghu Junior Master and the demon race had revealed on the surface. There were a total of 8 region lord ferocious beasts imprisoned within the Farmer God Cauldron, and had far exceeded this number. So, if all 8 were to be released at the same time, then the demon race and Linghu Junior Master would definitely suffer calamity. At that time, the situation would take a huge turn. Some people felt extremely satisfied just by imagining such a scene in their minds, and they simply looked forward fervently to the arrival of such a scene. It was even to the extent that many people had already made plans in secret. They were waiting for those 8 region lord ferocious beasts to be released before they immediately utilized all sorts of methods to incite the flames of rage in the hearts of those 8 region lord ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, all of these plans were instantly and mercilessly destroyed by a few simple words from Linghu Junior Master. Only 2 region lord ferocious beasts were released at once, and they had to retreat immediately and stay far away from the demon race stellar region. How were they supposed to deal with this? The region lord ferocious beasts from the Bloodworm clan, Inji clan, Barbarian Ox clan, Goldhawk clan, Color Python clan, and Greedy Wolf clan were the first to be released, and they formed groups of 2. Every single time 2 region lord ferocious beasts were released, the Star Lord ferocious beasts, Universe Realm experts, and ordinary clansmen below the Universe Realm would be released from the Farmer God Cauldron at the same time. Such a scene was truly too embarrassing. Not to mention the region lord ferocious beasts. Even if it was only the Star Lord ferocious beasts and Universe Realm experts, which one of them wasn't a supreme existence that was revered by all. But now, they were being released in batches like prisoners. It just so happened that because they were terrified by the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle that were glaring at them from the side, all of them had no choice but to obediently return to their respective battleships. Even the region lord ferocious beasts that were released were the same. Of course, the region lord ferocious beasts that were released were even more fearful of the sector lord ferocious beast that had yet to appear behind young Master Linghu. They no longer had any doubts about the existence of this sector lord ferocious beast. After all, the young Master Linghu in front of them was too calm, and they could even catch a hint of hidden excitement in his eyes. It was as if he was waiting for some ignorant fellow to jump out and give him a chance to let the sector Lord Ferocious Beast behind him show its face and show off its might or something. Just like that. As a result, Jiao Kong and the other region Lord Ferocious Beasts didn't dare to jump around casually. After being released from the Farmer God Cauldron 3 times by Yi Xian, they didn't even have the intention to say 1 or 2 harsh words in front of everyone. After returning to their respective battleships, they hurriedly left at the first moment, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Even the half-dead appearance of a Taoist that was released with them and taken away by them was completely ignored by Jiao Kong and the other region Lord Ferocious Beasts. Although the Heaven and Earth Taoist was important, what could they do now that the situation was like this? They couldn't fall out with young Master Linghu in such a disadvantageous situation, right? That was tantamount to falling into the other party's trap. In the end, they might even lose their lives here. It wasn't worth it. Chapter 3789. The people of the Federation of the Second Universe were the first to be released. Soon, they all left one after another. In the vast void of the Demon Emperor 3 Stars Inner Defense Circle, the originally densely packed fleet of ransom representatives was reduced by half in an instant. Then, the people of the human race's science and technology faction's Immortal Dynasty, the Immortal Cultivation faction's Tenju Heavenly Palace, as well as the Wan Luo Federation and some small forces and sect from the Third Universe were released in batches one after another. As for the rogue cultivators, Yi Xian didn't intend to collect any exit fee at all. He let them all out and reprimanded them to leave immediately. In less than an hour, the surrounding void was almost empty. Only the ransom representatives of the slave clans of the First Universe were left here. Among them were the Hell Ant Clan and the Giant Ferocious Clan, each of which had a domain Lord Old Monster detained in Yi Xian's hands. The Old Star Lord of the Hell Ant race was the most anxious one. He was the first one to urge them, but now all the hostages of the top forces and races in the Second and Third Universes had been ransomed. The last one who hadn't been released happened to be the slave race hostages in the First Universe. This was clearly done on purpose. The Hell Ant Clan star Lord Old Monster was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Now, almost all the forces of the 3 Great Plains had reached a consensus. The infamous young Master Linghu had already become a force to be reckoned with. Don't look at his cultivation-based strength, which was only the 13th Great Realm, the 3rd level domain lord. But if it was to say that they were to make things difficult for him, even the Star-Lord Old Monsters might not have the qualifications to challenge him, let alone the Universe Supreme experts. At the very least, only a Domain Lord Old Monster would have such confidence. Even if it was a Domain Lord Old Monster, he might not have enough confidence. Behind him, there could be a Sector Lord Level Supreme Ferocious Beast hidden. This monstrous genius was like a devil incarnate, and now it was almost impossible to provoke him. Even the hostages of the First Universe's slave races were released by Yi Xian first. He scolded them and ordered them to leave immediately. In the end, only the ferocious giant race and the Hell Ant race were left behind, including the 2 domain lords of these 2 races. At this time, the representatives of the Hell Ant race and Giant Ferocious race had completely given up. The 6 old monsters of the various races of the Second Universe had already left. At this time, they might have already entered the wormhole leading to the Second Universe. Even the other clans of the First Universe's servant clans had left one after another. Even if they were unwilling, with just the 2 old monsters of the Hell Ant clan and the Giant Ferocious clan, they couldn't do much in the current situation. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. After all, these 2 clans each had a domain lord being held captive by Yi Xian. Oh right, in addition to the domain lords, they also had a universe Tao child. Therefore, the ransom they brought naturally couldn't be too shabby. On the contrary, the Hell Ant race and the Giant Ferocious race handed over an extremely high fee for leaving the cauldron. Yi Xian didn't intend to make things difficult for them. Except for the universe Tao, Child, Yi Jioming, and Meng Ma Shan, who were still held captive in the prison wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, all the other clans were released, including the two old monsters of the domain lords. At this time, in the originally overcrowded space of the Farmer God Cauldron, only Ming Jioming and Meng Ma Shan were left, except for the 8 great Vajras. In addition, there were also the remains of a large number of bloodline true bodies of various clans, as well as the precious blood and precious flesh of some powerful ancient creatures. These were all reserve materials for Yi Xian to refine great medicine in the future. The Hell Ant race and the giant ferocious race's old monsters quickly realized that something was wrong. All the other clansmen were released, except for the Universe Dao child, Yi Jioming and Meng Ma Shan. The two of them looked at each other. If it was any other clansman, they really wouldn't care at this moment. Not to mention the Sector Lord level supreme ferocious beast that was still hiding in the dark. Just the immemorial porcupine and immemorial turtle that were not far away in the void watching covetously was enough to make their hearts tremble. However, the Universe Dao child was after all different. No matter how numb his scalp was, he still had to ask this matter. Little friend Ling Hu, is it that there are still people who haven't been released? Yes, little friend is busy every day. You must have neglected. Hee, our two clans Universe Dao, child Yi Jioming and Meng Ma Shan. Those two brats haven't been released yet. That's right, the two of them haven't been released. Yi Xian didn't deny it and immediately nodded. This young master and brother Jioming and brother Ma Shan hit it off at first sight. I've asked before, the two of them aren't willing to leave for the time being. They said that they want to stay here for a few more days to play. Later on, this young master will go out for a walk. When the Hell Ant race arrives, I'll send the two brothers back to their clan. Hearing this, the Hell Ant race and the giant ferocious race's old monsters were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, completely at a loss. On the other hand, the Hell Ant race's Star Lord old monster who led the team to ransom the people jumped out angrily. With a face full of indignation, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian. Ling Huchong, is there anyone as shameless as you? Taking the ransom and not letting them go. The ransom that our two clans paid just now includes Jiao Juming's share for Ming Daozi. Although this guy knew that young Master Ling Hu was ferocious, he hadn't stayed in the Shinnong Cauldron after all, so he didn't feel it deeply. Relying on the fact that there were two old monsters in his camp in front of him, he didn't feel stage fright and seemed to be extremely self-righteous. You're wrong. Didn't this young master just say it? Brother Jioming and brother Ma Shan stayed behind voluntarily. How can this young master be a person who goes back on his words? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and pointed at the Shinnong Cauldron that was like a star in the void beside him. If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask yourself. Ask then ask, do you think this old man is afraid of you? The old man was impulsive and didn't think too much. He jumped into the Shinnong Cauldron's mouth that was filled with 9-colored fog. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time the old monsters of the Hell Ant race came back to their senses, everything was too late. That guy was courting death and had already rushed into the mouth of the cauldron. Aya, this old man is a good-for-nothing. It seems that he didn't pay the entrance fee. Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped his forehead. He turned his head and looked at the old monster of the Hell Ant race. Fellow Taoist, how about you pay for him? You can also pay the exit fee while you're at it. Plop. When the old monster of the giant ferocious race heard this, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened and completely understood. He turned his head and saw that the old monster of the Hell Ant race was shaking his head like a rattle drum. It was clear that he didn't intend to pay attention to this matter. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He almost fell to the ground. Chapter 3790. In just half a day, Yi Xian had once again harvested a large amount of resources. However, this time, they were basically all cultivation resources, various minerals, crystals, and heaven and earth treasures. As for those starry sky treasures, there were basically none. After all, these were all ransoms sent by various clans. They were unwilling to part with top-grade treasures and would rather use quantity to make up for it. However, this didn't matter. These ordinary resources were also needed by Yi Xian. When they returned to Triumph City, they would be of great help. The development of the forces under their command would be on the fast track because of this. The demon race had once again made a considerable windfall. Although it wasn't as astonishing as Yixian's harvest, they had still collected 2 tolls, which added up to a considerable amount. After this battle, whether it was young Master Linghu or the demon race, they would all become famous in the 3 major planes. The demon race star field would most likely be listed as a starry sky danger zone by countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 major planes. Not to mention ordinary starry sky powerhouses, even the star pirates wouldn't dare to easily pass through here. The demon race had long become addicted to robbing people. If they wanted to pass through here in the future, they definitely wouldn't have the confidence if they didn't have some resources in their pockets. In short, the conclusion of this matter could be said to be a happy ending for both the demon race and Yixian. Even for those major clans of the 3 major planes who had pinched their noses and paid a considerable amount of exit fees, it was the same. After all, resources were inanimate objects. They could be obtained without them. However, the powerhouses of the clans, especially the powerhouses of the universe, the Star Masters and the Domain Masters, were very important. To them, it was also a gratifying thing to be able to use some cultivation resources and mineral deposits in exchange for the hostages and high-end combat strength of the supreme figure of the universe and above in the clan. Of course, to Yixian, there was still a fly in the ointment. That was, he didn't receive a single cent of the exit fee of the Space Rat clan. The clan's Tao Child of Heaven and Earth, Shu Wushuang, had already been beheaded by Yixian in the root of all Evil Star region. Although there were quite a few space mouse race experts detained in Yixian's hands, more than 100,000 of them, and there was even a Star Lord Old Monster among them, the clan had always been stingy. In addition, the Heaven and Earth Taoist Shu Wushuang had been killed, causing the core members of the clan to be furious. They actually unyieldingly abandoned this Star Lord Old Monster and more than 10 others. The myriad tribes. Not only did they not deliver the ransom, they did not even send a representative to express their stance. On the contrary, it was said that within their clan, they had already begun to deploy troops and generals to prepare for war with all their might. They were preparing to suppress young Master Linghu and the demon race. Of course, this was just an excuse. Everyone could see that. And now, the first universe was without a leader. The old overlord, the Heaven's legacy race, had disappeared and moved away. Which of the other slave races didn't want to replace them? The ones with the most strength to compete for supremacy were the Devil Dwellers, the Space Rats, and the Hell Ants, the 3 races that were ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the first universe. As for the Devil Dwellers, they were now allied with young Master Linghu. The Space Rat race deliberately did not come to ransom the Devil Dwellers. On one hand, it was because they were angry that their Taoist Shu Wushuang had been killed. On the other hand, they wanted to use this as an excuse to send troops to attack the Devil Dwellers. As long as they could take down the Devil Dwellers, the overall situation would basically be settled. It had to be said that this wishful thinking was truly brilliant. Unfortunately, Yixian and the Devil Dwellers were not to be trifled with. If the Space Rat race wanted a legitimate reason to send troops to suppress the Devil Dwellers, then they would be one step ahead of them. Although the Space Rat race did not come to ransom the Devil Dwellers, Yixian did not leave behind the hostages of their clan. Including that Star Lord Old Monster, there were more than 100,000 Space Rat race experts. Yixian did not leave behind a single one and released all of them in public. Moreover, this was before the other races of the second universe. The representatives of the various top forces of the 3 universes were all witnesses. And now, with this matter concluded, young Master Linghu and the Devil Dwellers rushed to issue a statement at the first opportunity. To be precise, it was a declaration of crusade. The matter of the Cauldron exit fee was approved by all the top forces and races of the 3 universes, and all of them sent people to pay the fee and take the Devil Dwellers away. Why did the Space Rat race not approve? Since the Devil Dwellers were already released, if they did not want to pay the Cauldron exit fee, fine, this daddy will personally go and collect it. Of course, taking the initiative to pay the fee and going to the Devil Dwellers to collect it were two completely different concepts and natures. Therefore, the standards are definitely different as well. Young Master Linghu and the Devil Dwellers did not specify the specific standards in the Declaration of Crusade, but they gave a general answer based on the scale of the Crusade army. For this crusade against the space rat race, the Devil Dwellers and young Master Linghu had mobilized an army of more than 10 million warships, half of which were 7 void warships. In addition, there were several million native dire beasts, including 2 domain Lord-level dire beast emperors. Although there was no mention of the sector Lord-level dire beast, since young Master Linghu himself had mobilized and personally led the crusade, the sector Lord-level dire beast behind him was naturally not a problem. This was clearly the tempo of subduing the space rat race in one fell swoop. Although the Devil Dwellers also had a sector Lord-level space rat ancestor, it was said that there was only one. Moreover, it had not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years, so it might not be able to participate in this battle. As for the allied army of young Master Linghu and the demonic race, apart from the sector Lord Supreme, ferocious beast behind young Master Linghu, the demonic race's foundation on this level wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the spatial mouse race. Overall, the balance of the battle was clearly tilted towards the Devil Dwellers and young Master Linghu. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar at the same time. Apart from the other servant races in the first universe who were burning with worry, the various top forces and races in the second and third universes were all rejoicing in the space rat race's misfortune. It could even be said that they were happy to see it happen. Previously, when the Cauldron exit fee was paid, all the other large races had suffered losses. Only the space rat race did not come. This matter naturally caused dissatisfaction in people's hearts. Everyone was looking forward to the space rat race reaping the fruits of their own actions. It will take several days to mobilize the army. The army will need at least 4 or 5 days to fully mobilize. Turning his head to look at Grandpa Mo, Yixian grinned and continued. It just so happens that this young master has some personal matters to attend to, so I will have to trouble Grandpa Mo on this side. Within 3 days, I will definitely return. After speaking, Yixian immediately left the Devil Emperor planet. As for the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy tortoise, they were all sent back into the Farmer God Cauldron and stored inside his body. Chapter 3791. Triumph City was a majestic city built by Yixian's true confidants. Vile Mosquito Butcher was in charge of overseeing Triumph City, while Naples was in charge of specific affairs. They were basically divided into 2 systems. One was the fleet under Prince Xian's command that Naples brought out from the Immortal Army when he was sent to the Death Starfield. However, this fleet wasn't large. When Yixian left, the entire fleet only had 2 interstellar fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters, 5 interstellar fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters, 10 great fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters, and 50 stellar warships with diameters of 3,000 meters. The other system was the core force of the Demonkin left behind by Yixian. When Yixian left Triumph City, he left behind the Black Wind, Black Mosquito, and other Demonkin scout fortresses. There were 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles, as well as several 10,000 Demonkin legions led by Guihai Yidao and several other Demonkin captains. This included Guihai Yidao, Naboshin, Bachai, Le Mosquito, Zwafontai, the Demonkin Chief Steward Barker, as well as Two-Wei, Delay, Hongji, Pilo, and other Demonkin experts from the Black Wind. They all stayed in these Demonkin scout fortresses. Apart from that, there were also the 1,000 or so Federation elites led by Du Wenshuan, who had been released from the Black Wind's bottom-level Myriad Net prison. This group of people had all defected to Yixian and gathered together, calling themselves the Triumph Return Think Tank. Finally, there were the experts from the Linghu clan, led by Mr. Hu, who had come from the Heaven War Star. Alright, there was also the Tianji clan expert, Ing Tai. However, her core source code had been modified by the Immortal Dynasty's state preceptor, D. Air. She was no longer a member of the Tianji clan and had become a member of the Machinery clan under Dier. She was a spy sent by Dier to stay by Yi Xian's side. Of these experts, other than Ying Tai, who still had some uncertainties because of Dier, everyone else was a trusted confidant that Yi Xian trusted. After leaving the demonic emperor planet, Yi Xian rushed to the black hole of life. He found a secluded place and directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body. It immediately activated the plane-level interstellar coordinate jump ability. The locked jump coordinate was the Death Star field of Universe 3. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had activated the planar coordinate jump ability. However, after the jump was completed, he turned around to look at the slightly familiar dark space around him. He still had an unreal feeling in his heart. In an instant, he had gone from the black hole of life in the first universe to the Death Star field in the third universe. He had crossed the universe planes, but he hadn't even passed through a wormhole. This was simply unbelievable. No one would believe it if he told them. Once again, he marveled at the mystery and power of the devouring system. As his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian became more and more curious about the ability of the devouring system in his body. The technological pioneer of the human race, Xing Bo, was truly a great genius. He was actually able to create such a miraculous system. Even as the host, Yi Xian, who had grown to such a high level in the starry sky environment, it was still difficult for him to see through all of its mysteries. After adjusting his mood, Yi Xian quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and rushed toward Planet Triumph. Not long after, the huge Planet Triumph came into view. Compared to when he had left, Planet Triumph was completely different now. On the surface of the planet stood many majestic cities. It was no longer the isolated Triumph city from before. Even in the void around Planet Triumph, Yi Xian saw a large number of warships patrolling the void. When he had left, the fleet of Planet Triumph was not large. But now, it looked like it had a myriad of wonders. It could be seen that the development of Planet Triumph was quite good. After all, it now had a production line of intelligent robots. Coupled with the fact that the countless stars in the Death Star field were free to excavate all kinds of ores, Victorious Return City was developing at full speed without any restrictions. However, compared to the 10 million battleship army in Yi Xian's hands, it was still far inferior. After all, the development time was still short, and the construction of battleships wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. Soon, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. Using the appearance of young Master Linghu, he traversed the void with his physical body and rushed toward Planet Triumph. A demon scout fleet patrolling the void immediately arrived. Guihai Yi Dao was the first to rush out and meet Yi Xian. Not long after, Yi Xian, accompanied by Guihai Yi Dao, Nabashan, Bachai, Li Mosquito, Zwafontai, Head Steward Barker, and other trusted demon slaves, entered Triumph main city and arrived at the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. The wretched Mosquito Butcher and Naples rushed over. Ying Tai followed behind Naples. It looked like she had already become his assistant. This woman's ability was very strong. She had no problem helping Naples manage such a large Planet Triumph. Soon, a group of Triumphant Returns think tanks, including Old Man Du, also rushed over. The entire City Lord's mansion was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone had not seen each other for a long time. It was really noisy for a while before gradually dispersing. After all, everyone had their own responsibilities. Yi Xian was the only one overseeing such a large Planet Triumph. The various departments and organizations could not be separated for too long. After the crowd dispersed, the only ones left were the wretched Mosquito Butcher and Naples. There was also Ying Tai. She had indeed become Naples' assistant and held great power in her hands. You really know how to stir up trouble. How long have you been gone? The title of the current 7 unparalleled evildoers was made by you. These 7 unparalleled evildoers are all you, right? The wretched Mosquito Butcher was still the same as before. He had the virtue of an old hooligan who deserved a beating. However, from the way he spoke about the 7 unparalleled evildoers, although triumphant Return City was isolated from the rest of the world, hiding in this lonely and desolate death starfield to develop, they still had all the news of the outside world. They had always been paying close attention to it. Grinning at Yi Xian, the wretched mosquito butcher then rolled his eyes and muttered in a low voice, "Don't you feel tired? Cough, cough. You guys better not leak this matter." So far, the only three identities that have been exposed are young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the immemorial little demon ape. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly, then changed the topic and continued, "I won't be able to stay for long this time. I'll have to leave in at most 2 days. I came here specifically to deliver resources and battleships, so I've accumulated quite a bit during this period of time. In addition, I made 2 allies outside the first universe's demon tribe and the origin of all evil Starfield's vicious beast tribe." Chapter 3792. The Farmer God Cauldron was collected and refined by Yi Xian after he left Triumph City. Therefore, whether it was old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, or Ing Tai, none of them had seen it before. However, this cauldron was already famous in the 3 major planes. There were many videos about it circulating on the 3 major plane star net. Therefore, the wretched mosquito butcher had seen it before. In addition, when Yi Xian waved his hand to summon this cauldron, it was not in its complete form. It was only about the size of a large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Because of this, the wretched mosquito butcher, Naples, and Ing Tai did not show much shock on their faces. However, as the 2 figures flew out of the cauldron, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the cauldron in his undying world. The 300 zhang tall immemorial porcupines and the 3 zhang tall immemorial hairy tortoises landed on the plaza of the city lord's mansion. After their figures appeared clearly, Naples and Ing Tai immediately changed. Their colors changed. Even though the 2 vicious beasts had restrained their auras, there was still some leakage. In addition, the video of the battle and the source of all evil star domain and the ending of the demon domain's Cauldron Fee incident had already been released. Therefore, almost all the overlords in the 3 planes had seen the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise in the video. Naples and Ing Tai also knew that the 2 indigenous beasts were the infamous old monsters of the landlords. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly saw them appear in front of them? The main reason why Yi Xian brought the immemorial porcupines and the immemorial hairy tortoises to Triumph Planet was actually to suppress the wretched mosquito butcher and see if he could get some information about his and the mad mosquito emperor's identity and background from this old guy. When the wretched mosquito butcher first revealed his identity, he showed his universe realm strength. Later on, Yi Xian found out that he had been tricked. This old guy actually dared to say that even if a Star Lord came to Triumph City, he might not be able to get away with it. At that time, Yi Xian was furious. After all this time, the Universe Realm expert was actually a conservative estimate. This old guy was actually a Star Lord. At that time, Yi Xian had felt despair. He didn't have any hope of getting information from this old guy. He didn't have the ability to force a Star Lord to confess. However, it was different this time. The primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were both region lords, and they weren't ordinary region lords. Both of them had advanced into the advanced stage of the region lord realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to torture Jiao Kong and that region lord from the multicolor python clan so miserably in the root of all evil region. This time, Yi Xian was incomparably confident. Even if the old bastard mosquito butcher was still hiding his true strength, and his true strength had already reached the terrifying level of a region lord. So, there was no need to worry about him. Yi Xian was man tortoises, and Yi Yi was. Was Xian was man. Yi. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian arrived here, he brought the primeval porcupine and tortoise out of the Farmer God Cauldron. That was the exact reason. However, Yi Xian was flabbergasted. While Naples and Ing Tai were intimidated by the appearance of the porcupine and tortoise, and they were terrified to the point they didn't even dare breathe loudly. However, the wretched mosquito butcher was still as before, and that filthy smile that deserved a slap hadn't changed at all. That wasn't the end of it. right when Yi Xian was slightly stunned by this unexpected development. The porcupine and tortoise's gazes were already pressing down on Mosquito Butcher. However, the final outcome almost shocked Yi Xian to the point of falling to the ground. He'd thought that even if Mosquito Butcher was a region lord and was at the late stage of the Star-Lord realm, he would probably be defeated by the joint forces of the porcupine and tortoise. However, the facts were the exact opposite. The two's gazes met, and in less than 3 breaths, the porcupine and tortoise were defeated. They both shrunk their necks, and the aura in their bodies was completely withdrawn. The tortoise even waved at Yi Xian, who was staring blankly with his mouth wide open, and actually didn't dare to approach and call him over talk. "Two old brothers, you're not helping. What's the situation?" Yi Xian was so angry that his face darkened. He rushed over and leaned close to the 2 old ferocious beasts, lowering his voice as he asked repeatedly. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise grinned awkwardly and exchanged glances. Then, they glanced at the direction of the main hall of the city lord's mansion in the distance with fear in their eyes before they explained, "Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you. The problem is that we've met a tough opponent. We can't suppress them. Yes. It's just a competition of fierceness." This old tortoise was almost scared to death just now. Realm Lord is an old monster." "What? Pooh." When the words Realm Lord Old Monster entered his ears, Yi Xian jumped up on the spot and almost spat out blood. He finally understood why this old man was so calm. One person competing with 2 ferocious beasts in a competition of fierceness. Yet he was still calm and didn't treat it as a big deal. The opponent was a Realm Lord Old Monster. What was there to be afraid of? Pay. He couldn't trust this old bastard anymore. First, he pretended to be a demon slave. Then he suddenly became a universe lord. Not long after, he became a Star-Lord Old Monster. This time, he was even more ruthless, directly becoming a Realm Lord Old Monster. If someone jumped out now and patted their chest to guarantee Yi Xian that Old Man Mosquito Butcher's cultivation had reached the peak, that he was a Realm Lord Old Monster, and definitely couldn't be stronger, Yi Xian's reaction would definitely be a slap across the face, and then fiercely cursing. "F*** your mother. You think this young master is easy to trick?" This old man definitely wasn't just a realm lord. This point, Yi Xian was almost certain. No choice, it was like this time and time again. He was truly in despair. "F***, you old bastard. You're simply not human." When he thought about how he was so confident, yet now he had such a miserable ending. It was simply a complete defeat. Yi Xian howled miserably on the spot as he looked at the distant old ghost Mosquito Butcher and gnashed his teeth. Before he finished, someone suddenly pulled on his sleeve from behind. Yi Xian turned his head to look. The primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle were hiding behind him with their necks shrunk, carefully accompanying him with a smile. "Brother, where's your cauldron? Quickly get it out. This Triumph City isn't fun. Let's just go back." Yes, it's safer inside." Pooh! This time, Yi Xian really vomited blood. He thought that these 2 ferocious beasts were very tyrannical, but now it seemed that they were also people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A Realm Lord Old Monster was scared to such an extent. How **king embarrassing. Depressed, Yi Xian sighed and waved his hand, summoning the Farmer God Cauldron. Shio! 2 sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise fled into the Farmer God Cauldron. Probably even if Yi Xian wanted to, he wouldn't be able to chase them out. What the fuck is this?